The manhwa begins with the man notifying the president that the national address will commence in 1 minute. The president glances at his watch and remarks on how much time has already passed. His assistant replies that power will soon be restored throughout the entire country. The president stands with his arms folded, staring directly into the camera. Introducing himself as President Jangwon Taik, he states that before he begins, he has a request. They must make sure that everyone nearby is watching the broadcast. As many citizens as possible need to see it. He is informed that the people meter ratings are skyrocketing, even though it hasn't been a full minute yet. He acknowledges that the public must have been deeply distressed by the lockdown and sincerely thanks them for their cooperation. He explains that on July 16th, he declared a state of emergency and imposed martial law. The military has taken control of media outlets and national infrastructure, resulting in the shutdown of many major roads. He understands the public's curiosity. He turns to his assistant, Lee, and asks if he has a cigarette. Lee jokes that members of the opposition party will use this against him. The president's hand trembles as he lights the cigarette. He then explains the rationale behind declaring martial law, exhaling smoke as he states that it is because he wants everyone to experience a dignified end. He claims that the scenario from the game's survival life is now playing out in real life. The asteroid featured in the game Yunjambi is real. According to reports received at dawn, the military was unable to intercept it. It ultimately crashed into the sea near Okinawa, causing catastrophic damage. Tragically, the people of Japan have been turned into zombies due to a mysterious outbreak linked to spores that originated from the asteroid. Even worse, the pathogen is expected to make landfall in their country today. This apocalypse is now inevitable. Based on the information gathered so far, a small number of individuals, including those known as the Awakened, may possess immunity to zombification. Preparations have been made for them. For safety reasons, these facilities will only open 1 year from now. Time shelters have been installed at designated locations, and citizens are urged to make their way there. The president then offers guidance on how to handle the monsters that emerge during the early stages. This information will also be disseminated through flyers dropped from airplanes. He announces that thermal power plants will soon be shut down. Acknowledging his own shortcomings, he expresses his belief that he has taken the necessary actions in their final moments. He tells the people that it has been an honor to be with them and expresses his hope that they can meet again and live well. He begins to thank the anonymous informant who provided the exact D-date, but then the broadcast suddenly cuts out. A man sitting in a chair expresses his sincere hope that the end would never arrive. Since it is already here, he states he has no choice but to survive. After all, he is a seasoned veteran of the apocalypse. The story then flashes back several months. A man asks his friend if he is ready, and the friend confidently replies that he is. His name is Piak, and his in-game name is Duckbutt. He notes that if he loses today's bet, it will be his third consecutive loss. His friend, dressed extravagantly, jokes that losing 3-0 would turn him into a yellow bean. Another equally eccentric player enters the scene, known as Survivor 1, or simply 1. He expresses frustration that his kills are constantly being stolen, as he attempts to brute force his way through the game. He asks another player if he's mistaken, pointing out that he's meant to be Robin Hood, yet he has the role of Kebop hanging over him. Kebop replies that they are nothing without flashy moves. Toe joins in, declaring that he's ready to take on their enemies. One announces that he'll give them a 1-minute head start. Toe replies that he hopes one won't regret those words. This all unfolds within the game's survival setting. Toe and Piak charge directly into the horde. The game is an apocalyptic survival title that immerses players in a harsh, post-apocalyptic world, where they must navigate challenges and make critical decisions to survive. It combines zombies with fantasy creatures, and its extreme difficulty intimidated even the most hardcore Korean gamers. Upon its release, it quickly climbed to the top of the charts, but the excitement soon faded. Not long after, the game was nearly abandoned. After a year, only 4 players remain in the game. They allow Kebop to deliver the final blow. He thanks them and pulls back his bow. He fires an arrow that blows a hole through the monster's head. However, it becomes clear that, despite all the excitement, the game is actually quite terrible. Once the hunt ends, the bet is over, and the group begins to relax. One of them asks if there's anything else to play. They reply that if there were, they wouldn't be standing around making foolish bets. One person agrees, stating that while the game is boring, there's nothing else to do. Piak remarks that it wouldn't be surprising if the server shut down today. Toe agrees but mentions that he needs excitement and dopamine, suggesting he might go gamble on Counter-Strike. Kebop reminds him that he advised them to take things slowly. One person suggests trying another game, but Toe replies that his body can't handle it right now, and Piak agrees. Kebop then gathers everyone, insisting they need to see something important. It's been a while since anyone has used the chat feature. Suddenly, a player named Noob appears, asking if anyone is there. The PC tag next to his name confirms that he's a genuine beginner. The game now has 5 concurrent players, and one of them jokes that the game is booming. Kebop hands Noob the tutorial guide, and Noob expresses his gratitude, saying they are really kind. He assures them that he will reach out again after completing the tutorial. 2 hours later, Noob finally admits he can't believe this is just the tutorial. He finds it too difficult and decides he's going to quit. Frustration mounts as one laments that players always give up in the end. Toe points out that the developers keep adding content without considering lowering the difficulty. Piak agrees, expressing his confusion about the developers' thought process. One person announces that he's logging off for the day and wishes everyone a good night. Kebab asks if he will return tomorrow. After a brief pause, the response comes, probably. In that silence, Kebab senses that both Toe and Piak share the same sentiment. They log out, stating it's time to return to real life and that their journey has reached its conclusion. Kebop expressed his hope that they would join his stream, but he found it hard to let go. Even as other veterans logged in less frequently, he stayed behind alone, recording update videos so they could still enjoy the game together. He streamed day and night, waiting for his friends to return. Months went by. Eventually, the tutorial difficulty was significantly reduced, and the early game experience was enhanced. In addition to the existing zombies and fantasy monsters, new mutated creatures were introduced. Kebop welcomed the massive update, but his friends quickly lost interest and never logged in again. In the end, the game had only one remaining player, Kebop. He expressed that the game feels hopeless and mentioned that he might quit if things continue this way. Suddenly, he receives a message from someone claiming to be part of the game's operations team. Before making an announcement, they express gratitude to all the users who valued survival life. Kebop is taken aback and begins to wonder if they had been waiting for him to give up all along. At that moment, a massive monster lets out a terrifying scream. Kebop expresses his desire to defeat the monster alongside his friends before calling it quits. But it's too late now. He stops the recording and takes off all of his gear. After that, he deletes his streaming account, his channel, and everything associated with the more than 5,500 hours he spent playing the game. However, he can't bring himself to throw away the hard drive filled with memories, so he decides to stash it away in a storage closet. Only then does Kebop, whose real name is revealed to be Kang Soon Hung Ho, truly begin to live his life. Known by the nickname the Burnout Chef, he now works at a restaurant selling, fittingly, Kebop. The reason his ID was Kebop to begin with was straightforward. He has been running a snack shop for 3 years. Business is thriving. The shop is located on the first floor of the house he inherited after losing his parents during his second year of high school. It is called Soon Hung Ho's Tasty Snacks. He calls out to the customers, announcing that their food is ready. A woman yells back at him, noting that business seems to be booming today. Her name is Mick Young. He has never managed to ask her last name, but she is a local hairdresser and a regular customer. It's no secret that he finds her incredibly attractive. She reveals that it's a video of a recent event. Curious, he leans in closer for a better look. She explains that people are saying if you shout status window 1 will appear, and that kids have been talking about it non-stop. She mentions that she tried it earlier, but nothing happened. He laughs, telling her that there's no way something like that could actually work, playfully teasing her for being too gullible. Later that night, he stretches out his hand and shouts, "Status window!" At first, nothing happens. He mutters that he always knew it was too good to be true. Then, lightning suddenly surges, and a window appears. Startled, he exclaims that it scared him to death. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that he has no level or points, but his stats are visible, and his trait is listed as Open Private Portal. This situation feels oddly familiar to him. Soon, he realizes it's the status window from Survival Life, but it appears to be slightly different. The game never included a trait system. He comments that this one seems quite lame. Nevertheless, he chooses to put it to the test. When he opens the portal, it materializes right in front of him. He remarks that it's incredible and resembles the labyrinth gate from the game perfectly. He wonders if this could truly be the game system, but quickly dismisses the thought, believing that if it were real, there would at least be news articles about Yoon Jambi. Curious, he looks it up and freezes upon discovering that there is indeed an article. He begins to panic, reminding himself that the name could simply be a coincidence and that it's too early to draw any conclusions. But what if it is real? If so, there should be some kind of proof beyond just his portal. He forces himself to stop, recognizing that it's too dangerous to proceed without a plan. After some thought, he takes a ladle and pushes it through the bottom of the portal to test what lies on the other side. When he pulls it back and sees dirt, he concludes that the destination isn't a labyrinth at least. It could simply be a warp to another location on Earth. He makes his preparations and decides it's time to enter. Wearing a backpack filled with supplies, he steps through. On the other side, he is greeted by a breathtaking landscape and wonders if it is real. The weather feels cold. With no phone signal, he concludes that this must be a remote location, challenging for people to access. He takes out a marker and he begins drawing symbols on the trees. With no way to confirm his location, he concludes that finding proof is essential, and marking his path will help him find his way back. As he ventures deeper into the forest, he complains about how massive it is and hopes for a solution. Suddenly, a pair of eyes watches him from the trees. Something leaps past him, startling him greatly. It turns out to be a valley deer, a name he recognizes immediately. With the appearance of the system window, he realizes that this place isn't Earth. The deer gazes at him for a moment before fleeing. He admits that the intensity of its gaze frightened him, but it doesn't seem aggressive. Still, he hasn't found concrete proof of the apocalypse yet. If it had been stone monkeys or humped boars, the situation would be different, as valley deer never appeared in the game. From that moment on, he has a strong feeling that this space is closely tied to the essence of survival. He pushes the thought aside, wanting to deny that a disaster is approaching for humanity. That hope doesn't last long. Soon they come across a golden tree bearing a sun apple. He plucks it. He figures it should be safe and takes a bite. The status window indicates that his stamina has slightly recovered. A faint golden glow surrounds his body. He realizes that the effect is identical to the sun apple juice sold in the in-game shop and laughs, confirming everything he suspected. As he sits down, he notices traces of goblins nearby and reminds himself to embrace the truth of the situation. He acknowledges that the end is near, and his sense of déjà vu has transformed into certainty. With that, he steps through the portal and begins making preparations. The first thing he does is retrieve the hard drive he had stored away and review his early game footage. He had streamed and recorded everything because he genuinely loved the game, and now he can't believe he has to use it in this way. According to the game data, he knows the exact date the asteroid will strike. Checking the current date, he realizes there are only 32 days left until the apocalypse. Reviewing the footage again, he is reminded of how unfriendly the game was, filled with frustrating mechanics. The most devastating of them all was the Iron Death disease, a phenomenon that caused all metal to crumble. It swept through areas infected with zombie spores approximately 5 hours later. This catastrophe instantly dragged human civilization back to the Stone Age. Although the disease eventually subsided, the duration varied by region, taking anywhere from 6 months to a year to fully diminish. For him, however, the Iron Death disease might be of little significance. Thanks to his private portal trade, he believes, though it's only a hypothesis, that the phenomenon shouldn't be able to pass through the portal. After completing his initial analysis, he uses his savings to purchase every survival supply he can think of, including weapons, food, tools, and medicine. He browses online forums, pondering how everyone can be so carefree despite having status windows just like his, along with everything needed to live independently. When morning arrives, he purchases even more supplies. On his way home, he buys a 60-pound hunting bow. As he walks back, a thought crosses his mind. Perhaps he is overreacting. If nothing happens, it won't matter, and he'll simply spend 2 or 3 years earning the money back. When he gets home, he fully commits to the plan. He puts up a sign announcing that the shop will be temporarily closed for a few months due to remodeling. He remains uncertain if this is the right choice. It's a decision made in the blink of an eye. Mikion calls out to him, asking if he's really shutting the shop down. He reassures her that's not the case. He's just remodeling. She remarks that he must have made a lot of money. He responds that the shop is simply old, but he has something important to take care of. He tells her that if she'll excuse him, he needs to leave. She calls out for him to stop. However, she lacks the courage to finish her thought and instead tells him she'll see him later. He wonders what she meant to say. It was a moment when he could have easily asked. Instead, he chose to remain silent. There were more pressing matters that required his attention. He opened the portal and stepped back inside. He explains that his gameplay style has always been that of a planner, someone who meticulously crafts detailed strategies to overcome challenges. That's why, even among veterans, he fell short in physical skill. The reason for this is simple. In the game, stats are not gained by leveling up, but through the results of hunting and exploration. He sets up a target and draws back the bowstring. He wonders if it will really work. To his surprise, he finds that drawing the bow is much easier than he anticipated. He's watching a YouTube tutorial on how to use a bow, listening closely as the instructor explains the techniques. He prepares himself, recalling the thrill of getting back into the game. He releases his first arrow, striking the target. He's shocked, pondering if he might have been Legolas in a past life, as he can hardly believe he hit it on his first try. However, he quickly realizes he can only draw the string about 5 times at most before it begins to tear into his hands. From today onward, he decides to fully commit to strength training. After completing the basic preparations, he proceeds to the next stage. He has 2 important tasks to address. First, he must determine if he is capable of hunting monsters in his current condition. Next, he needs to construct a hideout to store his supplies. Of course, until the weapons and supplies he ordered arrive, he has no intention of doing anything reckless, such as attempting to overtake a nest or anything of that nature. He picks up another sun apple and reminds himself that preparing for every possible situation is what has allowed him to remain a veteran in the game. He returns to one of the markers and surveys the area, expressing his confidence that it was close by. After some searching, he locates it and returns to the goblin droppings. The reason he deliberately searched for goblin dung is simple. Goblins are creatures that typically live in groups, making the discovery of a single pile quite unusual. The fact that it contains only seeds suggests that the goblin hasn't been eating properly, indicating a high chance it was exiled from its group. That's why he must find it, no matter the cost. Opportunities to test himself in a real fight are rare. As night falls, he hears the distant howling of wolves. He notes that he must be getting closer to the valley. Soon, he spots a goblin near a river and observes that it looks identical to the ones he saw in the game. Goblins primarily wield spears and poison darts. They take pleasure in incapacitating their opponents with poison and then tormenting them. This is precisely why he chose a bow as his first weapon. He reminds himself to stay calm. It's an old goblin, and since it was exiled, it may not be carrying a spear or a poison dart. His hands start to tremble, but he reminds himself that if he stays calm, he can hunt it down. He releases the arrow. The goblin hears the shot, turns, and blocks the attack with its arm, letting out a piercing scream. He claims he was aiming for the head, but he's relieved he managed to hit it at all. Aware that he should press the advantage, he is caught off guard when the goblin throws a rock, knocking the bow from his hands. He claims the goblin must also be a seasoned veteran. He draws his blade, and the goblin brandishes its own crude knife. They charge at each other, their blades clashing in a fierce confrontation. Sunung-ho pulls back before thrusting forward toward the goblin's head, but the goblin ducks under the attack and counters, landing a blow to his leg. Sun-ho grits his teeth and pushes through the pain, determined to overcome the challenges ahead. He tackles the goblin to the ground, raises his knife, and plunges it directly into the goblin's chest. The goblin tries to push him off, but it's too weak to succeed. The light fades from its eyes, and he gains 2 points. Panting heavily, he expresses disbelief that he actually accomplished it. Then, he notices a small pouch on the ground. Inside, he finds guacamole powder and vegetable oil. The game allows players to combine the two to create an ointment, so he decides to give it a try. He reminds himself that he needs to bury the body, not only to prevent other goblins from discovering it, but also to stop it from becoming a bone creeper. He groans, recalling how this situation reminds him of the mines from his past. Gazing at the river, he spots a red trout. Suddenly, something clicks in his mind, and he mutters to himself that this is bad. His body begins to shake as he turns around and locks eyes with a massive creature. The owlbear stares directly at him, and he realizes he's in serious trouble. A flashback unfolds as Sun-ho greets his audience during one of his streams. He announces that he will continue from where he left off after compiling a summary of the monsters that inhabit the forest. However, viewers begin to voice their complaints, saying that it's boring. He responds by saying that he worked hard to prepare the material. A viewer named Bolong Man believes it will be fun. Sun-ho expresses gratitude for the donation. Bolong Man replies that it's nothing, just the money he earned from gluing his eyes to $1,000 that day as his viewing fee. The banter continues as a user named Dog frequently changes his username to match the situation, much to everyone's amusement. Sun-ho explains that in their last discussion about goblins and kobolds, they emphasize the importance of avoiding bone creepers at all costs. He claims that the most dangerous creatures in the forest are werewolves and owlbears. In particular, the presence of an owlbear indicates that the area is home to a unique and formidable creature. The monster ecosystem in the area is well balanced. Reflecting on the past, he recognizes that those were good times. Bolong Man was always enthusiastic, and Batman consistently found a way to relate everything back to Bat. Korean food and Dog's constant name change has always made him laugh. He starts by explaining how to fight an owlbear. He pauses, wondering why he is reflecting on past memories at this moment. Perhaps this is what people mean when they say their life flashes before their eyes. For him, it feels as though his old friends are urging him to snap out of it. He pinches his leg and compels himself to think. Owlbears tear apart anything they encounter when they're hungry. The fact that it's standing there indicates that it isn't hungry. This means there's only one thing that is provoking it. He has invaded the territory where the red trout reside. If that's the case, he needs to find a way out, and only one plan comes to mind. He spreads his legs apart. His mind may still belong to Kimbap, but his body is entirely his own. Still, if he wants to survive, he must go through with this. He shouts, commanding the owlbear to charge. The creature fixates on him. With the head of an owl, its night vision is exceptional, but it is vulnerable to bright light. He memorized its patterns long ago. Now he just needs to execute them as it rushes toward him, and he reminds himself to trust his timing. The only way to achieve a strong light effect in this situation is to... He shines the flashlight directly into the owlbear's eyes. Climbing up its arm, he presses the light right under its beak and turns it on. The owlbear lets out a deafening roar, screaming as it is blinded. The next morning, his alarm begins to ring. He groans, feeling the ache in his entire body. He turns it off, realizing he must have passed out the moment he lay down. As if battling a goblin wasn't challenging enough, he can't believe he also encountered an owlbear, and he truly never wants to face one again. He realizes he hasn't eaten anything since before entering the other world. As he attempts to get up, he trips off the bed and crashes onto the floor. He declares that his legs have no strength left in them. Then, he notices the sun apple inside his bag. He pulls it out and takes a large bite. Thanks to the sun apple's effect, his stamina begins to recover. He remarks that he feels a little more alive now, and that it's time to finally satisfy his hunger. Later, he appears confused. Mick Young explains her presence, stating she came to eat and revealing that this restaurant is her second favorite. He clarifies that he was asking why she is sitting with him, and she responds that it's nice to have a meal buddy. She then asks if he tried the feature she mentioned earlier. He responds by asking if she means the status window. She confirms it and asks if he tried it. He replies that now he understands why she stopped talking that day. She tells him she genuinely believes it's real, noting that cash has gone missing from a convenience store. Sun-ho quickly understands that she is eager to know the truth. He explains that he attempted it, but unfortunately, nothing happened. Given the situation, his actions make complete sense. Not only is his trait not focused on combat, however, his abilities are more suited for solo play than for teamwork. In a world where safety is never guaranteed, revealing his hand would be akin to shouting, "Please come eat me." Mickey Young's persistent inquiries about awakening suggest she may have had an experience of her own. Suddenly, she apologizes, and when he asks her why, she admits to having lied about something. He reassures her that she seems like a good person and that she doesn't need to explain herself right now. There's still time. She can tell him later when she feels ready. After that, he heads home. Upon arrival, he notices packages being delivered in front of his house. He praises the delivery team, calling them absolute legends, and expresses his gratitude for their hard work. What a Chad. He moves everything he'll need later up to the rooftop and the items he needs right away to the second floor. As he prepares, he selects the equipment he will use for today's operation. A gas mask, a fireproof suit, pepper spray, a fire axe, gasoline, a fire extinguisher, plumbing pipes, and a monocular. Today's mission is to tackle the challenges ahead with determination and focus. We will work together to achieve our goals, overcoming obstacles and pushing forward as a united team. Let's stay committed and make the most of this opportunity. He needs to secure a space that can serve as a hideout. No matter what, he must lock one down. Upon entering the other world, he remarks that finding a suitable location was not difficult. He had already noticed a suspicious-looking area while searching for the old goblin. Peering through the bushes, he discovers it once more and declares it absolutely perfect for a hideout. The only problem is that he doesn't know what kind of monster resides within. As he gazes at the cave entrance, he notices footprints and identifies them as belonging to kobolds. This truly brings him joy. His plan proves effective against all low-tier monsters. He checks the wind direction and notes that, since kobolds are nocturnal, they should still be asleep. For them, this plan is nothing short of poison. He gathers firewood and places it in a neat pile. It was near the cave entrance. Then, he pours gasoline over it. As he prepares to light it, some of the kobolds awaken and step outside. They see him. He greets them warmly, before grabbing his axe and charging straight ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, he slashes both of their throats. He even cuts one of their heads clean off. Shocked, he exclaims that he didn't think a one-hit kill was possible for him. His level has increased, and he now has a total of 4 points. He decides to figure out the details later. Right now, he needs to act before the others wake up. He drops his lighter onto the firewood and explains that, in the game, all low-tier monsters share a common weakness: sudden phenomena. Burning them directly is more effective than trying to smoke them out. As the new tenant, this would make cleanup a nightmare. The strategy he chose was straightforward. First, throw them into confusion. They found themselves enveloped in the cool evening air. He expected at least 5 to emerge, as a kobold pack typically consists of 7, and he planned to wipe them out in one sweep. However, only a few appeared, indicating that 3 would remain after these were dealt with. Spotting him, they charged directly toward him. He pulled back his axe and swung, sending one of them flying through the air. The other creature leaps at him from the air, but he is prepared. He sprays it with pepper spray, causing it to scream and writhe on the ground. He finishes the encounter by chopping off its head. As he walks toward the final kobold, he notices the leader cowering in fear, which he finds pathetic. He vows to make good use of its hideout before smashing its brains in. Removing his mask, he remarks on how easily he dealt with them. However, with no stamina left, he feels incredibly exhausted. Just like in the game, the debuff from exhaustion takes effect. The lack of stat points from leveling up makes the situation even more challenging. However, leveling up also unlocks valuable systems. Today's haul is expansive, and more importantly, he now has a safe and secure space that is entirely his. He still needs to clean out the nest first. He begins by preparing the area, noting that the first thing he did was clean. The cave is approximately 15 meters deep, slightly small for a shelter but absolutely filthy. Having just fought an intense battle, the cleaning felt like the hardest work he had ever done. He was genuinely disgusted by the kobold's behavior. Now that he has a safe space in the other world, he can freely utilize the portal's properties. This simplifies everything, as he connects it directly to his bathroom. Despite that, the work is so exhausting that he feels he might pass out. The most surprising discovery he makes while traveling between dimensions is that he can adjust the coordinates for both the real world and the alternate world. This means that objects can interact across the boundaries. Even while straddling the line, he manages to pull a hose from his bathroom directly into the cave and wash it down thoroughly. After cleaning, he remarks that it looks quite decent, though he still needs to scrub out the bloodstains. He poured concrete on the floor to make it easier to store supplies. The mortar will take a few days to cure, and the sandwich panels will require the same amount of time. That's when he notices some stones and recognizes them as luminous stones and ignition stones. These essential starter items make this location a true goldmine. Once construction is complete, he intends to begin mining right away. The following day, with just 29 days left until the apocalypse, his muscles ache violently, and he realizes he must have seriously overdone it. Every part of his body hurts. He looks down at his arm and notices several small wounds, wondering when he acquired them. He decides they're not serious enough to waste a sun apple on. He has other materials on hand, so he decides to make an ointment instead. The process is quite simple. He combines the powder with vegetable oil in a 1-to-1 ratio and stirs it until it thickens. Once the ointment is finished, the status window notifies him that it will slightly heal wounds. He remarks that, for someone with kitchen experience, this process is incredibly easy. He starts applying it to his injuries and observes that it truly feels like it's healing. Even so, he mentions that it would be a bit excessive if it's going to be like this every single time. To improve his stats, he has no choice but to continue his current efforts. However, at this rate, he fears he might not survive long enough to see the disaster unfold. He considers switching to a slingshot, which is smaller than a bow but heavily depends on the terrain. He also contemplates using a gun, as it would enable him to quickly take down a few enemies at the beginning of a fight. Then another thought crosses his mind. There's one detail he recalls that isn't central to the game's story. It's merely background lore, but it could potentially occur in reality as well. Nonetheless, it is not useless information. If the same precursor events from the backstory take place, it could be beneficial in numerous ways, making it worthwhile to explore. After forming a plan, he heads up to the rooftop to prepare for construction. He is genuinely shocked to see that the delivery guy managed to haul all of that equipment up to the rooftop in a single night, calling him the true MVP of the series. Fortunately, all the bags he ordered have arrived, making the work much easier. He then goes down to the first floor to collect the remaining items he ordered. As he prepares to move the packages inside, Mickey Young calls out to him, expressing her happiness at seeing him. He wonders if they have grown closer, noting that she has dropped the formalities. He mentions that he has been seeing her quite often lately. She replies that she has been stopping by every day to enjoy some tteokbokki. He laughs and apologizes, explaining that he's been busy lately remodeling the shop. She remarks that he definitely looks like it. She clarifies that he used to come in for a haircut every 3 months. He looks at his hair and realizes it has grown long enough that he needs to tie it up. She asks if he wants to get a haircut right now. He mentions that he needed one anyway, so it works out, and he tells her he would love to have one. They arrive at her shop where she sits him down and asks how he would like his haircut today. He responds that he wants it all shaved off. She asks why, and he responds that he is seeking a fresh start. She states that if that's the case, she'll make it look as good as possible. He adds that his shoulders seem broader as well. He mentions that he recently started working out and thinks it's beginning to show. She then mentions that she heard something about the status window being connected to survival life. He responds that it's interesting. She adds that awakeners are said to be individuals who have played the game at least once. He asks if that's really true and where she heard it, but before she can respond, the bell rings as someone walks into the shop. A man with a snake tattoo on his arm, named manhwarecap, stands before her. She asks why he's here at this hour, and he replies that he came to share more intel. Sunho remembers having fought this guy in real life. He was extremely loud, and now he wonders if this pushy bastard is truly her source. manhwarecap tells her that someone appears to be trying to monopolize information by deleting all his videos and vanishing. She asks if he's serious. Sunho responds that this sounds familiar. manhwarecap adds that his group is currently trying to determine where the guy lives. She points out that this sounds illegal, while Sunho continues to wonder who they're talking about. manhwarecap states that they are not in a position to be choosy. Catching that Kimbop son of a bitch and forcing him to share information would be for the public good. However, she insists that it's still too much. Sunho realizes that from the very beginning they have been actively hunting him down. manhwarecap suddenly grabs her hand and insists that she needs to join their team. She responds that it's not the right time yet. Sunho interjects, calling the situation ridiculous. He deleted everything out of disillusionment, not a desire to monopolize information. He didn't even have time to consider that. manhwarecap yanks the scissors from her hand and grabs her by the shoulder, calling her frustrating and comparing the situation to playing a game. Sunho responds by calling him disgusting for acting as if he knows everything. manhwarecap snaps back, stating that if that bastard had just uploaded his information, none of this would have been necessary. Sunho questions why manhwarecap is speaking as if he has already caught him. manhwarecap tells her once again that he can't wait much longer. Sunho wonders if the community is truly flooded with bad rumors about him. If that's the case, perhaps he should be the one to explain the information himself. manhwarecap urges her to make a decision. Sunho then steps in. He stated that he doesn't understand what manhwarecap is referring to, but they can discuss it later. manhwarecap demands to know who he thinks he is. Sunho steps close and firmly tells him to leave while he's still being polite, warning him not to face humiliation again like last time. manhwarecap falters, clearly feeling intimidated. He expresses hope that tomorrow will be better. As he walks away, the weight of the day lingers in the air. She lets out a sigh of relief once he's gone. Sunho suggests they exchange numbers just in case, since that guy is trouble. Back at home, he temporarily sets aside construction. After shaving, he turns on his computer and searches for himself on the forum. He discovers that people are desperately trying to identify him in real life, even going so far as to send death threats. Meanwhile, the individual who leaked the crucial intel early is also facing a wave of hate. He notices an ID that resembles the one belonging to the man who was speaking with Mickey Young. Sunho calls him insane, questioning whether he actually went through the effort of creating a verified account just to post this content. The posts are filled with curses aimed at him. There are even claims that he is trying to seduce Mickey Young. Disgusted, Sunho calls him scum and shuts off the computer. He isn't mentally broken. He's just tired of people. Surprisingly, his thoughts seem clearer than ever. He opens the portal and then spends the next 2 days fully immersed in working on the hideout. He mines stone with a pickaxe to relieve stress, mixes mortar with water, and spreads it evenly across the floor. Once the work is complete, he steps outside to let the mortar dry. As he watches the moon rise, a thought occurs to him. An eye for an eye, injustice for injustice. He isn't a hero, nor does he seek a grand mission. In the end, all he needs to do is survive. The moment he turns around after making that resolution, he hears a familiar sound and turns back, hoping he's mistaken. It's a bone creeper, and he curses under his breath, unable to believe that the creature has shown up now, especially when his mood is already at an all-time low. The creature's jaw starts clattering even louder, and the sound intensifies until it culminates in a massive explosion. After the blast, the landscape was forever altered, with debris scattered across the area and a thick cloud of dust hanging in the air. The once familiar surroundings now appeared unrecognizable as the remnants of buildings lay in ruins. Emergency responders rushed to the scene, working tirelessly to assess the damage and assist those in need. Amidst the chaos, the resilience of the community began to shine through as neighbors came together to support one another in the aftermath of the disaster. Sunho is lying on the ground. His body is still and the atmosphere around him is tense. The hand twitches involuntarily, a subtle yet noticeable movement that can indicate a range of emotions or physical responses. He suddenly jolts awake. He feels confused about what happened until a memory surfaces. The bone creeper exploded, but the question remains, how did he survive? He replays everything in his head. By the time he confirmed the bone creeper's appearance, it was already on the verge of exploding. He barely managed to create distance, and that's likely the only reason he's still alive. However, he didn't emerge unscathed. As he examines his arms and shoulders, he sees bone fragments embedded throughout. He opens a status window and begins to review the information displayed. Notices that his level and points have increased. This meant the system acknowledged it as a defeat, just as it would in the game. As he gazes at his stats, his vision blurs for a moment, and he mutters that this isn't good. He quickly opens the portal and makes his way home, beginning treatment immediately. He retrieves the bone fragments. She applies the ointment. After that, he swiftly wraps himself in bandages, but as soon as he finishes, he collapses onto the couch and falls into a deep sleep. He wakes up to the sunlight streaming in and groans, lamenting that at this rate, he's going to die young. He realizes he should have checked if the first aid actually worked before falling asleep. When he checks his status window, he notices that his stats have increased, although they remain lower than his usual baseline. Still, it appears that the treatment was effective, which brings him a sense of relief. He then wonders where the bone creeper appeared from so suddenly. The forest is vast, so it's not unusual for something to appear out of nowhere. He concludes that this means he should raise his perception stat, which will enhance his detection abilities. In the game, players could enhance their stats in two ways. The first method involved repeatedly performing specific actions to gain experience. The second objective was to acquire stat-boosting items. However, the game was incredibly hardcore. To obtain items with desirable stats, players had to defeat monsters that were stronger than themselves, or those linked to special events. Even then, it was purely a matter of random chance. When he farmed the same monsters repeatedly, he almost never received what he was looking for. He remembers that once, after defeating a high-tier monster, he acquired a skill called Wild Instinct. However, it didn't suit him at all. What matters now is figuring out how to obtain items in his current situation. To achieve this, he decides to revisit the background story he recalled earlier. The background story outlines various phenomena that took place before the meteor fell. In other words, if all goes well, there's an opportunity to obtain powerful items before the apocalypse begins. Of course, this only applies if those phenomena actually occur in reality, and if strong monsters appear as well. He reviews the history and carefully rereads the background story. After a thorough examination, he discovers that 3 precursor events are set to take place. The final event involves a Russian ship, while the one preceding it features the Hobgoblins. There is limited information about the Hobgoblin event. However, the initial phenomenon involves the discovery of an orc's corpse on a mountain. He calculates the timing. If he wants to arrive on time, he needs to be there on the morning of the 25th. Since the event takes place in the afternoon of the 26th, he sits up abruptly, declaring that he needs to prepare right away. At that moment, Mikiyoung calls him, and he wonders why she is reaching out at this hour. They meet at a cafe where she asks if he's okay, and he questions why she's concerned. She explains that it's due to his expression and the fact that he's wearing long sleeves and pants. He responds that he isn't really bothered by the heat, but he concedes that it's impressive how perceptive she is, joking that a woman's intuition can be quite frightening. She wonders if it could be due to his haircut being interrupted. He replies that it's not that either. She lets out a sigh of relief and confesses that she was quite scared. Sunho laughs and admits that it's true he hates that bastard. Last winter, the man stirred up trouble after illegally modifying his truck and picking fights with elderly individuals who appeared vulnerable. He referred to him as a complete jerk. She is shocked and says she had no idea he was that kind of person. Sunho explains that she wouldn't know as it always happened early in the morning. He asks her to get to the point and wonders why she called him. She replies that, if it's all right, she needs his attention for a moment. Leaning in, she whispers that she's awakened. He wonders why she is sharing this with him. Decides to play along, claiming she's jealous because he hasn't awakened yet. She apologizes, expressing that she feels bad about lying. He reassures her that it's fine, explaining that he never misunderstood her because he knows what kind of person she truly is. He expresses his gratitude for her consistent communication and for sharing information with him. Thanks to her, he feels a little better, even if it's hard to put into words. He admits that he's been on edge due to the remodeling, but he's grateful he took the time to talk to her. With that, he tells her he plans to focus on studying survival skills for now. He assures her that he will see her next time. He reflects on how valuable it is to meet people of good character, noting that talking to her genuinely lifts his spirits. After that, he goes online and purchases a drone to survey the forest. They also rented a car for the trip. He lies down, expressing his desire to get some proper sleep so he can be in peak condition. The next day, as soon as dawn breaks, he starts gathering materials to hunt the orc. Crushing ignition stone requires a great deal of caution. If struck improperly, sparks will fly out. Next, we have the luminous stone. It releases an intense light that stings his eyes, even through a welding mask. However, it's reliable, so he endures the discomfort. After finishing the basic setup for capturing an orc, mixes sugar, gasoline, and various organic solvents with a hardening agent, blending them with powdered ignition stone and resin. He leaves the finished product on a desk inside his shelter and then returns to reality. He checks the rental car storage and finds the vehicle he reserved waiting for him. Renting a car was a great idea because it provided the freedom to explore at our own pace. He loads all his equipment into the vehicle. Sitting in the driver's seat, he says it's time to go hunt an orc. Before midnight, he finally reaches the campground parking lot. He spends the remaining time engaged in image training, and he is checking his gear. As the next day begins, it's time for the full-scale search. After extensive planning and preparation, the team mobilizes to cover every possible area. They coordinate their efforts, ensuring that no stone is left unturned in their quest for answers. After 2 hours of climbing the mountain and scouting the area, the rain begins to fall more heavily. Thick mist rolls in, severely limiting visibility. He wonders where the orcs are meant to appear. He surveys the campground and concludes that, as expected, the precursor phenomenon is simply not occurring. Then he hears it, an orc screaming. He turns, realizing that the phenomenon has truly begun. Unlike the orcs in the game, this one is a red orc, which means it will drop a skill. He reminds himself to stay calm as he lights a flare. If he follows his plan, he knows he can take it down. The strategy he devised is straightforward. First, he uses the orc's aggression was intended to draw its attention. When the orc becomes fixated on the task at hand, his determination intensifies, driving him to push through any obstacles in his path. He will seize the moment when its movement halts to rush in and attack. He opens his portal and steps through, entering a world filled with vibrant colors and strange landscapes. The air buzzes with energy, and he feels a sense of adventure wash over him. As he explores this new realm, he encounters creatures both wondrous and bizarre, each one more intriguing than the last. The possibilities seem endless, and he knows that this journey will change him forever. He slides underneath it, reaching beneath his coat. As his head passes through the portal, he pulls out a homemade flashbang and detonates it. The blinding light completely overwhelms the orc, who remains safely inside the portal. He estimates it will take about 20 seconds for the orc's vision to return. From that moment on, it becomes a race against time as he lights the fuse of another item within the portal world. His first objective is to stab the orc in the side while it's disoriented, restricting its movement. He accomplishes this with precision. The orc screams and swings wildly in his direction. He ducks under the attack and drives his blade into the Achilles tendon. The orc howls in pain and collapses to its knees. Now that the orc is at eye level, it's time for the final step. He reaches into the portal and pulls out the fuse he ignited earlier, insisting that he needs to shove it straight into its mouth. As he does, a massive explosion occurs, sending him flying backward. He claims that even an orc shouldn't be able to survive that, yet it hits him anyway, sending him tumbling across the ground. He can't believe he let his guard down so foolishly. He looks up and sees the orc engulfed in flames, but his vision begins to blur and he wonders if this is how he will die. Then he hears the level up sound. His level increases by 3, he gains 10 points, and he acquires the skill Will to survive. He mutters that he's truly not cut out for this kind of thing. He looks around, wondering where the drops have gone. He spots something and equips it a watch that grants a +2 to perception. He mentions that it was hard to find due to the rain, which was frustrating. Although the watch is slightly deformed, the perception bonus makes it worthwhile. Now he is uncertain about what to do with the orc's body. The incident is definitely under embargo, but sharing this information feels like the right decision. He remains skeptical. If Mick Young's earlier statement holds any weight, at least several thousand people have already awakened. Even if only a small portion of them are individuals like Inhok, that is more than enough to undermine systems and laws for personal gain, leading to riots. The biggest problem is that if he leaves the orc here, it will transform into a bone creeper and begin harming people as soon as tomorrow. He pauses, contemplating why he never considered the possibility that he himself might not become a zombie. Even as an awakened, there's no guarantee he wouldn't succumb if infected by the spores. He grapples with what the right choice is and finds himself unable to make a decision on the spot. One thing is certain: even for the few who will survive, the world must come to an orderly conclusion. He begins to dig a hole, wondered how deep it needed to be. He also notes that if his body were in better condition, this would be much easier. Due to his exhaustion, his will to survive activates, dramatically increasing his combat abilities, stamina regeneration, health regeneration, and perception. He says he needs to finish this quickly, so he has no choice but to move as fast as he can. At first glance, the skill appears to be incredibly overpowered. However, once the effect wears off, he immediately steps into the portal. He rushes to his car and drives off, acknowledging that his body will need time to recover before it can move properly again. When he finally arrives home, he looks up at the sky, hoping everything is worked out. According to the plan, he should have already begun constructing the defensive line, but at least the remnants of the orcs have been eliminated. By now, it's too late to start anything else today. He wonders if he should check the community and take a look at the items he collected earlier. He opens a box and discovers a large assortment of weapons and tools, feeling a surge of excitement. In reality, he can currently only use them as improvised Indian war clubs, but since they are functional, it's not a bad situation. However, he notices that a few items are missing and wonders what could have happened. As he digs deeper into the box, he discovers a note explaining that they were unable to get through customs. There's a knock at the door. He assumes it's another delivery and instructs them to leave it there. The knocking persists, leaving him to wonder why they continue to knock. He asks if they didn't hear him, and he opens the door, only to find Mickey Young standing there. She apologizes, mentioning that it's been a while since they last met and expressing her desire to talk to him today. If he agrees, she also brought some food so they could share a meal together. A little later, she is about to take a seat. He expresses his disbelief that she is actually in his house. While it may seem unbelievable, he wonders if this could be a sign that they are getting closer. She urges him to hurry up and eat, and he responds, "Of course," before inquiring about what she wanted to discuss. She mentions that since he brought up studying the game last time, she thought they could exchange information. He reflects that with the apocalypse looming, it's odd he even entertained the idea of getting closer. However, sharing information with her is the right thing to do. In an apocalypse, having good people around you is essential. After they finish eating, she says she will quickly take out the trash, while he mentions that he will get a few things ready. While she's away, he pulls out his laptop and deletes his search history. There's no better way to share information while concealing the fact that he's awakened than through the community. He begins with a thorough explanation of the disease. He explains that moving in groups of 6 or more raises the likelihood of being detected by zombies and monsters. Perception stats are crucial for survival. She asks if that means perception is the most important stat compared to the others. He confirms that's correct, emphasizing that it's a survival game. He then tells her that he will show her what he discovered next. She notes that, just as he mentioned, it appears Inhok was correct, and Kimbop is receiving a significant amount of hate. He agrees, stating that he can see it as well. She asks why he believes Kimbop isn't sharing information. Sun Ho replies that he's not sure, as he's never played the game. She responds that she honestly understands it. Everyone has their own reasons and circumstances that resonate with them. She brings up Inhok once more and reveals that she turned down his offer. Sun Ho asks her why, and she hands him her phone. He listens to a recording of their conversation about her. Sun Ho becomes furious, realizing that when a real catastrophe strikes and the rule of law collapses, many people will show their true colors, making it impossible to trust anyone. She then asks him about his own trustworthiness. She then expresses her desire to form a party with him. He's left speechless and unable to find the words to express his feelings. He admits that he struggles to respond easily. One of his goals is to reach level 10 before the tutorial ends, in order to unlock the shop. And that's where the problem lies. The game's system scales monster tiers according to the player's level. This meant that if she traveled with him, she would almost certainly face a meaningless death. He tells her he appreciates the offer, but adds that he might turn into a zombie. She responds that she thinks it would still be fine. To demonstrate this, she teleports to the other side of the house. She explains that her trait is called Blink, allowing her to dodge before he even attempts to bite her. He tells her that it's not something she should share with others. She replies that she showed it to him because he is special to her, and it also serves as a sign of trust. Even if they can't be a part of the group, she wants them to cooperate, at least until they both survive without turning into zombies. Back in the other world, Sun-ho remarks that building the fence wasn't difficult. He begins by driving the support posts into the ground. Then he wraps the barbed wire around them once or twice and secures it firmly. After that, he installs infrared sensors in several locations. Once everything is complete, he remarks that it looks impressive and deserves at least more than 1 point in the handiwork skill. With the mortar work finished and the defensive line complete, it's time to move the packages inside. He finishes moving everything and states that once he dividing the interior with sandwich panels will bring the internal setup nearly to completion. He suddenly lets out a nasty sneeze and mutters, "Blow your damn nose." He remarks that, as expected, this world feels cold, reminiscent of late autumn. Since he will soon have to sleep here, he needs to prepare for that as well. While he's at it, he should consider building a proper door at the entrance instead of using blackout curtains. He laughs at himself, noting that it feels like his to-do list just keeps getting longer. He stops by a nearby carpentry workshop to request custom work and purchase various items. On his way back, he walked for 5 hours as part of his pre-deceased checklist, marking locations he would need to loot later. He mentally made a list, planning to visit the hardware store first, followed by the pharmacy, and then the motorcycle shop. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Sun-ho recognized the voice and called out to the man, Hong-jun. He is a gym owner, divorced, and has a young daughter. His nickname is Protein Master. Sun-ho inquires if something is wrong, noting that Hun-jun looks terrible. Hun-jun responds that he has a lot on his plate and then asks Sun-ho if he has started working out again. He observes that the muscle memory Sun-ho developed earlier seems to be returning. Sun-ho explains that he has been using his body extensively lately due to the remodeling, and he asks what's going on with him. Hun-jun replies that he believes the world is actually ending. Sun-ho asks if he heard that too, and Hun-jun confirms, explaining that one of his gym members mentions status windows and zombies. When asked if he believed it, Sun-ho admits he's not sure. Hun-jun shares that he didn't believe it at first either, but then the man told him to watch closely and began to levitate. Sun-ho asked if it was really real. Hun-jun claims he witnessed it with his own eyes, insisting it was definitely a superpower. Sun-ho responds that he hasn't awakened yet, to which Hun-jun replies that he hasn't either. Hun-jun mentions that the guy told him he was heading to a broadcasting station to make it big. Sun-ho then asks how he arrived at that conclusion. Hun-jun claims he has no idea, yet the guy already has a meeting scheduled. Sun-ho sits down beside him and asks if awakened individuals will soon be revealed to the general public. Hun-jun responds that there's something even more astonishing. Sun-ho asks what happened, and Hun-jun replies that it was a shootout. Sun-ho asks what Hun-jun means by a shootout. Hun-jun then questions whether Sun-ho really didn't watch the news that morning. Sun-ho explains that he was busy. Hun-jun responds that this makes sense and advises him to check the board. It turns out that someone reported witnessing a shootout. However, afterward, the media was entirely controlled and all related content was deleted. Sun-ho exclaims that it's insane. Hun-jun adds that he personally witnessed the news being deleted in real time. Sun-ho asks where the follow-up reporting is. Hun-jun responds that the report is still being prepared and will be ready soon. News reports indicated that a shooting incident was caused by a deserter, but the truth remains uncertain. This situation typically wouldn't warrant breaking news. However, the military and police have sealed off the entire area, indicating that something is being concealed. Sun-ho suddenly stands up. He says he just remembered something he needs to do and promises to visit next time. Hun-jun responds that if he wants to hear the rest, he should bring powder on his next visit. After returning home, Sun-ho takes a considerable amount of time to organize his thoughts. The shootout occurred the day after the Orc incident concluded, and the flawlessly coordinated media response indicates that the government was already aware of the situation. But how? It's hardly possible. Everyone should be aware of the precise timing of the first event. He buried the Orc in another dimension because he sought a controlled apocalypse. Suddenly, a shootout erupted out of nowhere. It may seem like excessive speculation, but what if someone shared information with the government early on and planned to take action beginning with the first event? What if that person, unlike him, lacked an offensive trait and therefore never stepped onto the front line? He can't be certain who it is. What he knows for certain is someone is pulling the strings behind the government. Sun Ho focuses on the game's creator and 3 experienced players. He doesn't need to think for long before ruling out the creator, even though he doesn't understand how it could have happened. The emergence of the game as a reality suggests that those who created the world and the system are likely the true villains. Furthermore, if the creator had government backing, they would never have allowed him to kill an orc. At this point, the 3 veterans he played with are the most likely suspects. He wonders if this is survivor number 1. If his theory is correct, he won't need to share information with the government directly. He says that people behave differently in games than in real life. In real life, he wonders if the real survivor would be the same person he once knew. However, he does miss his friends and decides to trust them for the time being. Sharing information wouldn't necessarily prevent a catastrophe. 2 days later, he has real bunker doors installed, and a large stockpile of food was prepared. He has constructed a food storage area and an armory, and is now waiting for the generator. In Phase 2, he plans to install steel logistics trays and use a hammer drill to create holes through the wall. However, there was much less space than he anticipated. The basement waterproofing is complete, as he worked on it gradually. However, he cannot store anything down there until it fully cures. He will need to determine the rest during the Phase 2 construction. There is still something important that needs to be done. He launches the drone and remarks that while he knew the area was large, its scale is comparable to that of the Amazon. Drones are incredibly powerful. There's no risk of ambush while exploring. Real-time mapping is simple, and it's truly the greatest of all time. After taking a moment to admire it, he establishes the shelter as the central point and begins a full-scale exploration of the terrain. He discovers that there are perpetual snowfields in the northwest, and an ocean lies to the south. The ocean is free of monsters and teeming with prey, making it the ideal spot for him to set up fish traps. After finishing his terrain scouting, he examines the valley to study the ecosystems surrounding the shelter. Thankfully, there are no more owlbears. He spots the location where he first encountered the owlbear, but the corpse is gone. He wonders if the owlbear consumed it, since the bone creeper he saw wasn't a goblin. Given the footprints, it's too soon to reach any conclusions. Some of the tracks belong to goblins, which adds to the suspicion surrounding the situation. The distance between the valley and the shelter is approximately 1.5 kilometers. This could indicate that the shelter is more dangerous than he initially believed. Concluding that goblins are nearby, he presses the return home button, knowing he can't afford to lose his golden treasure. After the return flight, he unfolds the map and marks the locations of the animals. He describes this as a rough map of the area surrounding his base. Now he must inspect each area personally, as this is the only way to obtain detailed information. Beginning in the swamp, he intends to explore the possibility of farming. His phone suddenly begins to ring. He recognizes it as the infrared detectors outside. He remarks, "Speak of the devil," as he examines a cluster of goblin tracks, commenting that they have no manners. It appears to be a small group, likely consisting of 6 to 8 individuals out hunting. They approached him on foot. He wonders if his heightened perception is the cause. Since every sound feels louder than usual, he was able to detect them while remaining hidden. They seem to be fighting over food, and there is a leader among them. Sun Ho states that this is the perfect angle for an ambush. He draws his bow and releases his first arrow, hitting the leader directly in the forehead and eliminating it immediately. The remaining goblins are in a state of panic. They start screaming. Amid the chaos, Sun Ho seizes the moment to fire once more, taking down another target. The others turn and charge toward the source of the arrow. As they approach the bushes, he readies his fire axe and swings, slicing through one of their throats and killing it instantly. Leaving the axe lodged in its neck, he draws his blade and swiftly finishes off another foe. He then pulls out a machete and notices that there are 4 left. He asks them what their plans are. They respond by firing poison darts. However, the darts bounce off his armor. He comments that it's rude to interrupt someone while they're speaking. 3 of them rush toward him but hold back from attacking. Instead, they surround him. He realizes that melee combat must be their last resort since the poison didn't work, and that's just perfect for him. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small, crumpled piece of paper. Something is thrown onto the ground. A blinding light flashes. This caused all of them to drop to their knees, coughing and spitting. He confirms that the status effect took hold as intended. Now it's time to finish it. In an instant, he swiftly decapitates all 4 of them with lightning speed. He levels up to level 4 and earns 16 points. He claims he only attempted it because they were weakened by confusion. Yet, he remains surprised that it actually worked. A little later, Sun Ho remarks that this is exhausting. He finds it amusing that his will to survive skill didn't activate during combat. Instead, it triggered while he was digging. He observes just how absurdly efficient the skill truly is. Despite that, the activation was not in vain. Unlike with the orc, his health only decreased slightly, allowing him to confirm that the recoil isn't severe. He finishes burying all the corpses and says he should check his loot, and he searches for some fruit to restore his health and remarks that he has never seen it before, except when it was ground into powder. The significant amount of vegetable oils suggests there may be a nearby location where it can be harvested. He decides to check the boss's pouch and discovers he is shocked by what he discovers. A toad appeared. He wonders why it would be carrying a living one instead of a dead one. He sniffs it and says he can. The scent of the green liquid oozing from it revealed its nature. This is the paralysis poison that goblins use. He insists that he must raise it. More than anything, it's adorable. Being able to extract paralysis poison means he'll have opportunities to increase his poison resistance, which will also make hunting easier. He names a Jadak and promises to provide it with plenty of food. A status window appears indicating that he has named the toad. Because of its dormant state, he has successfully forced an emotional connection with it, and it is now regarded as his possession. He describes this as insane, stating that he doesn't recall anything like this ever existing in the game. He suggests that it could be a hidden gimmick, added because this is reality now, similar to his portal gate. Perhaps there was an update while he was logged out. However, that doesn't make sense, as it's unlikely anyone would update the game just before shutting down the servers. He reminds himself to stop dwelling on it for now and to keep exploring. He moves back and forth through the gate, reorganizing. He finally heads out to explore the surroundings. He discovers a spring that the drone couldn't detect and remarks that it's truly beautiful. He scoops up some water with a ladle, expressing his concern, but it turns out to be just regular water. This solves the problem of finding drinking water nearby, enabling him to avoid relying on the swamp. As he anticipated, he discovers other items, including vegetable oil and the fruit he found earlier. He gathers all the fruit and collects a sufficient amount of vegetable oil, but deliberately leaves a significant portion behind to ensure he remembers the route to this location. He places markers all around. Then, they head back. The next day, we hear him cheering Jadak on. He tells it to open its mouth as he feeds it. Jadak munches contentedly. Sun Ho announces that he has decided to raise it to the second floor for now. Toads thrive in environments with temperatures ranging from 18 to 25 degrees Celsius. If he left it in the hideout without proper heating, it would likely die. Jadak spits some poison into a cup, and Sun Ho calls it cute. He mentions that, in addition to taking care of Jadak, he has many other responsibilities to attend to. Among them, the task that took the longest was preparing the ointment. No matter how he views the situation, he earned far too much. He can't give it to Mick-young, who hasn't awakened, and he feels uncertain about what to do with it. After some consideration, he decides to share some with Hun-jun. We see Hun-jun downing a protein shake. As expected, the ones made by Sun Ho are the best. Sun Ho laughs and acknowledges that he's a little late. Hun-jun reassures him that it's fine, admitting he actually expected him the following day and felt a bit disappointed. Sun Ho mentions that, even though he's late, he didn't arrive empty-handed. Hun-jun laughs, saying he didn't expect an entire container of protein. He then asks what the ointment is for. Sun Ho replies that he bought too much, and explains that it's good for treating wounds. Hun-jun questions whether he's involved in some MLM nonsense, to which Sun Ho confidently replies, "Of course not." Hun-jun expresses his gratitude for also receiving information related to the game. Sun Ho expresses that he is the one who should be grateful. If it weren't for Hun-jun, he would never have learned about the shooting incident. He comments that the gym is unusually quiet. Hun-jun explains that everyone has gone to make plans. Sun Ho asks for clarification on what he means. Hun-jun mentions that the person who went to the broadcasting station seems to have they spread information to the members before leaving. At their request, they chose to use the gym as their base. Sun Ho asks how many people will be staying there, and Hun-jun replies that it will be 20. Sun Ho questions whether he read the information correctly, noting that having more than 6 people is dangerous. Hun-jun responds that they have no choice, they must try. They're all members, and he can't abandon them. Sun Ho comments that, as expected, Hun-jun is loyal. Hun-jun asks Sun Ho what his plans are. Sun Ho replies that he will think about it further. Hun-jun tells him that, as a non-awakened, if he doesn't have anywhere else to go, he is welcome to come here. Suddenly, they hear a scream outside. Sun Ho is the first to react, urging Hun-jun to let him take a look. He opens the window and gazes down, shocked by what he sees. Mickey lies there in disbelief. She slowly opens her eyes, and Sun Ho asks if she is awake. She asks why he's there, and he replies that it's the same question he wants to ask her. He then inquires if she remembers anything. She says she doesn't remember clearly, only that someone suddenly attacked her. Jun becomes angry and tells Sunho to stay with her. Sunho suggests they should sort things out first. We also learn that Mikyong used to go to the gym with Sunho. Meanwhile, Jun states that he'll check the surrounding area. While Sunho is frustrated, he asks Mikyong if she remembers anything about her attacker. She replies that she doesn't. Everything suddenly went dark. She understands that the explanation may sound strange, but it wasn't as if someone covered her eyes. It simply went dark. Sunho becomes frustrated and asks if they have already started moving. He tells her that if anything like this happens again, she must use Blink immediately. She then asks if he knows something. He tells her that she must use it. He will also send her self-defense equipment and emphasizes the importance of carrying it at all times. From now on, she needs to be extremely careful. Sunho explains that for a long time, there has been a famous meme stating that if 5 people gather, one of them is bound to be trash. Trolls exist everywhere, especially in games where the only interface consists of patch notes. In those environments, the situation was even worse. Trolls would infiltrate teams while pretending to be regular users. Then, they lure parties into monster-infested areas and eliminate them. They approach newcomers with kindness, then eliminate them and take their belongings. They also engaged in various strange actions, such as deliberately instigating conflicts between parties to provoke them into fighting each other. When you factor in the number of trolls alongside the game's existing unpopularity, they played a major role in its complete failure. One reason the number of users dropped to 4 was that the remaining player severely disciplined the few trolls who remain. If it seems sudden that he's explaining all this, it's because now is the perfect time for trolls to run wild. He explains this to someone while summarizing the information he has gathered so far. Following the shootout, the Awakener communities became integrated. They were no longer just sharing information. They were also devising schemes. People were even selling his videos. He immediately recognizes one of them. It was confirmed that Bastard was indeed a troll named Dao Jasim. The man claims to have footage of Sunho carrying him, but Sunho insists he never carried anyone. He suspects that the man is likely trying to bait people with spliced footage. Although he admits it's oddly impressive, he wonders how someone could even come up with such nonsense. He concludes that the only way to combat individuals like this is to stand firm and unite with others who share the same values to extend his training duration. For 13 days, during his free time, he diligently studied weapon usage and real combat techniques on YouTube. So far, everything he has encountered has revolved around battling monsters, including defending the hideout. Many weapons and strategies have completely overlooked the impact of the disease. Starting today, he will begin a new chapter in his life by choosing a primary weapon that remains effective even if the disease spreads. A versatile solution designed for both anti-personnel combat and monster extermination. He begins sorting through his equipment and quickly realizes that, considering all the conditions, there are almost no weapons he can realistically use. He decides to test the slingshot first, given its high utility in various situations. Taking aim at a target, he fires. However, the projectile merely bounces off the side. He observes that the beads lack significant power. Eventually, the only option left is the Indian War Club. Once the disease is considered, the logic becomes clear. The simplest method for dealing with zombies is to crush the spores embedded in their skulls using a blunt weapon. The first item he plans to purchase from the level 10 shop is a blunt weapon called the Ebonywood Club, so he needs to increase his proficiency. However, he is unsure of its effectiveness against people, adding to the uncertainty of the situation. If he encounters a psychic awakener, he wouldn't even be able to lift a finger. Despite this, he remains determined, knowing that every challenge presents an opportunity for growth. In survival life, taking a human life earns you 50 points. He closes his eyes and begins imagery training, recalling the details of the murderer system. Players registered as murderers were compelled to engage in death matches with nearby users. While this system prevented abuse, many individuals still killed others for points, despite the associated demerits. He tells himself that people like that deserve no mercy. He snaps out of it, panting as he gazes at the training dummy. Even so, he decides it's best to avoid those encounters until he has finished farming for items and skills. While he's at it, he plans to completely dismantle the store and install the detector on the second floor. Suddenly, he hears howling and wonders why a wolf is making its presence known at this hour. After he considers the possibility that someone may have been injured near his hideout. A little later, dressed in protective gear, he approaches and sees that the wolf is large enough to ride. It's a gray wolf. Its breathing has ceased. More importantly, it died near his hideout. He isn't sure if it was a stray wolf or one that had come down after being attacked. He examines the injuries closely, hoping to gain a better understanding of the situation. He does gain insight, but suddenly, something leaps out from the bushes behind him and strikes his back. He quickly realizes what has attacked him is the wolf's cub. He is unsure of what to do. He can't forcibly separate a cub that is behaving like this. However, he still needs to bury his mother quickly. If the wolf was a monster, it would become a bone creeper. If not, it could attract other monsters. He digs a massive hole and peers down into it, joking that he can almost see China. The cub reminds him of his younger self. He is reminded of his childhood dog, Munchie. He picks up the cub, he lets it bite his neck, and tells it that it needs to listen carefully. He explains that its mother will be sleeping nearby. He promises to build a small dog door in the hideout, so it can visit whenever it misses her. He also promises to ensure that it doesn't starve until it is fully grown. In return, the cub will assist him with its keen sense of smell. He waves a treat after giving the cub a bite and asks whether it will come with him or not. The cub gets excited, prompting Sun Hongo to conclude that it must be a yes. He names it Dingo and says that he will be counting on it. A status window appears, indicating that he has successfully named his character. The wolf communicated with it. The wolf is now regarded as his property. Later, Sun Hongo simply states that his child is a genius. He instructs Dingo to repeat the actions, just as he had taught him. He trains the animal to shake hands, turn around, lie down, and remain silent. Then, he tells Dingo to wait and backs away before pulling out a treat. He throws it into the air and tells Dingo to jump. Dingo leaps onto a nearby box, jumps off, and catches the bone mid-air. Sun Hongo suggests that it must be a creature from another world. It's also exceptional at scent tracking, and he describes it as the best blessing he's received so far. He picks it up and kisses it, remarking that at this rate, it will grow too big for that. He receives a phone call from Hyunjin, prompting Sun Hongo to remark that it's unusual for him to call first. Hyunjin advises him to look up levitation online. When Sun Hongo arrives, he sees the man Hyunjin mentioned conducting a live demonstration for the audience. The article climbs to number 1, and the comments are filled with people questioning whether it's real. Honko states that many of the comments come from ordinary people who are not involved in the situation. However, some awakened individuals are calling the man a smooth brain for revealing his trait to everyone. Sun Hongo finds it hilarious that people curse others for their misfortunes, believing it reveals more about the cursor than the cursed. They don't share information, yet they become angry when the information they possess is spread. He still wonders how the government will respond to this situation. It appears that some individuals are trying to use shock tactics and superpowers as justification for holding rallies. He decides not to delve too deeply into it, knowing that once the second event occurs regarding the Hobgoblin incident, he will naturally be able to discern the government's stance and direction. For now, he needs to make better use of his time. He apologizes to Dingo, stating that starting today they must begin their exploration immediately. Thorough preparation is the only answer for him right now. Sun Hongo asks Dingo if he's ready. Dingo wags his tail and barks, clearly showing that he understands. Sun Hongo explains that among all the things he could do, the reason he chose interdimensional exploration is straightforward. First, he needs to get ready for the upcoming Hobgoblin event. To achieve this, Dingo must effectively imprint the scent of goblins. He guides Dingo to a hiding spot using scent, and Sun Hongo remarks that it's better than he anticipated. Next, he needs to determine whether Dingo can stay calm during live combat, while he also follows commands, sending Dingo forward. Dingo immediately dashes after a rabbit. Sun Hongo is currently trying to confirm whether hunting is possible in the other world as well. Dingo successfully catches the rabbit. Sun Hongo approaches, noting that last time it escaped, preventing him from properly examining it. Based on the size and claws of the animal, the creatures here are certainly stronger than those on Earth. After that, he continues his exploration. A question keeps running through his mind. What would Dingo's intelligence stat be? They make their way toward the valley, and at that moment, his health increases by 1. He feels a bit surprised, considering his health stat used to be 170 when he was Kimbap. He is growing faster than he expected. Dingo starts panting. Sun Hongo quickly rushes over with a bottle of water, reminding him that he shouldn't wander alone in the forest. He realizes that the burning sensation must because Dingo ate something. He recognizes it as a bull pepper. He tells Dingo that he did a great job and promises to give him plenty of treats later. With the harvest complete, they move on to their final hunt near the river. Sun Hongo asks Dingo if he detects any scents or presences. Dingo shakes his head, indicating that he does not. Sun Hongo explains that red trout aren't classified as monsters, so they don't yield points or items. However, for a curious and growing Dingo, the experience itself is invaluable. Sun Hongo makes a decisive spear tackle. They announce that preparations for Phase 2 of the construction are now complete, and it's time to head home. The next day, a sign is loaded into the back of a truck. A construction worker comments that this wraps up the demolition and asks Sun Hongo to reach out if any repair issues arise. Sun Hongo expresses his gratitude for the hard work put in that morning. He looks back at his shop and reflects on how hard it hits him now that it has been taken down. He walks inside stating that it was a necessary decision. If someone is fortunate enough to avoid turning into a zombie, then looting shops will become commonplace. The same applies to him. If he survives, he'll scavenge as well. He has no right to complain. Still, he says he should at least clean up. Hyunjin walks in and comments that he guesses everyone is thinking the same thing, since he left only the bare minimum of equipment yesterday. Sun Hongo asks why he is here. Hyunjin flicks his forehead and mentions that Sun Hong left him on read yesterday, prompting him to come and check if he was dead or alive. Dingo begins barking at him. Hyunjin asks if Sun Hong has always had a husky. Sun Hong replies that his previous dog passed away a long time ago. Dingo is a new pet that Hyunjin brought home, and he describes Dingo as adorable. Sun Hong still wonders what he's truly doing here. Hyunjin reiterates that he came out of concern for Sun Hong's well-being, wanting to know if he was alive. Sun Hong asks if that's really everything. Hyunjin replies that it isn't. He also discovered who the people who attacked Mikyung. A little later, they sit down, and Sun Hong asks if he states that the party Cole formed by Jun was targeting Mikyung. Hyunjin confirms this and adds that Inhak is also part of that group. He then points to the mountain behind them, explaining that their hideout is supposedly located there. Sun Hong asks how he came to figure all of this out. Hyunjin explains that everything just lined up perfectly. Sun Hong then asks him to elaborate. Hyunjin mentions that he simply asked the guy who can levitate, Jin Sung, just in case. Jin Sung informed him that he had previously met with Cole Jun's group. However, they all appear to be untrustworthy individuals, and their conflicting personalities led him to decline their offer. Following Mikyung's incident, the female members began expressing their desire to leave the party. When Hyunjin inquired about what had happened, they all revealed that they had received offers from Awakener parties. He asks Sun Hong if it makes sense now. Sun Hong replies that it does. Unlike Mikyung, they must have been deceived into joining. Hyunjin announces that their party has dwindled to just 4 members. Sun Hong is taken aback, realizing that there were 20 just a few days ago. Hyunjin admits he can't claim to be uninformed. In truth, his own party consists of only 2 Awakeners. Sun Hong remarks on the irony of having done them a favor, only to receive this outcome. Hyunjin responds that this is simply how things are. People tend to look out for themselves. More importantly, Hyunjin expresses concern for someone named Jun and contemplates whether he should reach out to his ex-wife. Sunung-ha acknowledges that he forgot Hyunjin's situation is different from his own. This is why he needs to consider whether his thinking is truly accurate. He expresses his curiosity and asks what he would do if people started threatening him once the apocalypse arrives. Hyunjin responds that they would have to kill him. His principle is to avoid harming others, which is a given. However, in a disaster where the rule of law has collapsed, absolute evil holds no value in being preserved. He also notes that it's unusual for Sun Ho to make such a request. Sun Wung Ho mentions that it just sort of came up. Suddenly, Sun Ho's phone begins to ring frantically, blaring a help alarm. Hyunjin admits that it scared him to death. He recognizes the sound as a lost child's help alert. Sun Ho glances at his phone and tells Hyunjin to watch Dingo for a moment. Mikyung was the one who pressed the button. We see In-hak and his group intimidating her. She claims she refused them, yet they continue to follow her, questioning why they are doing this. In-hak urges her to reconsider. Then, another man steps forward, asserting that he will handle it in his own way. It's Cole Jun, along with another guy whose name isn't remembered, so he's simply referred to as Skinny. Skinny mentions that this is a redevelopment area, which means no one is likely to come. Cole Jun tells her to stop wasting her energy and reminds her not to forget that they have traits as well. Sun Ho hides nearby, armed and ready, as Cole Jun announces that he will count to 3. As he begins to count, Sun Ho loads his slingshot and prepares for his shot. He pulls it back just before the 3-point line and fires. The shot flies straight and makes contact. Cole was hit in the shoulder, causing him to drop his bat. In-hak and Skinny turn, curious about who has arrived. Sun-ho charges in, demanding to know why she would ever respond to them in the first place. He swings upward, striking In-hak's chin and sending him flying backward. Turning to Skinny, Sun-ho notices a purple aura surrounding his hand. Realizing this must be his trait, he deduces that since the color is black, it must be the one that blocked Mik-young's vision. With that understanding, he strikes Skinny on the back of the head with a club, sending him crashing into a wall. Sun-ho begins to pant, and Mik-young shouts back, warning him to watch out. Jun leaps at him from behind in a sudden surprise attack. Sun-ho narrowly dodges, but the impact cracks his helmet. He's astonished by the sheer power it possessed, even though it only barely grazed him. Jun recognizes him and declares that he's going to make him pay today. Sun-ho can't believe it, stating that their traits are far too overpowered at this early stage. Jun instructs his men to prepare as they are going all out. In-hak agrees and starts unleashing bolts of lightning as he walks toward Sun-ho, declaring that this is what he deserves. Sun-ho hesitates, contemplating his options and whether he truly must use the dimensional gate. In-hak rushes in. Dingo does as well. Dingo bursts out of the alley, bounces off the wall, and sinks his teeth into In-hak's arm. Hyunjin expresses that this isn't appropriate for the middle of the day, and he suggests they leave immediately if they want to avoid causing a scene. While calling the police, he asks them what they think of his offer. Jun announces that they will retreat for today. Hyunjin scoffs, expressing disbelief at how cocky they are despite their scrawny appearance. He asks Sun-ho if he's okay. Mik-young teleports down from the roof and inquires if he's hurt. She rushes over, grabs his helmet, and asks if he's truly okay. Hyunjin asks if he would like a piggyback ride. Sun-ho wonders why To and Payak are intertwined with these people in his thoughts. Mik-young insists they go to the hospital, but Sun-ho insists he's fine and doesn't have time to rest. He asks Hyunjin if he can include Mik-young in his group. Hyunjin replies that if she's comfortable with it, then he is as well, noting that they already have a connection. He adds that he would be happy to have her join. Mik-young expresses that she would be thrilled if Sun-ho is okay with her. Sun-ho replies that he needs to take care of something and will see them next time. As he walks away, Hyunjin and Mik-young ponder what might be troubling him. Upon returning home, Sun-ho organizes his thoughts and presents his plan for the second stage of preparation. His sudden departure was inevitable. Seeing the two of them made him feel he could confide in them about his ability. However, that choice was impossible. To fully leverage the privilege of having the gate, he needs to enhance his farming skills and overwhelm everyone with that power. This realization became even clearer during his battle with Jun's group. If he follows his plan to prepare for the apocalypse, there will be a level gap of 3 or more. That gap would enhance the monsters respawning around him, making it more difficult to team up with the two of them. He continues his work and remains focused on his goals, determined to achieve success despite the challenges he faces. He finally completes the installation of a wood-burning stove in his hideout. Now, he can sleep soundly, even during the coldest nights. He can tell that Dingo enjoys it as well, since Dingo falls asleep right next to the fire. Sun-ho states that once the remaining supplies arrive and are installed without any issues, the initial setup of the hideout will be nearly complete. Having come this far, he decides to pull an all-nighter tonight. The timeline isn't specified, but later in the news, there is an update about the asteroid. NASA announces that Yunjang has reached the midpoint of the solar system. They are still closely tracking its trajectory. They reveal that Jupiter's gravity caused the meteorite to split, introducing a variable into their calculations. In response, Thomas Chandler, the head of the observation department, states that the two fragments are named Yunjame Alpha and Yunjame Beta. However, neither poses any threat to Earth. Sun-ho now says he understands what happened. 5 days before the apocalypse, Yunjam Beta was the first to fall, crashing down near a Russian ship. The resulting tsunami swept the ship ashore at a Korean port, marking the first appearance of zombies in the country. The backstory, which had once seemed a bit strange, now makes perfect sense to him. In other news, following a shootout, a tech worker has reportedly not left his office residence for a week. In response, opposition party leaders issued a joint statement announcing their agreement to hold a hearing. Some believe this is linked to the rumors surrounding the Awakeners and the impending disaster. Sun-ho contemplates that it truly feels like the end of the world. However, one positive aspect is that the media has shown interest. This has made it more difficult for Awakeners to engage in criminal activities. He wonders how the community is responding. People are seen discussing plans to rob a bank the following day, along with other outrageous ideas. Sun-ho notices some wild opinions circulating, but that's all there is to it. Suddenly, something catches his eye. He recognizes one of the names, My Dream. This player is well known for their kindness towards newcomers, and Sun-ho has played with them on several occasions. It turns out that My Dream has built a bunker, and Sun-ho thinks that if it weren't for the portly figure, he might have been tempted to join in. However, there's no news that My Dream's veteran friends have joined him. He won't be the one to initiate contact, but he decides to bookmark it for now. Then it's time to finish constructing the second shelter. The next step is to gather materials and ensure everything is in place for a sturdy build. As the day unfolds, Sun-ho contemplates whether it's truly possible to pull 2 all-nighters in a row. He feels as though he will pass out the moment he closes his eyes. Seeing how well the exterior turned out gives him a surge of energy. Now, it's time for the main event. Utilizing the electricity generated by solar panels is far more complex than it appears. To convert DC to AC, he must navigate several wiring processes to ensure compatibility with electronic devices. He plugs in his phone, hoping it will work on the first try. And it does, he says. This is great. And then it starts shaking. Finally, the foundation for survival in his other world is firmly established, and he has created a cozy little room. He experiences a rush of dopamine for the first time in a long while. And with good reason. After digging further, he discovered a mineral that was harder and sharper than obsidian. Where he collected the stones, he discovered love. While it may be largely ineffective at the moment, it's still better than having nothing at all. He says he will install the LED lights later tonight. Before going to sleep, he needs to organize the food supplies. He hears Dingo barking and wonders what is happening. He steps outside with his gear, and Dingo is asked what's wrong. What he sees surprises him. A red wolf accompanied by a pack of other wolves. Sun-ho expresses his confusion about why creatures that typically inhabit high-altitude areas are present here. However, given Dingo's anger, it becomes clear that these must be the ones who killed his mother. He tells Dingo to be quiet, but Dingo is too consumed by anger to listen. Sun-ho realizes he's in trouble, and frankly, he has no way to defeat them at the moment. If he moves from here to get a proper weapon, he will expose his back, and they'll tear him limb from limb. In that case, only one option remains. The solution he devised was to have the Alpha leave this place, allowing the rest of the wolf pack to depart on their own. There's a reason he believed this was possible. They are extremely cautious. Only after the alpha wolf makes the first move will the others feel safe. He states that they have a tendency to launch coordinated attacks. Like any wolf, they are vulnerable to strong scents. Fortunately, he has the pepper spray he used on the cobalt tucked away in his pocket. In other words, he can spray it on the alpha. While it won't kill the alpha, it will drive it out of its shelter. However, if it charges at him, he will be the first to go down. He isn't sure if he can stop it and spray it in time. Then it clicks. He realizes the truth. He feels he will lose everything. Although he expresses uncertainty about its feasibility, he acknowledges that, in theory, it can be done. He knows he has no choice. Backing down now would mean losing it all. The shelter he worked so hard to build will be destroyed. He yells at the alpha, rears back his hand, and throws his knife forward. The alpha swiftly dodges the attack, growls at him, and leaps directly toward him. As it approaches, Sun-ho opens a portal and quickly closes it, causing it to hit its head. He then pulls out the spray and lets it fly. The alpha starts spewing bile, and Sun-ho bursts in, shouting, "Not yet!" He seizes it by the neck and plunges a knife directly into its eye. It then moves away, and he runs away, prompting the pack to chase after him. Sun-ho sits down and lets out a sigh of relief, expressing that he thought he was going to die from fear. Dingo runs over, and Sun-ho tells him to stop being a baby. Just wait a little longer. He will certainly seek revenge for his mother. He returned and finished organizing his basement, then went out to the hardware store and pharmacy, determined to complete the minimal defenses before going to sleep. He had now been awake for 68 hours straight. He remarked that, in a way, he had gotten off easy. If they had been werewolves, there would have been no chance at all. Reflecting on it once more, he realized he had been complacent. He focused solely on the nearby living monsters he had observed, completely ignoring other variables. Given the current situation following additional drone surveys, it would be wise to expand the land and construct a shelter. This way, he could secure more space for farming and storing supplies. Hun-jun spotted him across the road and called out to him. Sun Ho remained deep in thought, expressing the need to build a moat as a second line of defense, while also suggesting the addition of beacons to extend the reception range of his infrared laser. Han-jun called out again, prompting Sun Ho to ask what he was doing there. Han-jun replied that he needed to ask Sun Ho the same question. Sun Ho explained that he had come to buy something, to which Han-jun responded by inquiring if he had also come to purchase weapons. Sun Ho questioned why anyone would buy weapons at a hardware store, and Han-jun clarified that it wasn't him, but rather one of his team members who wanted to make the purchase. He recounted how he had found his team member loitering around the hardware store, but he was now stopping her from buying the weapons. Han-jun explained to Sun Ho that she simply didn't trust him. Sun Ho asked why he hadn't simply shown her the initial summary he had provided. Han-jun replied that he had indeed shown it to her, but she struggles to accept the reality of the disease itself. Sun Ho then said to forget all of that. The girl kept staring at him in silence until, finally, she spoke, saying she recognized him as the owner of the restaurant. Sun Ho confirmed this was correct. She then asked what had happened to him, noting that the atmosphere around him had completely changed. She apologizes, acknowledging that she might have been rude, and then pulls out her card. Introducing herself as Jo Soo-yen, she meets Se-ho, who also introduces himself and takes her card. Surprised to learn that she is a certified physician, he, just as he had done with Han-jun and Mi-kyung, taught her the fundamental concepts of the game after discovering her profession. She admits that she honestly doesn't really understand because from a scientific perspective, there's no clear answer in game settings. Sun Ho responds that it's A. After all, she agrees that's the part she understands, but insists there's more she needs to know. When Sun Ho asks what that is, she elaborates. She claims she knows he's an Awakener son. That thought suddenly occurred to her. Sun Ho laughs, saying there's no way, and adds once more that a woman's intuition is terrifying. Su-yen thanks him, expressing that he was a huge help and that he seems very trustworthy. Meanwhile, Han-jun wonders what the difference is between the two of them. She asks if he's truly that clueless, explaining that they have different depths of understanding. Essie then tells Sun Ho that she wants to be friends with him. The next day, we find Sun Ho excitedly in his bunker, announcing that he has attached a spear blade to a shaft. It looks really good. With this, his main tool setup is now complete. He tells Dingo that today is the day they will avenge his mother. He insists that it's not really about revenge. If someone discovers their hideout, they must find and eliminate them as quickly as possible. He's confident that Dingo understands he needs to pull his weight today. He even got Dingo a small gas mask before they head out to their hideout. However, Sun Ho is confused because there are only 4 wolves, and he doesn't even notice the alpha. Then, as he reflects on the situation, he realizes he understands now. He looks through his monocular and sees the owlbear tearing apart the alpha. He remarks that as long as he keeps his distance, his neighbor is quite reliable. A maned wolf pack that has lost its alpha is relatively easy to manage. It's as if their brains have been removed, resulting in terrible coordination. This allows him to take them down one by one. He fires a net launcher, capturing one of them. The wolf begins to scream, and Sun Ho declares that he will put it out of its misery immediately. The dominant player secures 3 points for the kill, catching the attention of the other wolves. As they notice him, they start to flee from the trapped one, chasing him step by step. Takes the initiative and leaps straight at him. He pepper sprays it as the situation escalates. The other 2 flank him. Sun Ho pulls back his spear and thrusts it directly through the chest of his opponent, while he realizes the attack is happening, but decides to trust Dingo, who charges in and headbutts the attacker. Sun Ho praises Dingo, saying, "Good job. He will be responsible for his own actions. He'll finish the rest himself since he just needs to ensure they're dead." He gains more points and levels up to 5. Additional effects have been added to his trait. Curious, he wonders what these new effects might be. He has gained the abilities of transparency, allowing the door to become invisible to others, and projection, which displays the scenery beyond the door. He can also hear sounds from the projected location. Sun Ho thinks that's cool and immediately opens the door, becoming increasingly amazed as he sees inside his house. He wonders if the transparency is automatically enabled and exclaims that this is insane. He had been worried about what would happen if a dungeon gate resembling a dimensional door appeared later, but this feature eliminates those inconveniences and compensates for many weaknesses. If this effect appeared at level 5, it indicates that more effects will likely be added. He had never truly considered the level before, uncertain if the skill would develop. However, now he believes he should pay even closer attention to the events that are about to unfold. But before that, he still has more to accomplish, and he needs to bury these wolves before they transform into creepers. Oh man, we're back in the mine. It's been 2 days since the wolf subjugation, and during that time, he accomplished a lot. Back in the other world, he conducted another ecological survey within a radius of about 1 kilometer. He found only various animals and confirmed once again that there were no monsters. He then received information about a goblin nest located 3 kilometers away. A nest of that size likely contains hobgoblins, making it too difficult for him to tackle at this moment. After gaining confidence in his safety, he grabs a chainsaw and declares that it's time to begin. He began clearing the surrounding bushes and trees to level the area and transform the hideout into a shelter. With Dingo's help, they created a large circle with a diameter of 30 meters. He wonders if he could fit a mini excavator through his portal, but he plans to set up 2 layers of circular barbed wire fencing and dig a moat outside. Looking down at it, he thinks it probably needs to go 2 meters deeper. Of course, all of this is done while monitoring the situation in real time through the dimensional gate. In reality, he started by purchasing various materials from distant hardware stores. He visited a large home improvement store to purchase a commercial-grade tool set. On the way home, he stopped by Chelgan's hideout. He rented a motorcycle and a mini excavator. Holy shit, I spoke it into existence. His existence is also due to Jadak, who has been injecting him with a certain amount of poison daily to build resistance. It has finally accumulated enough to be used as a weapon. Now, he feels extremely flustered as he reads a post declaring, "This is terrible." Dream mentions that Sun Ho has joined his group and wonders if that implies a shootout and the government's control over the media. The president's decision to remain in the residence is purely coincidental. No matter how much he contemplates it, it simply doesn't add up. He didn't assume that someone would be near him just because he thought they might know about the event. One individual was an item collector who would undoubtedly require a substantial shelter in exchange for any information. Among the candidates worth cooperating with, he believed one would choose the president who held the highest authority. While the possibility of it being a bluff was significant, he wondered why Dream would resort to such tactics. It was confusing, but prolonging the situation wouldn't solve anything. Once he fully committed to Dream's side, he would need to adjust his plans accordingly. Sun Ho headed to a PC cafe to create a fake ID for the game, along with a VR ID. He reached out to Dream, asking if they could jump into a chat. Sun Ho mentioned that if he didn't reply soon, he would have to postpone. Not many people knew Dream's identity, and they discussed where they should go next. Sun Ho speculated that he might actually be unemployed. Then, he suggested they meet in the White Room. They continued their brief conversation, and Sun Ho reiterated his point. It was time to determine whether Dream was genuine or an imposter. Dream enters the White Room and expresses his gratitude for the invitation, but Sun Ho expressed that this wasn't very pleasant and asked why. Dream pointed out that even though Sun Ho entered VR chat at his request, he was still using an unknown alias and wearing a ridiculous mask. Sun Ho apologized, explaining that he wouldn't gain anything by trying to be friendly with him. Dream asked if that meant he was a veteran. Sun Ho replied that he could be, but he also might not be. Dream stated that he would ask 3 questions, and if Sun Ho answered them correctly, he would acknowledge him. Sun Ho responded affirmatively. Then Dream asked, "What's the maximum vertical jump height of a werewolf?" Sun Ho answered, 3 meters. Dream inquired about the owlbear's weakness, to which Sun Ho replied, "Surely you're kidding. It's light." Dream inquired about the evolutionary stages and forms of zombies. Sun Ho explained that zombies lack infection abilities. Instead, they consume nutrients. As these nutrients accumulate, they transform into ghouls. However, before reaching that stage, some zombies become enhanced versions of themselves. Dream responds that it's a good thing, then asks how many events are supposed to occur in reality. Sun Ho replies that he doesn't intend to share that information with him. Laughing, Sun Ho tells him to be quiet and adds that he truly is one of the veterans. This should be enough proof to call him over, because if it's real, he'll join as well. Dream explains that fortunately, he can't do that. Sun Ho then asks why not. Dream comments on the lovely weather, expressing a sense that something significant is about to occur. Sun Ho dismisses this as mere nonsense meant to stall for time, but then realizes that Dream must have been monitoring him all along. As Dream bids farewell, several men in suits enter the PC cafe. One of them instructs the others to block the door. The woman tells him he needs to pay for his time using the computers, but he responds, that's not the reason they are here. They didn't come to play games. They came to find someone. He looks into her eyes and tells her to cooperate. Under his influence, she becomes mind-controlled, responding with, of course. He states that, based on the situation, the target is likely a metal type. If that's the case, they need to act quickly. He's trapped and will soon become a puppet. A man enters the bathroom and activates the dimensional gate. One by one, he asks each person in the room if they are unknown. After checking everyone, he realizes there's only one place left and heads into the bathroom. He tells the unknown to stop joking and come out already. He begins to wonder if Unknown possesses stealth abilities. Having dealt with them before, he knows that splashing water reveals the spots where the issues lie, as the moisture remains uneven. However, if he manages to grab them somehow, it means he has been spared from the chaos unfolding around him. Sun Kang-ho reflects on the moment, grateful for the narrow escape that kept him safe amidst the turmoil. It was indeed a close call. He nearly got caught. He realizes that he's not a stealth type user, and he pulls out his radio, announcing that he's a movement type, and they need to search the area immediately, because this is a significant catch. He adds that if they capture him alive, he'll give them whatever they want. Sun Ho remarks that it's truly bitter to witness Dream, despite being wealthy in real life and a gentleman in the game trying to make slaves. It's a pitiful sight. He then thanks Dream while coating his spear with poison. "I honestly didn't know that was you, my bad," he admits. However, Sun Ho explains that he had resolved himself many times before, yet he still hesitated because of Dream. Now his thoughts are clear by his own standards. He will respond to fire with fire. Dream wonders who this veteran is meant to be. Even if his skill is of the movement type, as he suspected, a veteran with extensive playtime experience definitely has more tricks up his sleeve. Just as he thinks this, Sun Kang-ho appears. Behind him, someone dashes forward. Dream notices, but it's too late. He suffers a cut on his leg and is instantly poisoned. Dream claims he remains unknown. Before Sun Ho slams his face into the glass, he says he never told him he could turn around. He then asks how it feels, knowing the poison must be spreading through his body. Dream attempts to express his feelings, but it's too late. He's heartbroken. Just as he's about to say something else, Sun Ho interrupts him, urging him to stop talking. Since the apocalypse hasn't begun yet, the tutorial is still on hold. This means that the murder system isn't unlocked either. He draws a gun from his hip, claiming that even if he kills Dream, he won't face any consequences. Dream falls silent, and Sun Ho remarks that as a semi-veteran, he should understand what that means. While he's still conscious, his body won't move. He then questions why Dream is betraying Survivor 1 and targeting innocent people. Finally, he tells him that at this moment, he looks less like a human and more like a monster that's easy to harvest. Dream calls him a bastard as Sun Ho begins to steal his belongings, warning him to see this as the price for attempting to deceive him and make him a slave. He adds that next time, it won't just be a warning, he'll actually kill him. With that, he strikes Sun Ho on the back of the head with his knife. He explains that before the group arrived, he escaped from the cafe and went straight home, heading directly to the other world. He pulls out the wallet and gun he took from him, and the first thing he checks is the ID. Kwon Kang-jin is 38 years old. He owns a golf club from which he controls 3 bunkers. However, he is also known as a notorious womanizer. Apparently, he has developed strong skills based on his extensive playtime. He has been conducting experiments using these abilities, particularly in mind control. Sun Ho states that this should be all the useful information he has. He points out that skills don't necessarily improve just from long playtime. If that were the case, what about him? Then, he reflects that since the goal of the game has always been survival, his skill is essentially cheat tier, but only for veterans. He decides to maintain that hypothesis until he can verify the skills of another veteran. With a game like Apocalypse approaching, there's only one thing he can be certain of. Simply becoming an awakener has transformed the course of their lives, unlocking new abilities and insights that were previously unimaginable. He has already enhanced his physical abilities beyond those of normal humans, and his recent training has contributed to this improvement as well. He says that next time he practices shooting, he'll do it without a full magazine. Suddenly, he hears his notifications chiming. He repeatedly glances over, curious about what's happening. He sticks his head through the portal and checks his computer, only to be taken aback. With the second event now occurring, Sun Ho exclaims that this is great. He jumps into the car and starts to drive, wondering why it has to feel so distant. He then sees an update about someone who spotted a goblin near the reservoir. He quickly pulls over to the side of the road. The car pulls up to the road and he hops out. He tells Dingo that they are going to start hunting goblins now. The moment he saw the post, grabbed the whip and headed straight for the mountains for 2 reasons. First, with the situation this serious, the police would undoubtedly start sealing off the area. Second, since goblins are roaming monsters, they would almost certainly establish a temporary nest under the command of the hobgoblin. He asks Dingo to help him with a task. They quickly catch the scent so they can follow it. Dingo barks and then begins to sniff the ground before looking up and guiding Sunho forward. Sunho is surprised that Dingo picked up the scent so quickly. Fast feels a sense of pride in him. Dingo accelerates, leaping through a thicket of bushes, with Sunho quickly trailing behind. He calls his dog an idiot and then wonders if there's a better path. Dingo barks in response. Up ahead, Sunho spots police officers lying on the ground, surrounded by goblins. He reminds himself to stay calm as he approaches one of the officers. He checks his breathing and confirms that he's still alive. There are no visible wounds, leading Sunho to conclude that the officer was only affected by paralysis poison. He wonders who took the cop's gun or if he was suddenly deployed and never had one to begin with. He lines the officers up side by side, stating that if they rest for about 30 minutes, they will recover. He then examines the goblins, noting that they are riddled with bullet holes. He questions why the gun was taken in that situation. Then, he considers the possibility that a gold goblin is part of the group. If that's the case, he knows he can't allow anyone else to take it. With that decision made, he picks up the cop's phone and calls for backup. He leaves a note detailing their exact location and instructs them to bury the goblin corpses to prevent them from rotting. With monsters already spreading across social media, hiding them now is pointless. From this moment forward, it's a race against time. He tells Dingo that he is counting on him. Elsewhere on the mountain, a man intercepts an attack, and a goblin backsteps to avoid a swing aimed at it. He then asks his captain if it's true that he, a non-awakener, is meant to be the tanker. The man informs him that he has no choice since his specialization is psychokinesis, which requires a relatively long casting time. But there's no need to worry, as he hurls 3 rocks forward, taking out one of the goblins. He assures him that he will definitely provide cover. The tanker expresses concern about whether they will arrive in time. He reassures him that the others are close behind, but the situation remains tense as they await their arrival. They mention that they can't easily climb up because the police are blocking their path. The tanker then contemplates whether they should retreat as well. However, the man advises him to see it as an opportunity. They have encountered these goblins numerous times throughout the game. All of them are without their main weapons and the paralysis poison. The tanker reflects that he had assumed everyone playing the game had awakened, but perhaps that wasn't the case. Despite this uncertainty, he insists that he is struggling. His captain advises him not to panic and to continue with his current approach. If they can handle these goblins and capture the hobgoblin group that is separated from the main pack, they will gain a significant advantage. He adds that if he understands correctly, they should stop complaining and focus instead. A club swings in from left field, striking him in the arm and diverting his attention. He drops to his knees, exclaiming that he can't believe a mere goblin has figured out their counter strategy. He wonders what to do next, as the goblins begin to take control of the area and charge forward. Together, the 2 of them finish the job. Suddenly, an arrow soars through the air, striking one of them in the head. 2 more arrows follow, striking with another headshot and one in the chest. The tanker glances over, confused, curious about the origin of the arrows. We then see Sun Ho inside his bunker, expressing uncertainty about whether it was necessary to use all 3 arrows. However, that he paid a fair price because of them. He confirmed that the Awakeners were unable to climb up. He encountered a weakened group of goblins. From now on, he must act swiftly. The plan he devised for dealing with the goblin group was straightforward. First, he would incite the goblins' aggression. The furious goblin marched toward the gate. Distracted by the soda cans he had arranged, he would stab the monster from behind, and as soon as the goblin screamed in pain, the gate became invisible. He would use the dimensional gate as a barrier, withdraw the spear, and eliminate all evidence of the attack. The hobgoblin, with its keen perception, noticed only its fallen subordinate. Seizing the opportunity, it commanded the 3 remaining goblins and swiftly cut through them all at once, just as it had done many times before, instantly killing all 3. He stated that everything was proceeding according to plan so far. Now, he needed to react based on the behavioral patterns of those who remained. What surprised him was that the outcome was far different from what he had anticipated. The gold goblin was fleeing from the hobgoblin. He stated that since it had come to this, he would have to take a gamble. The hobgoblin charged in, and he admitted it was insane. He had no choice but to block the attack with his machete. The force propelled him into a tree. He began coughing up blood, expressing that the shock was greater than he had anticipated. If he lost consciousness, it would all be over. As the hobgoblin advanced to deliver the final blow, his survival instinct kicked in. His eyes glowed a brilliant gold as the hobgoblin struck the tree. Sun Ho dashed past him, drew his pistol, and fired 2 shots into the back of the hobgoblin's head, just like YW. Melee. He quickly opened his gate, grabbed the loot, and threw it into his bunker, declaring that with this, the first phase of farming was complete. The hobgoblin charged at him again, forcing him to react. He raised his pistol and fired 1 shot into its shoulder and another into its bicep. The creature dropped to the ground. He then asked the hobgoblin if it truly believed it could win just because it had landed a hit on him. He declared it was his turn. He quickly started cutting it into pieces, successfully took charge. He levels up, gaining 18 points in the skill Terrain Sense. He lets out a sigh of relief now that it's finally over. This skill enables him to see, sense, and intuitively respond to the terrain within his field of view. He notes that it's quite a useful ability to acquire early on, which is certainly advantageous. He also received gauntlets that grant him a +2 bonus to handiwork. He notes that, once again, the items he has equipped have transformed into actual items. He guesses that the last time he already had the watch equipped. That was his mistake. Suddenly, they hear another goblin scream, followed by a man shouting that they're here. Sun Ho! He turns, wondering if the search party has already arrived, but he reassures himself that he took what he needed, so it's all right. It's time for him to remain in his bunker until the search concludes. The following day, inside his bunker, Dingo begins to lick him. He wakes up, glances at his clock, and wonders if he really slept the entire day. From now on, unless faced with an extreme situation, he chooses to avoid activating his will to survive. Before heading outside, he decides to check the loot he collected from the goblin. Sun Ho approaches the loot and remarks that, as expected, gold goblins are indeed different. He has acquired a revolver, which he finds quite impressive. However, he didn't expect to see a knife with permanent invariance. It's made of Mariel and remains unaffected by the disease. He wonders how a goblin, of all creatures, could possess an item that cost 100 points in the shop. Upon closer examination of the surface, he observes that it is somewhat bumpy. Then he pauses and says, "The goblins in this world wield metal weapons, and given their level of civilization, it's clear they couldn't have crafted them on their own." He begins to wonder if a mutation might have taken place. He acknowledges that this could be mere speculation, yet he will have the opportunity to investigate the items further. He then pulls out some shade grapes, which improve night vision. He explains that this accounts for how the Dao goblins were finally able to move freely at night. He opens his status window, revealing that his stats are quite decent and that he has 77 points available to spend. He notes that his growth rate is significantly faster than it was in the game. That concludes everything he needed to verify in this world. He then opens the gate. As soon as his signal connects, he is instantly flooded with messages. Curious about the situation, he notices Hun Jun, Mick Yong, and even Sue nearby. He remarks that he has never been this popular. Before long, she decides to head to the fitness center. He proceeds to do so, letting Han Jun know that he has arrived. Han Jun and Mick Yang hurry over, with Han Jun expressing his genuine concern. Sun Ho then asks who the people behind him are. Han Jun tells him to introduce himself, explaining that they are his party members and that surely everyone knows Sun Ho is the owner of the snack shop. One of the men introduces himself as Lee Kyung-hun, while the woman introduces herself as Kim Bora. Sun Ho also introduces himself. He then asks Han where the last member is. Han Jun replies that the person went to the big camping gear discount store and asks Sun Ho if he knows about it. Sun Ho expresses surprise, saying he didn't know there was a place like that nearby. Mick Yong explains that it opened just a month ago and that everything there is very modern. Then he asks if Sun Ho has reviewed all the news coverage about yesterday's incident. Sun Ho replies that he, of course, watched it all on YouTube. The doctor who dissected the goblin found on the mountain warned everyone to prepare for the apocalypse. The president convened a national security meeting. They announced that they would confirm the whereabouts of the survival life creator and consult the opinions of the awakened one. Han Jun then asks Sun Ho what his plans are moving forward. Sun Ho responds by asking for clarification on what he means. Han Jun mentions that because Sun Ho is very knowledgeable, they wanted to seek his advice. Han asks Han Jun if he's serious, reminding him that he has already given advice. Goblins only award points, and even if an awakened kills one, the best they can achieve is leveling up from 1 to 2. He suggests that Han Jun continue stocking up on supplies as he is currently doing. Sun Ho then interjects, questioning what this guy is talking about and informing Kyung Han that he is mistaken. Kyung-han then asks Sun-ho if he has ever played the game. Sun-ho replies that he hasn't, but notes that if you check the community a bit, you'll find more information. Kyung-han interrupts, stating, "Exactly. Trusting the community too much isn't good," and then asks if he understands. Bora then turns to Kyung-han, expressing her curiosity about exposure to zombie spores. She wants to know who becomes a zombie and who manages to survive. If there are conditions that cause a change after infection, Kyung-han responds that, at the very least, anyone who has come into contact with an awakened individual should be safe. She then asks him to elaborate further. He becomes a bit angry, insisting that they must already know why he has awakened. He played the game, and the shorties made contact with the system. It reassures her. She acknowledges that even if they haven't fully awakened, their connection to him offers a sense of security. She'll stick with him from now on. Kyung-han laughs and tells her to trust him. But Mikong adds that she also has a question. She mentions that the tutorial was extremely difficult and asks if he managed to clear it. He ignores her. He reassures her not to worry, promising to protect all of them. Sun-ho can't help but wonder what this guy's true intentions are. He acknowledges that it's a somewhat credible hypothesis, but there is no evidence to suggest that awakened individuals can be exposed to spores and remain unharmed. He lets out a hopeless sigh. Han-jun likely called him because he doesn't trust this guy either. He decides to get up for now, unwilling to share direct information with someone like him. He informs Han-jun that he has some plans and will reach out to him again later. After leaving the club, he revised his list of places to scavenge before the disease arrived. He added the camping store that Han-jun had mentioned and removed the convenience store. By the time he reached his house, he encountered Su-yan, who had been waiting for him. She mentioned that she had something to show him. She came to give him something and asked if he could stay for a while. He agreed and asked. She explained that it was a pack of painkillers and antibiotics that he couldn't purchase without a prescription. She was asked if she was truly giving them to him, and she replied, "Why not?" She explained that if she ran out, she could simply forge a prescription to get more. She told him her address, mentioning that it was also written on the pouch. He asked why she was providing that information as well. She believed it was a give-and-take arrangement, as they needed to know each other's locations. He responded that if that was the case, then everything was fine. She mentioned that she was going to stop by and talk to Han-jun, so she would be leaving now. He told her to be careful. She instructed him to ensure he paid for the medicine and don't forget the address. As she walked away, she remarked that he had been very aggressive following the second meeting with Su-yan. Time passed quickly once more. During this period, he explored various locations and acquired numerous items and pieces of equipment in this world. He constructed a storage facility with sandwich panels and started loading items into it. After receiving the mini excavator he had reserved, he began taking on construction work on the side. Meanwhile, the world descended into chaos as people reached a breaking point. The tension in the room escalated, with voices growing louder as each person tried to make their point heard. After what felt like hours of back and forth, a consensus began to emerge, shifting the atmosphere from chaos to resolution. The UN convened an emergency meeting as articles flooded in about the US president's planned visit to Korea, sensing something unusual that Nassau had not anticipated. Beginning with Yunjam by Beta, the announcement was made that Yunjam by Alpha would be coming to Earth. Full days had passed, and now he stood at the port, where the final event, the arrival of the Russian ship, was set to take place. After confirming that nobody was at the harbor, he entered an abandoned building to prepare. Inside, he opened his gate and explained why he had come here, despite the high risk of becoming a zombie. To acquire additional firearms from the Russian vessel, the zombie spores, pathogens in the form of particle beams, exhibited strong permeability and were unavoidable. Becoming a zombie, whether now or 5 days later, made little difference to him as someone without a family. Naturally, there was the option of living in the other world with Dingo, but what significance would that hold for a human? With this, his preparations were complete, but that didn't mean he intended to die. He had simply made a different choice than others. High risk, high reward. That's what life was about. In the end, it all came down to the moments we shared and the connections we made. He was reading some old patch notes that covered various topics, including the 10-point weapon introduced during the tutorial, the nerfs to zombies, and the diversification of point acquisition methods. All of this began with the arrival of the Yunjam Beta. He was somewhat surprised, remarking that it felt as if the admin had foreseen the impending apocalypse. Suddenly, a beep sounded from his phone, and he realized it had begun. He read that the Yunjam Beta would make landfall near the South Sea. Right outside the port, sirens flared and the tide on the beach began to recede, much like a hairline that is slowly moving back. As boats began to beach, one figure stood out in the distance. The vessel was tossed by the waves, swept up in what had turned into a mini tsunami. Chaos swept through the city as Sun-ho muttered, "This is insane." He noted that dealing with zombies was already challenging, Monsters are much easier to face than natural disasters, which often feel hopeless to endure. His hands begin to tremble as he insists on the need to move quickly. He prepares all his gear and suits up before pushing his boat into the water, emphasizing the urgency to act before government agents arrive. He jumps into the water and swims directly toward the vessel as soon as he boards. He secures himself, though his hands tremble uncontrollably. Glancing sideways, he notes that it appears awakeners don't turn into zombies. Just as Kyungham mentioned, he doesn't even feel a tingling sensation. For him, good is good, so he decides it's time to head upstairs. When he does, he spots the zombified sailors and realizes the danger they pose. He greets them, inquiring about their well-being. The zombies in this game are somewhat unique. According to the game settings, they have the ability to infect others with the virus. They see everything as prey and grow stronger with each nutrient they absorb. He charges in with his shield, knocking one opponent to the floor before raising his mace and smashing its skull. Then swiftly dispatching the other, he wonders if the zombies have been weakened too much. He gains 4 points, stating that originally, even with an iron weapon, he would need to land at least 2 more hits to kill them. Still, he can't let his guard down like he did with the orcs. As a veteran player knows that kind of mistake can only happen once. He steps inside, noting that the zombies are definitely swarming. However, he will concentrate on those in the hallway. He earns 4 more points by taking out both opponents with a single shot each, then states that he needs to go to the location where the chances of finding a pistol are greatest. In the wheelhouse, he suddenly hears a gunshot, and a voice inquired if there was still a survivor on board. This means that even if a non-awakener has not been in contact with an awakener and is exposed to zombie spores, they might still survive by chance. He needs to save them first to obtain definitive information. When he arrives, he realizes he is a bit too late. The gunshot wasn't meant for the zombie. The man might still be alive. Sunho stands frozen, the weight of the moment pressing down on him as he processes the tragedy unfolding before him. He could have saved him. He reaches over, saying, "This won't be much comfort," but then closes his eyes and thanks him for his help, even laying him out neatly. He steps off the boat, reflecting that events like this will likely occur frequently after the apocalypse. There will, of course, be times when he must kill people to survive as well. As he cuts his rope, he hears another boat approaching and turns to see someone who shares his passion for farming. They avoid making eye contact and effortlessly pass by one another. Sunho thinks he should view it as practice, since half-hypocrisy is truly disgusting. The following day at dawn, the news is inquiring about the whereabouts of the Survival Life developer. Sunho observes that, based on the president's actions after receiving proof of the zombies, it's essentially confirmed that their thinking aligns. Now, it's time for him to contribute. Since he's offering assistance, he might as well include a variety of information. He begins calling the tip line, where a man introduces himself as Lee Woo-bom, the administrator of the countermeasures headquarters. Sunho reveals that he knows the exact time of D-Day. Woo-bom requests that he please unblock the D-Day. Sunho then asks if the goblin had gunshot wounds on his shoulder. Woo-bom now understands the seriousness of the situation, and Sunho mentions that he doesn't plan to speak for long. The exact time for D-Day is set for July 20th at 1:30 p.m., and a package is expected to arrive sometime this afternoon. He hopes to make good use of it and wishes for success, wishing him luck in the war. Sunho remarks that the president's decisiveness is impressive. Many people on the forums are discussing the internet blackout. Sunho responds that since he can only verify information through social media, he can't be sure if it's accurate. Suddenly, he overhears military personnel outside using a megaphone. Citizens were instructed to secure 4 days' worth of food and water and return to their families immediately. All business activities must cease, and everyone is instructed to go home. This is an official statement regarding the current situation, issued on July 20th. Sunho remarks that the response is perfect and almost makes him wish he had warned them sooner. Had he known they would manage things so effectively, he might have taken the risk when his trait first appeared and acted from the beginning. He acknowledges that it wouldn't have prevented the disaster regardless, and he realizes he shouldn't dwell on what-ifs. He recalls the promise he made that day. He's not a hero, he's just an ordinary guy. Since the lockdowns made it impossible to do anything in the real world, so he decided to stay in the other world a bit longer. 3 days before D-Day, he finished digging the moat. At this rate, though, it will take a few more days to complete. He sorted through the videos he had saved, including cooking tutorials and basic farming lessons, just genuinely organized them just 2 days before D-Day. He started scouting with Dingo, and he discovered that the sun apples had fully grown in just a month and needed to verify this further. Perhaps the entire forest was enchanted, making it fertile land. The following day, a problem emerged. 2 of his sweet potato jellies were missing. There was a dried grape on the floor. He asked Dingo if he was responsible. Dingo shook his head in response, indicating no. Sun-ho tells him there's no lying allowed, prompting Dingo to roll onto his back and whimper. Sun-ho suggests that, based on his reaction, it likely wasn't him. He decides to review the CCTV footage. Sitting down, he reviews it and reflects on the details. He is surprised by what he sees. A group of beetles crawls through the doggy door. He took his sweet jellies and left a grape as repayment. One little beetle even bows to him, leaving Sun-ho amazed at its intelligence. He also finds it incredibly cute. He says he has really wanted to track them down and see them for himself. For now, he's simply going to lock the doggy door. Dingo wonders what he's up to, and Sun-ho explains that he has guests coming over today. As Sun-ho heads back inside and thanks everyone for coming. It's Han-jun's group, and Sun-ho expresses his happiness that they were able to make it despite the lockdowns. He then asks who the man sitting with Han-jun is. Han-jun replies that he is the last member of their party, and they brought him along to introduce him. The man introduces himself as Yuian. He mentioned that he awakened, but turned the game off immediately, so he doesn't know much about it. However, in the real world, he has a major in electrical engineering, a field in which he feels quite confident. Sun-ho responds that it's good enough for him and introduces himself. Han-jun mentions that he has heard a lot about Sun-ho and asks him to feel at ease. Sun-ho states that due to time constraints, he wants to conclude the introductions and have everyone share their information one by one, telling Han-jun to begin. Han-jun. He seems a bit confused because he's slow to respond. He mentions he was on the phone with his ex-wife when the line suddenly went dead. Worried about his daughters, he drove over to check on them. On his way back, he noticed something. Barricades were being set up on the highway based on what he had heard. They were evacuating citizens living near a chemical complex. Sun-ho then asked Su-yen about her whereabouts, to which she replies that she was with her group the entire time and has only a little information to share. They constructed a shelter in the Citizens Park. Hun questions whether that's truly possible. Although she finds it hard to believe, she insists that she witnessed it with her own eyes. Though she still has her doubts, Sun-ho asks Mikyung, who revealed that she was at the mart with Yu-hai and overheard something. They learned that high-ranking officials who oppose the president's decision have been detained. Sun-ho notes that this is actually better news than he anticipated. Now he understands the president's intentions and can confirm that the end is approaching. If you're curious about why he's asking them for information individually, it's simple. To help someone understand, you need to provide the right reasoning and details. Revealing that he's a veteran of the game would make persuading them easier. But there are risks involved, and he has a specific plan in mind. He urges everyone to listen carefully. Carefully, it seems the president is aiming for a controlled apocalypse. Everyone is surprised and asks what he means. He notes how unusual it is that the unexplained lockdown started on the afternoon of July 16th. For 4 days, all national facilities have been at a standstill. What other reasons could the government have for making that choice? Yu-hai agrees that it makes sense, and Su-yen concurs, stating that the end is truly approaching. She suggests that the government must have discovered the exact date of D-Day and taken action accordingly. Sun-ho confirms this, adding that if they make further inferences, the control will likely be lifted on July 20th. Yu-hai and Mikyung begin to panic, urgently expressing their need to warn their families. However, Sun-ho tells them to calm down. It may sound harsh, but this is a time when individual survival takes priority over family. They must not forget that any one of them could turn into a zombie as soon as tomorrow. He wants to focus on the main point. He called them together to share the tutorial strategy guide and important survival information. Han-jun asked how he knew that, and Sun-ho explained it was because he had watched Kimbap's videos. He apologized for keeping it a secret until now, and also expressed regret to Mikyung for hiding the truth. However, she reassured him that it was fine, as she had also lied to him about being awakened. Sun-ho informed them they were free to use the information in any way they desired. When it came to the tutorial, he pleaded with them to follow the manual closely, as it was essential for their success. As night fell and everyone departed, he found himself reflecting on the extensive preparations he had undertaken over the past 32 days. While not perfect, these efforts were significant. He recognized that his selfishness, disguised as necessity, could lead to problems later. However, he felt no regrets. Nearby, on a mountain, anti-air missiles were launched. Exploding in tandem with a meteor, Sun-ho watched, declaring that the end was inevitable, and it was time for the apocalypse to begin. At dawn, the lockdown was lifted. Having completed his basic preparations during that time, he added bulletproof glass and reinforced wooden doors as part of his security measures. He followed his usual morning routine, injecting a small dose of paralyzing poison. To build resilience, he forced himself to exercise, later completing 3,001 push-ups. After changing back into his combat suit, he prepared for the next challenge ahead. I had breakfast with Dingo, who waited until the promised time of 9 o'clock for the meeting to begin. Then the lights came on. On the television, the technician was giving a speech. Sun Ho expressed that the national address was so overwhelming that it left a profound impact on everyone present. He wondered who else could have guided them to such a dignified end if not for this individual. He expressed a sincere hope that the end would not arrive. Since it was already here, he resolved to survive as a veteran of the apocalypse, a detail we glimpsed from the very beginning. Only 4 hours remained until the spores made landfall. He spent 2 hours inspecting the warehouse where he intended to store his harvested items, then set up the equipment he would use after the disease struck and prepared the training ground before returning to reality. But as soon as he returned, it was exactly as he had expected. It had become a living hell. A chubby naked man wandered the street, which naturally led to fighting and brawling as people unleashed their suppressed desires. The man suggested that if they were all going to die soon, they might as well start having some fun. Right before he was hit by a car, witnessing people killing others without a shred of guilt. It was, of course, Inhok and Kellen's group. Chelgen suggested they simply say they had gotten rid of some bad luck. Besides, they couldn't use the car once the disease struck anyway. He told Sun Ho to stop watching from the rooftop like a fool. He warned that if he turned into a zombie, he would do him the favor of turning him into points. Sun Ho replied that this wasn't a grand era of romance and questioned the meaning behind the strange declaration of war. A flyer flew past his head, and he looked up to see a plane dropping them from above. He remarked that the government was concerned about its citizens' safety until the very end, which was completely different from someone like him. If only there were more people like them, the apocalypse might even be bearable. But everyone was different, and there was nothing he could do about it. It was time for him to prepare. Only 3 minutes remained until the spores made landfall, marking the end of his reality check. He hoped this would be enough to act before the disease took hold. He felt confident that he had memorized the farming route correctly. He glanced at his watch, wondering what would happen if he forgot to take off his non-magic metal watch after the disease. He laughed at himself, remarking that it wasn't as if he had a safety obsession. He had done everything he could. From this point forward, all he could do was pray that everything would go exactly according to plan. As the spores begin to settle, people on the streets start to collapse to their knees. Overwhelmed by the virus, people are turning into zombies. Just as Sun Ho had predicted, they are all searching for prey. He drives down the street, noting that there are actually fewer zombies than he had expected. Now he understands why. Most people spent their last moments surrounded by their families. He wonders if there's anyone left who hasn't turned into a zombie yet. For now, he believes this is the better option. Since he started farming, he has found that others usually just get in his way. He stops first at the pharmacy and, noticing that the shutters are still up, realizes this is fortunate for him. He bursts through the door and activates his portal, stating that he needs to move quickly from now on. It takes time for the spores to gain complete control over the zombies, so if he can raid the hardware store before that happens, he can avoid unnecessary fights. He begins tossing items through his portal, and some of them land near Dingo, confusing him until it starts pelting him. That's what we call a dog pile. Sun Ho states that he has completely emptied the pharmacy based on his progress so far. He believes he can finish faster than anticipated. At least that's what he believed until he arrived at the hardware store and noticed that it was double locked. He anticipated something like this, so he brought an oxygen cutter. However, it turned out to be much louder than he had anticipated. He hears footsteps and realizes that, despite a patch nerfing their ability to track organic matter, the zombies are still coming for him because of the cutter's actions. Noise, Sun Ho says. We already saw this during the Russian ship incident. It's important to understand that zombies in their early stages, before absorbing any nutrients, are weak. At that stage, even after the nerf, a newcomer can easily manage them as long as they understand the weak points. He swiftly takes one down just as 2 more rush at him from the side. He swings downward at the woman and then across the man's face. The challenges of real life have become easier than they were in the game. He earns 6 points and notes that accumulating points has become much easier now. He grapples with the uncertainty of how to approach it. Typically, the standard tactic involves luring them into an alley and taking them out one by one. But at the moment, his movement is limited because he is carrying an oxygen cutter. He decides to use it to eliminate them all at once. He gives them just one warning. He explained that, until now, the only reason he had avoided them was to prevent wasting his farming time. He begins decapitating them one by one, insisting that it isn't out of fear. He pushes them back before any more can leap at him, distancing himself and evading their attacks while urging them to think carefully because someone has invested over 500 hours into that game. Without ghouls present, there's no way he would lose to the likes of them, especially since they aren't even gathered in a proper swarm. He starts toppling them over one another and says it was fun. They should view this as a reward. Now that he has them all together, he lights up his cutter and declares that he'll send them off with a bang before starting to drill. After the intense fight with the zombies, he finishes scavenging the hardware store and makes his way to the local police station. Unfortunately, the armory has already been stripped of its supplies before he can even feel disappointed. Among the corpses scattered across the parking lot, he finds one with a backpack and manages to obtain exactly what he desired. Meanwhile, by the time he arrives at the fourth location, everything remains under control. Thanks to the terrain detection skill he acquired from the hobgoblin, he navigates the landscape with ease. With enhancements to his perception and craftsmanship from his items, he can easily evade the zombies that are starting to gather and pursue him. Upon arriving at the motorcycle specialty shop, he expects to find it ransacked, convinced that others share his mindset. He stores the last remaining ATV along with various supplies while checking his status in the other world. Taking a brief break, he removes the debuff effects, noting the flaws in that world before he returns to reality. As they contemplate where to farm next, the sound of an approaching motorcycle breaks the silence. It becomes clear that things won't be as easy as he had hoped. We then see Inhak announcing that they've finally found him. Inhak tells him that if he hasn't awakened, he should remain humble and keep his true self hidden. He mentions that he has been searching for him for a long time. Inhak launches an attack at Sunungo, but Sunungo evades it by stepping backward. He says they'll see him soon enough, and that this is just obsession. Unsure of what to do, he opens his gate. Inhak tells Skinny to keep an eye on the zombies, while Sunho asserts that, regardless of the method, killing them is straightforward. Inhak charges into the building, demanding to know if he's ready to die. Sunungo responds that since the tutorial hasn't started, the system still wouldn't classify him as a murderer. Even if it did, the first kill only triggers a warning, so it wouldn't be a problem. Inhak wonders where he has gone. However, Sunho admits that it still bothers him. The question of whether it is acceptable to take someone's life in real life remains a deeply complex and morally charged issue. Inhak realizes too late that Sunho hasn't awakened as Sunho puts him in a chokehold. Sunho instructs him to answer quietly. He's targeting him because Inhak claims he took the girl he was drooling over. Sunyungo asks what he means by took, and Inhak admits that he has already taken her to bed. Sunho delivers a swift kick to his back, warning him that this is his last chance to redeem himself. At the very least, he shouldn't harm innocent people. Inhak laughs, pointing out the irony of that statement coming from someone who came to loot. They are both selfish individuals who only care about themselves. Inhak then grabs his crossbow and shoots it at Sunho. Sunungo dodges and acknowledges that's true. Hearing this, he agrees with himself, and then he thanks him, expressing that his words help clear his mind, and he truly is trash, just like him. He places one hand on his face and the other on his neck, as if Hick is begging for mercy. Sunungo admits he didn't want to acknowledge it, and then he snaps his neck. He mentions having fought over 100 death matches in the game, and we see that he earned 50 points. He reflects that killing someone in real life feels worse than he ever imagined. His hands tremble as he grapples with the weight of his actions. Skinny screams upon discovering Inuk's corpse. Sunungo calls him a crybaby and warns him to be cautious. He claims that even if he's as bad as they are nothing more than thugs who steal from others without restraint and only care about fulfilling their own desires. Skinny begins to get mauled. Desperate for assistance, he cries out. He reached his hand towards Sunungo. Sunungo simply watches as they tear him apart. They claim these are people who deserve to die in the apocalypse. The narration explains how the murder system functioned within the game. It was introduced 3 months after the game's launch to reduce intentional trolling. The intention was good, aiming to reduce trolls, but the execution turned out to be a disaster. The first takedown resulted in only a warning, as the creators were concerned about losing users. However, from the third takedown onward, there was no way to escape. and you earned the title. For in the second takedown, the system evaluated your level of involvement in the offense. People became pakers to earn points and steal the abilities of others. This was also influenced by an update that took place a week before the game shut down, which introduced new and very powerful special abilities. The problem was that being a PK required you to continually eliminate others without end. A death field was activated to ensure that players would fight to the finish. Whenever 3 or more people gathered, a magical barrier would materialize at that location. Inside, they were forced to engage in a death match until only one person remained. Initially, this was an advantage for the PK. However, it ultimately became a problem. Once you became a PK, your fate was sealed. Our protagonist then realizes that his heart does not beat like a pacemaker. With this realization, Sun-ho understands that the PK system has not been activated because the tutorial has yet to begin. This means that for a few hours, he can eliminate people without facing any repercussions. However, our protagonist realizes that this isn't just a game, and he must keep his sanity intact. He sets those thoughts aside and commits to the plan he has already established. Our hero proclaims that his iron rule remains unchanged as always, and there is only one rule: respond to injustice with more injustice, without hesitation. From now on, whenever he needs to take someone's life, he will do so immediately and close his dimensional portal right afterward. Glancing at his watch, he realizes it's already 4:30 in the afternoon and laments the time he's lost. He reflects that visiting the pesticide store was a good decision. However, the zombies are obstructing the path. Through his weapon's scope, he observes survivors inside the building engaged in a struggle among themselves. Suddenly, one of them, frustrated with the situation, fires an arrow that shatters a window. The man in the red hoodie suggests sending a group out to leave while he attempts to negotiate. However, the leader of the opposing group calls him an idiot and demands to know what he just said. The man in red then threatens him, but the other man simply laughs, doubting he has the guts to follow through. The man in red responds that they chose the wrong person to provoke and readies himself. He takes a shot, mentioning that his specialty in the game is hitting other players. The arrow strikes the shoulder of the opposing leader, who screams in pain from the impact. His friends are shocked and ask if the archer has completely lost his mind. The archer and his girlfriend declare that this is the apocalypse, where only the strongest will survive. The man in red threatens them once more, prompting the injured leader to conclude that it's best for them to leave. As they exit, the archer comments that it would have been better if they had left earlier. The man feels a wave of relief, but his moment is abruptly interrupted by a scream from the departing group. The injured leader shouts that he warned them about the zombies, and now they are trapped outside. As a final act, he hurls a baseball bat at the window, shattering the glass. The loud crash captures the zombie's attention. The archer calls him crazy for shouting. Our protagonist observes through his binoculars as the group desperately flees from the zombies on the street. He's impressed by the scene, believing that the man has provided him with a rare spectacle. Sun-ho believes that if he encounters that guy again, he should offer him something as a reward. With that, he wonders if his collection of items is finally complete as he gazes toward the portal. Our protagonist checks his watch and realizes he still has over an hour left. In moments like this, he truly feels he needs the support of his partner, Dingo. With that in mind, he decides to change the order of their plan and announces that it is now his partner's turn. The narration begins by asking where zombies tend to gather most. The answer lies in locations where nutrients can be easily absorbed. Their favorite spots are spacious. Supermarkets are filled with a wide variety of food. That's why these locations are the ones you should avoid the most at the start of the apocalypse. However, for players with over 1,000 hours of gameplay, the perspective shifts significantly because, unlike in the game, he is well prepared for what lies ahead in real life. Our protagonist sees this as a fantastic opportunity to level up quickly and a golden opportunity to reach level 10 and unlock the shop before completing the tutorial. After completing everything, he experiences a jolt of reality about what he is about to do. He wonders if it's a waste, considering the floor would end up soaked in oil anyway. However, upon reflection, he understands that, deep down, it's not such a significant loss. With time to spare before the tutorial, he believes it will be a valuable experience for Dingo. Our protagonist then asks Dingo if he is ready to perform what they practiced. With everything in place, he gets ready to put his new plan into action at last. He gives the signal and Dingo sprints at full speed into the supermarket. Upon arriving, he barks loudly to grab the attention of the zombies that are feeding. The creatures then notice the pup and growl, preparing to attack. Fearlessly, Dingo charges forward, using his paws to knock down the zombies in his path. The pup then leaps and strikes 2 more creatures. He screams from the unexpected blow but continues fighting, dodging the creatures' attacks with his wolf-like agility. After getting past them all, he finally reaches the exit, with the zombies hot on his heels. With that, he successfully lures the horde of zombies out of the massive supermarket. Sun-ho watches the scene, impressed by the commanding presence of his partner as they take charge of the situation with confidence and authority. He flicks his lighter and prepares for the next stage of the plan. He throws the lighter to the ground just as Dingo leaps over his arm. The lighter ignites the oil on the ground, creating a fierce blaze that quickly spreads. The sudden flames disorient the zombies, and our protagonist praises his partner, calling him a genius for the flawless execution. A massive explosion erupts, obliterating all the zombies in an instant. He levels up to level 11, earning 116 points and securing a strong position in the competition. As night falls, a dimensional slot opens up. With the deadline approaching, our protagonist has finally completed his supply run. He looted the supermarket and even took some computers from an apartment building. Aware that the buildings were on the verge of collapse, he rushed to evacuate the area. With that, he opens a dimensional portal in the middle of the street and sets the coordinates. He rides his motorcycle into the other world, a vehicle that has now fulfilled its purpose. Upon arriving at his hideout, he switches to equipment that is free of metal. At his training ground, situated 1 kilometer from the shelter, he gets ready for the next phase. Our hero gathers his preset gear, preparing himself for the worst. Sun-ho questions whether his appearance is suitable, noting the absence of zippers or metal buckles. Glancing at his watch, he realizes that only 3 minutes remain until the event. Suddenly, a strange feeling of unease washes over the protagonist. The system then confirms that the portal permits entry solely for him and his belongings. He confirms that the zombie spores and the wire disease spread through the air. The zombie spores are highly dangerous to humans, transforming them into monsters. Meanwhile, the metal wire disease is destroying objects, so he must remain vigilant. That's why he is at the training ground, surrounded by wood for safety. Our protagonist decides there's no use in worrying any longer and prepares himself for the worst. If his equipment fails, all he needs to do is run to minimize the damage he sustains. For in that moment, his focus must be on one single, most important task. With that determination, he opens his portal and focuses entirely on maintaining its stability. The countdown begins. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the wire disease has finally arrived. The plague arrives in Korea, rapidly distorting the entire city. In the game, this dreadful plague was referred to by everyone as the Middle Plague. This infectious disease obliterated all the civilization that humanity had built. It reduced everything to dust in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing in its wake. Not even the electrical systems were spared. Everything was destroyed by the Middle Plague. Through the portal, Sun-ho observes the destruction spreading across the real world beyond. Amid the ruins, the portal stands out like a window to a safer world. The city has been thrust back into the Stone Age. In just a few seconds of chaos, our protagonist had prepared for this moment, yet he remains stunned by the scene before him. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, propelling him backward with tremendous force. He briefly wonders if the blast originated from the nearby army ammunition depot, but quickly pushes the thought aside, focusing instead on the iron beads in his hand. With each bead, he feels the weight of his decisions and the path that lies ahead. Sighing with relief, he sees that the metal sphere remains intact. However, he soon realizes that the situation is much worse than he had imagined. Gazing at the ruined city through the portal, he realizes he cannot consider this a positive outcome. Unsure of his next steps, he decides to close the dimensional portal for the time being. The final step is to follow his plan and get ready for what lies ahead. With this in mind, he walks back to his shelter feeling deeply worried. Upon arrival, he discovers the little creatures from before, who seem to have been waiting for him. Sun-ho then asks why they have returned, and the creatures present roots to him. Our hero is puzzled and wonders why they are suddenly offering him roots. He contemplates whether this is an apology gift, and the little creatures nod in agreement. Alternatively, he considers if they want to trade their roots for more of that delicious sweet potato jelly they had enjoyed. At that, Sun-ho becomes annoyed and states that he attempted to be kind, but they are already crossing the line. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that the little creatures are, in fact, quite cute. Our protagonist chooses to propose a deal to the small creatures. He explains that he doesn't need food. Instead, he seeks strange and very special items. He sighs, realizing that perhaps they don't fully grasp what he means. Sunho laments that no matter how smart they are, having a proper conversation with them is impossible. Suddenly, the little red creature picks up a branch with something black on the tip and lifts it high. Our protagonist is taken aback and asks if they want to trade or if they are asking for the jelly. The creature then draws a trade symbol on the ground and affirms his proposal. With an excited smile, he says that if they bring items like that, the deal is on. However, the little creature becomes frightened, prompting our hero to apologize for being a bit hasty. The leader addresses his group, and they appear to be deliberating the man's proposal. The red creature points at him, and our protagonist interprets this as a sign of agreement. The system informs him that he has successfully communicated with the swarm and the chief has requested a contract. Sunho is confused because, with Dingo and the frog, he never needed a contract before. He wonders whether intelligent animals can be possessed, and the system confirms that they cannot. Our protagonist finds the contract to be oddly formal, yet surprisingly simple. With nothing to lose, he signs it. The system confirms that the swarm is now under his control. Suddenly, the leader climbs onto his shoulder, leaving our hero bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. He realizes that the creatures are about to begin searching for the ores specified in the contract. Before they set off, the protagonist asks them to wait for a moment. He remembers that they came because they were hungry, and he retrieves the sweet potato jellies. Offering food as a signing bonus for the contract, the creatures embrace the agreement and celebrate with him. As they leave, our hero warns them not to eat the food and to flee without bringing anything back. He threatens that if they betray him, he will ignore the apocalypse itself to hunt them down relentlessly. In games, the tutorial is everything. Night had fallen, and the surroundings were engulfed in pitch-black darkness. Judging by the time, there were still 2 to 3 hours left before morning. After briefly weighing his options, he decides to take action instead of resting. As he checks his gear, he realizes just how well prepared he is, especially with a ceramic knife on hand. Regardless of whether he ultimately confronts the remnants, he knows he must investigate their hideout personally. After completing his inspection of the gang's belongings, he retrieves several hard drives from the computer units he brought back from the studio apartment. He connects them to a docking station and begins checking their contents. The drives are filled with various types of media. Just as he is about to finish reviewing everything, he discovers something completely unexpected and freezes. Wait! One of the files opens, revealing a stunning truth. Mikyung was an idol. Looking at the footage, it's clear that, with looks like that, it would be strange if she were just a regular person. Still, he forces himself to stay focused. There's no point in dwelling on it right now. He continues deleting files when a system prompt appears, asking if he wants to permanently delete this file. He hesitates for a moment before confirming. Reflecting on that time, it doesn't seem like just a memory. It feels like something he deeply wants to hold on to. Once he finishes, he clenches his hand and straightens up. Now, let's take a look at the level 10 reward. He called it a shop window. The shop interface opens, and he stares at it in silence. At first glance, the UI appears almost identical to how it looked in the game. As he scans the listings, he notices something unusual. The prices have changed since the patch. He pauses, concentrating on the numbers 6 and 11. Despite this, the item generation and extraction system appears to be identical to that of the game. This means the only explanation is that the system has already been patched. He picks up a bottle and a small item, examining them closely. If that's true, then he can only rely on the bug that worked in the tutorial. Next, he checks the additional trait. A new window opens, revealing that the additional trait, dimensional slot, allows designated items to be pulled from a subspace pocket. However, only one object can be placed in each slot, and he currently has 5 slots available. He commented that they were essentially quick slots. Then he took control of all the slots. As the slots materialize before him, glowing and layered in space, he can't help but stare in awe. This is incredible. With fewer items needing preparation in advance and the dimensional slots active, he no longer needs to leave weapons stored behind the gate, as equipment can now be pulled out instantly from the dimensional space. A system notification appears, confirming that the dimensional storage has been successfully activated. He exhales slowly. This is beyond overpowered. This is a completely late-game carry trait. Before leaving, he gives one last instruction. Dingo, guard the house well. The wolf settles down obediently. Big Bro is about to leave. A surge of blue light surrounds him as the portal activates. He completes the tutorial and steps through. Wow, the moment he arrives, his footsteps echo faintly in the seriously pitch black. Even with his helmet on, visibility is nearly zero. He quickly activates Moonlight and combines it with his terrain sense skill, propelling himself forward. The helmet clicks into place. This won't work with just slot 3. He continues to advance, scanning his surroundings carefully. So far, he hasn't found any items in the other world. For now, he has no choice but to rely on consumption rather than conservation. As he moves, a system notification flashes, skill effect applied. Shade grapes, night vision boosted. Another notification appears. The consumable effect has been applied. Sharp eye, his pupils glow faintly. Oh, I can see, I can see. The darkness recedes, revealing a wide open area ahead. Several figures are scattered in the distance. All right, let's find a safe spot first. He moves carefully, and one characteristic of survival life comes to mind. The user interface is terrible. Even when events trigger, they aren't displayed correctly. The tutorial begins with the appearance of a moving wall of zombies, signaling that it's time to start. This raises a critical question. When is the zombie wall created? There are two conditions to consider. The first is when you are spotted by zombies. Second, when a player acquires a tutorial item, he crouches, lowering his presence as the dead shuffle nearby. The method for acquiring items during the tutorial is very specific. You need to focus on an empty spot for a certain amount of time while he stands completely still. This should be sufficient. Then, there was one bug that was unique to the tutorial. If you quickly pick up the weapon before it fully spawns, blue polygons begin to assemble mid-air as he lunges forward. His hand closes around the weapon just as it finishes materializing. With a boom, it stabilizes in his grasp. Simultaneously, an identical duplicate begins to form right beside it. The zombie wall has officially been triggered, and the tutorial has begun in earnest. Just like in the game, any item copied at the start of the tutorial will also be added to the shop. Compared to the chaotic patches that preceded it, where the effectiveness of changes was unpredictable, this one stands out. This patch is truly exceptional. A translucent window appears in front of him, displaying the patch notes. Tutorial reward behavior has been adjusted. Duplicate item generation has been fixed after acquisition. Item persistence has been improved, and tutorial stability has been enhanced. He tightens his grip on the weapon, and the sound reveals everything he needs to know. He can hear the zombies growing louder. He reminded himself not to rush. Even if he doesn't want to see them up close, there's no escaping it now. He'll be seeing them until he's sick of it. He steps forward, knowing there are several ways to complete the tutorial. One of them is simple: kill zombies and keep killing. They kill, relentlessly massacring every single zombie in the area. However, there is another option. If that doesn't appeal to you, there is also a way to break through. The closing zombie wall begins to tighten. As the undead press in from all sides, the tension escalates, creating a palpable sense of dread. The wall rises, sealing the area completely. Bodies pile up, their hands clawing forward, teeth gnash in the dark, and then the pressure spikes. The wall collapses inward as the zombies search, and suddenly, he is sent flying. He slams to the ground. Tam! He tries to pull himself up, but his body doesn't respond quickly enough. He can't manage it like Toshi or Ori do. His strategy was straightforward. He pushes himself upright and begins to run. Footsteps thunder behind him as the horde chases relentlessly. His breathing remains steady, no hesitation, no panic. His original plan was never to wipe everything out. It was simple: find the boss and take it down. He runs without pausing for even a moment. He isn't blindly searching for the boss monster. That would be reckless. A checkpoint is always located within the designated tutorial area. Only by reaching that checkpoint will the boss respawn. That's the rule. However, where is it? As he moves, a warning flashes before him. Shade Grape's effect will soon wear off. Time is running out. The checkpoint must be in one of the buildings within a 3-kilometer radius of the tutorial starting point. Among them, there's only one place it can be. Suddenly, zombies surge toward him. One lunges at his head, and he barely manages to deflect the blow while continuing to move. More bodies press in from the sides, forcing him to navigate through narrow gaps as he pushes forward. Rain pours down as the ruined city stretches ahead. Then, he sees a single intact building standing among the wreckage. The checkpoint marks the location where the tutorial boss will finally make his appearance. He stumbles forward before coming to a halt. A system message flashes. Shade Grape's effect has worn off. At least now he can catch his breath while waiting for the boss to respawn. For now, he decides on his next move. He will head up to the roof. The plan is straightforward. First, identify what type of enhanced zombie appears. Then, determine how to handle it. As he begins to move, something feels off. He pushes open the rooftop door, and at that moment, someone freezes behind him. A girl stares in disbelief. Do you see Ango? Later, they sat on the rooftop, and she told him everything. He then asked, so basically all the gym members survived? She replied, yes, thankfully. He then asks the obvious question, what brings you all the way out here? She looks at him, slightly surprised, but quickly waves it off. I absolutely did not ignore the manual. She explains that Kyun-gun insisted they stay together. When they argued about it, zombies suddenly appeared. After that, everything descended into chaos. They ran without a clear direction and somehow ended up here while trying to escape. He listens intently, absorbing every detail. This wasn't a coincidence. The tutorial area, the checkpoint, and now other survivors have all found their way here. He clenches his teeth in frustration. Damn it, that troll bastard can't even use good intel when it's handed to him. This is truly troubling. He lowers his voice and turns to her. Meet Kyung. Listen carefully. Pretending to be non-awakened in this situation complicates everything. He informed her that the tutorial boss, an enhanced zombie, would soon be summoned. Her eyes widen. What? Don't tell me the method you chose is, he replies. No. She freezes as he continues. I just got dragged into this. Someone else put us in this situation. She lowered her head. I see. He exhales once and then continues. In the video, it is mentioned that when the boss dies, the gathered zombies scatter, the zombie wall collapses, and all aggro resets. On the screen, a familiar face appears, reminding viewers to like the video and turn on notifications so they don't forget to subscribe. Kembapawa mentioned that if you hide or run at that moment, the tutorial will come to an end. She thinks for a moment before asking the key question. When does the enhanced zombie appear? He answers calmly. It'll show up soon. Then, suddenly, a violent surge of blue electricity tears through the air. The ground cracks as lightning arcs downward. A massive figure emerges surrounded by sparks, its body twitching unnaturally as power courses through it. In an instant, the enhanced zombie has spawned, and the tutorial has officially reached the point of no return. She squints at the monster below. Doesn't it look like it has antennae on its head? He studies it quietly, pondering the creature's features. He turns to her and asks, has anything about your body changed recently? She blinks, confused. Why do you ask all of a sudden? He keeps his eyes fixed on the enhanced zombie. These enhanced zombies, characterized by the protrusions on their heads, are rumored to possess the ability to seal something. Below him, the monster crouches, its body enveloped in a strange purple aura. Her expression stiffens as she gasps in surprise. Really? She exclaims, raising her hand in a panic. Just a moment, a status window appears. A red system notification suddenly appears. The trait seal effect is now active. Her face goes pale. Whoa, just like you said. My trait is sealed. Siengo looks at the message and then nods. I see. He turns to her again. McYoung, you said you trusted me. Does that still hold true? She doesn't hesitate. Of course. After everything you've done to help us. He calmly interjects, asking if the items he mailed her last time are in her bag. She immediately opens her backpack and replies, of course, beginning with the flare signal and everything else. He nods once, satisfied. Then he issues his orders. McYoung, draw the zombie's eyes from the rooftop. She stiffens but remains silent. Below them, he grips his helmet, and without another word, he makes his move. The plan is in place. The enhanced zombie has revealed its strategy. The tutorial boss fight finally begins on his terms. He drops down from above, fully committing to the battle. I'll take down the enhanced zombie. The moment his feet hit the ground, a sharp wave of regret washed over him. Damn it. Striking a cool pose on the way down was one thing, but what now? The enhanced zombie stood at the center of the horde, its body enveloped in a thick purple aura as other zombies crowded around it. A red warning flashes before him. The trait seal effect is in place. Of all things, it had to be trait sealing. It's not that unusual. In the early stages of the game, there were no traits, which meant there were no enhanced monsters that sealed them. However, there were enhanced monsters that sealed other elements. He grimaces, realizing he got careless. If he had known, he would have placed his bow in slot 1 instead. Then something feels off. He wonders how this still works. Pulling out his equipment, he watches as a blue light flickers and the slot activates. He quickly pieces it together. The enhanced zombie's level is lower than his, which means only its base trait is sealed, while the extra trait remains unaffected. He considers this good luck as he steadies himself. Slop 2, Slop 3. Weapons materialize instantly before him. If that creature is at a lower level than he is, it won't be able to grant skills, and item drops are also unlikely. No matter how you look at it, that's a poor trade for the effort. However, the fight is already underway. Now that he understands the rules, all that remains is execution. He tightens his grip on the bow, but what can he do? It's not as if he's alone here. Above him, McYoung moves. I'll just aim for the next chance. Suddenly, her voice cuts through the rain. Hey, hey, hey! He pauses. Then he sees it. From the rooftop, a bright red flare streaks into the air. Over here, over here. The enhanced zombie snarls. Its attention snaps upward as the flare burns. Even now, McYoung knows how to draw aggro. Below, the zombies begin to shift, their movements changing as the horde clusters toward the rooftop. He exhales slowly. I can't just voice my complaints without taking responsibility myself. He readies his bow as a blue system message flashes, indicating that his strength has increased by 1. He steadies his breathing, reflecting, in that case, I at least broke even, maybe even profited. A brief explanation crosses his mind. Breaking even means recovering what you invested after covering your losses. Thanks to the enhanced zombie, he raises his bow. I'll return the favor with a one-shot kill. He draws the string back fully, and blue light condenses at the arrowhead. Then he releases the arrow, which screams forward, cutting through the rain like a blade of light as it dives straight toward the enhanced zombie. The decisive strike has begun, and the arrow slices through the darkness. But the fight isn't over yet. The enhanced zombie twists at the last moment, causing the blade of light to tear past its body instead of finishing it off. TSK. It's too dark. He missed the one-turn kill and clicks his tongue in frustration. Well, fine. He lowers the bow and moves quickly. As this is his first hunt for a boss monster, he wants to feel the impact with his own hands. Launching himself forward, he collides mid-air with the enhanced zombie, which charges back, snarling. He raises his weapon overhead and brings it down with all his strength. The impact is brutal. Bones crack as the creature slams into the ground, its skull smashing against the concrete. It struggles to move, desperately trying to rise. A violent surge of purple and red energy erupts as his follow-up strike tears through it. Blood splashes across the ground. The enhanced zombie convulses once before going still. A blue system message appears, indicating that the trait seal effect has been lifted. The oppressive pressure vanishes instantly, and the boss is dead. With that, the tutorial's greatest obstacle is finally cleared. Another blue system message appears, announcing that 10 points have been gained. He looks down at the fallen enhanced zombie and realizes, so I really didn't get a skill, huh? He shifts his gaze, scanning the area for any changed belongings or dropped items nearby. Something catches his attention. Huh? What's this? A new item window flashes. Robutin bracelet. Insight +2. He lifts the bracelet into view, realizing there is indeed something special about it. But then, why are there two? Just then, Mikyung calls out to him, Song-go! He turns as she runs toward him. The seal wore off, so I shook them all off and came back. She stops beside him, slightly out of breath. He pieces it together immediately. Aha! So instead of a boss drop, a new tutorial clear reward was added. Another system message appears. You have gained 17 points. He glances at the floating window and thinks, these random points I just received must be part of the diversified point gain methods introduced in the patch. He held the bracelet in front of Mikyung. This? She said, tilting her head. I didn't really do anything, so I feel bad taking it, he says, holding out the bracelet. You can take it. She hesitates as he explains calmly. Strictly speaking, clearing this was thanks to you, Mikyung. He fastens the bracelet around her wrist. He lifts his gaze, the tension finally easing. Shall we head to the fitness club? Mikyung stares up at the building and calls out Song-go's name. Someone asks if the building appears to be leaning slightly. Song-go confirms that it does. He explains that in videos, buildings of up to 8 floors, typically 5, are considered safer. Even if it's not urgent, it's best to take action. If it's tilting like this due to poor construction, it wouldn't be surprising if it collapsed at any moment. Mikyung says she will definitely discuss it with the gym owner. Song-go tells her that once everyone is gathered, it will be beneficial. He adds that he will also explain the killer's system. A voice announces that he knew they would still be alive. A man stands with his arms crossed, waiting. Mikyung calls out to him, referring to him as Coach. The man turns, and Song-go recognizes him. Hyunjun. Relief washes over his face as he expresses gratitude that Hyunjun did not turn into a zombie. Hyunjun responds by telling Song-go that he should have said something more heartwarming instead. He mentions that there is far too much to discuss and instructs everyone to go inside first. Once inside, Hyunjun quietly asks if that is true. Inside the room, several people are gathered among stacks of supplies and improvised furniture. Hyungjun asks Song-go if he really defeated a tutorial boss that seals traits. Song-go responds calmly, assuring them that there is no need to be shocked. He explains that, thanks to Mikyung's awakening, he was able to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Someone comments that his guts are incredible and expresses amazement. Song-go chuckles softly and replies that perhaps that is true. He then asks if any items were dropped as tutorial rewards. Hyungjun replies that there was nothing at all except for the Spark Ebony Club. He notes that there were none of the checkpoints he mentioned, and that there wasn't a single place free of zombies to begin with. Someone reacts in disbelief, asking what that means. Song-go explains that tutorial difficulty and conditions are adjusted according to the player's level in reality. He adds that they must meet stricter requirements to earn rewards. He then asks if he has ever gained points in any way other than by killing monsters. Hyung-jun responds that he received some points when he helped Yoo-hyun. Yoo-hyun agrees and elaborates, explaining that specifically, points were awarded when the coach pushed away the zombie that was trying to grab him. Song-go continues, stating that in that case, it appears that they actually gain points for successfully escaping after being spotted by a mob or for helping someone. Hyung appears with a surprise, clasping her hands. She explains that non-combat awakeners can now earn points more easily. Song-go confirms this, stating it clearly. Hyung-jun then speaks directly to Song-go. He asks Song-go what his trait is. Song-go hesitates, responding with confusion, noting that the question seems to have come out of nowhere. Hyung-jun steps closer and tells him not to play dumb. Hyung-jun reminded Seong-go that the system activated when the tutorial began, granting him a new trait. He states that awakening was merely a pre-registration bonus. As he speaks, images from the game's survival life flash on the screen, reinforcing his point. He questions whether everyone who survived experienced awakening. Song-go reacts internally, finding it hard to believe. The protagonist reflects internally that if the system can change the rules and settings so easily, then the information in Survival Life is not absolute. He continues, noting that unlike the other two, she did not receive any items during the tutorial. He wonders what Mi-kyung, who has awakened, must be thinking now. Hyung-jun begins to speak again, sharing that he has received a physical enhancement that has increased both his strength and agility. Yoo-hyun states that he has been a doll maker from the very beginning. He explains that when he closes his eyes, he can see, hear, and move through the dolls. Mi-kyung calmly states that, as everyone knows, hers blink. Song-go realizes that at this rate, he may have to reveal his own trait as well. He honestly admits that he is torn. He believes that by revealing his true nature now, he can finally bury all the lies he has told up to this point. But he also considers how the three of them will react, which is another matter. The group sits together in silence. Mi-kyung calls out to the coach. Song-go suggests that it might just be his twisted personality. But what if they feel resentment or jealousy? Mi-kyung whispers something to the coach. Song-go brushes it all aside, insisting that they should stick to the plan. He resolves internally to reveal his true self only when he meets friends he can absolutely trust, friends who can keep pace with his growth. He pauses and then says that, for now, he has awakened too. He places a hand on his chest. He states that it's time to be a bit more shameless, and adds that his unique trait is attack prediction. Yoo-hyun stated that this means he will never be caught off guard. Song-go claims it's not as powerful as it seems. He can merely anticipate the monster's attack path, perceiving it like an afterimage in advance. He shifts the conversation by asking what the gym party plans to do next. Hyun-jun speaks first, stating that they will talk to Bora and that Punk Park. He emphasizes that their main focus will be on leveling up and surviving. He adds that, based on the information Seong-go provided the day before D-Day, opening the shop and auction appears to be the top priority. After that, he declares that they will track down the punks who bullied Mi-kyung, make them pay, and beat them up if possible. Song-go smiled and said that providing Hyun-jun with that information was worth it. Yoo-hyun apologizes for interrupting and addresses Song-go, asking what level he is. The MC reacts sharply, questioning what she just heard. Yoo-hyun explains that it was simply a random curiosity that came to mind. He claims that Seong-go defeated the tutorial boss entirely on his own. Mi-kyung watches them silently. Yoo-hyun continues, noting that with skills like that, Seong-go must have been hunting zombies non-stop since they first appeared. He then calculated that, in other words, since there is a level gap between him at level 1 and the respawn monster, Seong-go must have been fighting mid-level monsters. Hyun-jun suddenly grabs him from behind, restraining him as she gasps for breath. Hyun-jun questions why he would ask something like that, stating that Sang-gu should only be around level 4 at most. Yoo-hyun struggles and gasps, pleading that he cannot breathe. Hyun-jun immediately asks Mi-kyung if that's all right. She replies that it is. She then explains that since she is at level 2, that must be how it works. With confidence, she asserts that she is sure that's the case. She turns to Seong-gu and asks if that is correct. Song-go hesitates before giving a vague answer. Internally, he reflects that they just covered for him to spare him from putting in extra effort. He realizes they even knocked the kid out. Hyun-jun crouches beside him to check on his condition. After that, Song-go straightens up and suggests that since it is late, they should get going. He stands up and starts to leave when someone calls out, asking him to wait. Song-go turns back. Hyun-jun hands him a pair of plastic binoculars made by Yoo-hyun, along with some snacks. He asks if he can truly have them. Hyunjun replies that of course he can, especially after everything Sunggo has done for them. As they walk, Hyunjun suddenly asks if he ever shared the reason for his divorce. Seongu replies, reminding him that he previously mentioned it was embarrassing, and that he refused to elaborate. Hyunjun admits that it's quite embarrassing to say it out loud now. He explains that his fear of muscle loss was the reason. When he dined with his wife, he pretended to eat. In reality, he was causing all sorts of trouble because of his obsession with losing muscle, which became a significant issue. Hyunjun concludes by stating that, ultimately, his message is quite simple. He tells Sunggo that everyone has things, big or small, that they prefer not to discuss. He adds that they can talk about anything whenever they are ready, just as he is doing now. Sunggo believed that Hyunjun and Mi-kyung must have noticed something that was being kept hidden. Hyunjun brushes it off, stating that for now, he has finished talking. Sunggo suddenly steps forward and grabs Hyunjun's arm. He tells him to let him speak, assuring him that the gap in their abilities will eventually close. Sunggo believes he will grow stronger as he gains more experience. He tells Hyunjun to stay alive until the day they can stand together. Mi-kyung gazes up at them. After a brief pause, Sunggo turns and starts to walk away. As he departs, he mentions that he will drop by from time to time. Sunggo stands in a snowy landscape, voicing his disbelief at the abrupt shift in weather. He observes that it's hot in the real world, while it's snowing in the other world. As he trudges through the snow, he reflects on the situation, questioning its reality. He feels relieved, believing he had the foresight to stash supplies in the warehouse, which prevented a potential disaster. He surveys the icy surroundings, contemplating that perhaps the situation isn't entirely bleak. His defenses have been unintentionally strengthened, allowing him to relax for a few days without the worry of goblins. He had plans to dig a moat, but the frozen ground made it impossible, prompting him to reconsider his strategy. Determined, Sunggo decides it's time to assess the situation and organize his future plans. He smiles, appearing ready to face the challenges ahead. The scene shifts to bloodstains on the floor as a trembling hand reaches out with the words "survival" and "life" carved in blood. Emphasis is on the game's sole objective, survival. A group of formidable creatures emerges, underscoring the dangers that players must confront. The game mechanics are explained, revealing that players can equip up to 5 items, which prepares them for the battles ahead. Players will need to choose which skills to remove in order to make room for new ones. This strategic decision adds depth to gameplay, as players must carefully consider their options and adapt their skill sets to different challenges. The oldest skill has been replaced, which is seen as a disadvantageous mechanic. Depending on their playstyle, players must create the most effective contamination to rise to the top of the food chain. In reality, however, things are different. RMC considers the various factors that exist outside the game, acknowledges that there are numerous factors to consider. He remembered that there wasn't a single place free of zombies during the week he was logged off, signaling a significant change in the environment. The protagonist contemplates his next move, wondering what action to take. He realizes that despite the changes around him, nothing has fundamentally altered his situation. The strategy remains unchanged. Stockpile supplies, acquire better skills and items while focusing on survival. With a sense of determination, he concludes that he simply needs to keep doing what he has been doing, maintaining his focus on the ultimate goal of survival. In the short term, Sunggo concentrates on his tasks in the other world. He intends to complete the moat and confront the owlbear to secure the valley. In reality, he needs to gather festival fireworks and monitor the party at the hillside villa. He reflects on his long-term goals, feeling overwhelmed by the many tasks that lie ahead. Frustrated, he acknowledges that there's too much to handle and resolves to stop overthinking. He resolves to take action once midnight arrives and the zombies fall asleep. His plan is to travel to Gwangali to gather fireworks. Focusing on the task at hand, he prepares himself and reminds himself to concentrate on the immediate objective. Meanwhile, a group of people outside is struggling with a jerry can. Frustrated, one of them questions how someone can be so clueless. Meanwhile, another, who claims to be the brains of the group, attempts to defend himself. Tensions escalate when one individual becomes angry, challenging the other to respond. However, a companion steps in, urging them to calm down. The girl urges them to cool off and suggests they go home for a drink. However, the other refuses, stating they can't do that. They express concern that if Sunggo survived and became awakened like her, it could lead to problems. They stress the importance of eliminating the threat as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Xianggu watches from a distance. He stepped out because he sensed something was off and discovered that they were still obsessed with him. He realizes that the group plans to burn down his house. He recognizes the threat they represent to his future and resolves that he cannot show mercy. He listens as one of the group members urges the others to stop complaining and complete the task swiftly. Xianggu steps forward, capturing the group's attention. One of them asks why he is outside at this hour. Xiang casually explains that he slipped out to gather some fireworks. The group is taken aback by his presence and questions his timing. Xianggu explains that zombies are diurnal creatures falling asleep at midnight. This allows him to move freely, as long as he avoids the creepers and keepers. Meanwhile, the other expresses frustration with newcomers who fail to grasp this concept. He then mentions another condition for creepers and keepers to spawn. The player level must be 7 or higher. The man confidently states that his current level is 5, indicating that the keepers won't appear. Xianggu acknowledges his knowledge, impressed by his thorough preparation. However, our main character introduces doubt by suggesting that the information they possess might be incorrect. One of the group members, confused, asks what he means by that. Xianggu cryptically replies that it's none of their business, but because of them, his plans have changed. He declares his intention to raid their hideout before gathering fireworks. The group is taken aback by his boldness, and one member accuses him of losing his mind. As tensions escalate, the leader instructs his companions to deal with Xianggu. They are interrupted. A loud noise echoes through the air, causing them to pause and exchange worried glances. A keeper suddenly appears, catching everyone off guard. The group panics at this unexpected threat, and one member shouts in disbelief. Xianggu seizes the opportunity and makes a run for it, leaving the group to confront the keeper. As he escapes, the group scrambles to react, with one member directing another to pursue Xianggu. The chase commences amidst the chaos. As the chase continues, one of the group members reflects on their past efforts, feeling frustrated by the relentless pursuit. He thinks to himself that all he has done is chase after this elusive target. Determined, he resolves that if he can catch him now, it will all be worth it. He calls out to his boss, urging him to join the chase. Suddenly, while sprinting forward, they slam into an invisible barrier and fall to the ground, startled. The boss, confused, asks what just happened. Amid the chaos, they carry him to the keeper. Panic floods the boss's face as the monster finishes off his friend. He quickly reunites with the girl and decides they should split up to cover more ground. One of them suggests going left while the other goes right, and they agree to the plan. As they sprint in different directions, the girl notices something alarming and calls out to the leader. Before he can react, a fiery explosion erupts nearby, catching them off guard. The fiery explosion illuminates the sky, sending the leader crashing to the ground. Disoriented and confused, he mutters to himself, wondering what has gone wrong. As he struggles to regain his footing, a menacing creature looms above him, its red eyes glowing ominously. Panicked, he wonders where everything went wrong. Determined not to be defeated, he defiantly shouts that he won't go down without a fight. With a surge of energy, he charges at the creature, ready to fight back. The creature, however, is relentless and unwilling to give up. He curses under his breath, fully aware of the dire situation he faces. The creature's presence is overwhelming, leaving him feeling trapped. With its massive mouth wide open, it prepares to devour him. He recognizes the pathetic state he finds himself in. In a swift motion, the creature delivers the final blow. Meanwhile, Xianggu watches from a distance, observing the chaos unfold. He acknowledges the effort of the fallen member, recognizing that he managed to land a hit on the creature. With determination, Xianggu resolves to take action. He readies himself for a decisive strike, gripping his weapon tightly. Channeling his energy, he aims for the finishing blow, poised to turn the tide of the battle. Xianggu unleashes a powerful attack, directing it straight at the creature. The energy surges forward, striking the target with immense force. Despite the impact, the creature staggers but remains standing. Frustrated, Xianggu realizes that the fired bullet is disintegrating faster than he anticipated, yet it has no effect. Determined, Xianggu continues his assault, firing repeatedly at the creature until it lies dead. He recognizes that the situation feels off, yet he continues forward. As the creature finally succumbs, Xianggu's level increases to 2. He gains 20 stat points, acquires the skill Terrain Detection, and notices an improvement in the effectiveness of overlapping skills. Reflecting on the battle, Xianggu contemplates the weight of taking a life. Whether directly or indirectly, he advises himself not to harbor too much resentment. As he walks away from the scene, he observes that the trash was deceived by other trash and ultimately perished, simplifying the outcome. Afterward, Xianggu's gear harvesting efforts go smoothly as he arrives at Kim Chiljin's hideout. Siongo searches for items that could sell well at the auction house. Although it wasn't what he expected, he recognizes the potential for profit. He reflects that if Chiljin had been left alone, he would have eventually died over time. Siongo is taken aback by the quantity of cigarettes and alcohol he discovers. The scene shifts to the Guangzhou area, where Siongo stands among a collection of large fireworks, clearly pleased with his haul. He notes that not only did he get the festival fireworks he wanted, but they are also impressively large. With Dingo's help, he navigates the area, skillfully avoiding keepers and creepers. He successfully handles the sleeping zombies one by one, clearing his path. Siongo checks his status, revealing he is at level 14 with 324 points to allocate. His stats include strength, agility, dexterity, and perception, along with skills such as survival instinct and terrain detection. Excitedly, he exclaims that this is it, and Dingo barks in agreement. However, he acknowledges that there is one problem. At 7 a.m. After finishing his raiding, Siongo feels the strain of moving supplies around multiple times. He admits that this is quite challenging. He reflects on the situation, believing that if only the winter in the other world weren't so harsh, things would be easier. He realizes that a single spark could ignite the shelter, and the strong winds on the ground could create moisture issues. Yet this remains the best location. Determined to ensure everyone's safety, Siongo plans his next move. He decides to head to the wall to check if Suyen is alive and to assess the nearby time shelter, as well as Kyungjun's golf course base. A loud noise suddenly catches his attention, causing him to turn around in surprise. Siongo hears the heavy sound of rain pouring outside. For 2 days, typhoons have battered the real world. During this time, he concentrates on digging a moat, finding it too risky to navigate the still-frozen other world. After another day passes, he reflects on the events that unfolded, contemplating the choices he made and the paths he could have taken. Each moment weighs heavily on his mind, shaping his understanding of the world around him. As night falls, he finds solace in the quiet, allowing his thoughts to settle before the dawn of a new day. He finally completes the moat. Exhausted, he vows never to take on such a task again. Fortunately, the thaw arrives. Melting the ice walls, the weather improves, and Siongo reflects on the brutal conditions he has endured. Despite the challenges, he concludes that complaining serves no purpose. As the ice walls melt, he observes that most of the awakened remain trapped due to the storm. With determination, he declares that it's time to move on to the next step. A fleeting thought crosses his mind. In survival scenarios, firearms were often viewed as overpowered. He contemplates the straightforward reason behind this. Guns were only unlocked late in the game after the outbreak of the Iron Death disease, and could only be obtained through farming. As he walks with Dingo, he stays focused on his plans, prepared to tackle the challenges that lie ahead. Shango watches a large creature moving through the forest. He notes that, despite its size, it has yet to detect his presence. He credits Dingo with finding the perfect spot, recognizing the dog's keen instincts. As Siongo crouches, he reflects on his improved insights. Now at 14 thanks to the watch, and his terrain sense skill, which has reached level 2, he felt confident, knowing that even the owlbear couldn't sense him. He checks his ammunition, counting 15 bullets remaining. Siongo calculates that to take down something tougher than a keeper, he needs at least 7 clean shots, even with uncorroded bullets that the plague can't ruin. He understands the importance of using his limited ammunition wisely, especially since restocking is not an option. Taking aim, Siongo fires at the creature. The bullet strikes its target, eliciting a roar of pain from the beast. Siongo watches as the creature roars in pain, its red eyes glaring fiercely. The creature's massive form thrashes about, desperately searching for its attacker. Siongo fired 2 more bullets at the owlbear. The creature emits another deafening roar, its frustration unmistakable. Siongo observes that the creature cannot determine his exact location. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Siongo is determined to face the creature head-on and decides it's time to confront it directly. He stands up, prepared to confront the creature eye to eye. With determination, he declares that today is the day to settle this. Siongo, wearing a confident smile, refers to it as an owl freak. The creature charges forward. Our main character devises a strategy, referencing slot 1 and slot 2, all while wearing a confident smirk. Siongo activates his abilities, with blue energy crackling around his hands. He lights a fuse, setting an explosive device in motion. With precision, he throws it at the creature. Siongo swiftly moves, preparing for the next phase of his plan. He announces slot 3, maintaining his focus. Just then, the creature lunges toward our main character, swinging its claw upward. A golden explosion lights up the sky, capturing his attention. The creature was overwhelmed by the light, shielding its eyes with its hands. Now enraged and disoriented, it struggled against the fiery assault. Xiango seizes the opportunity created by its vulnerability and launches another attack. As the creature reels from the impact, Xiango taunts it once more, pointing out its vulnerability to light. He activates slot 4, resolute in his goal to end the battle. Standing amidst swirling energy, Xiango confidently declares, "Now then." His eyes glow red with determination as he commands the creature to leave his valley. The creature lets out a pained cry, its body convulsing from the force of Xiango's attack. A notification appears indicating that Xiango has gained 25 points and reached level 15. He acquires a new skill, Silent Movement. At this level, an additional trait effect is unlocked, Dimensional Slot +1. Breathing heavily, Xiango acknowledges the success of slot 4. The Silent Movement skill significantly reduces all sounds made by the player. The dimensional slot enables him to retrieve an item from storage once a day. As he reflects on his new abilities, Xiango experiences a sense of unease. He considers the potential of selling the creature's claws as weapon material, deciding to make the most of his resources. With this in mind, he begins to strategize how to maximize their value in the market. With a determined look, Xiango activates slot 5, deciding to make the most of the situation. He revs up a chainsaw, prepared to harvest the creature's valuable parts. Xiango takes a hearty bite of the cooked meat, savoring the flavor. Sitting cross-legged by the campfire, he enjoys his meal with a satisfied expression. Beside him, a small white creature munches on its own piece of meat. Xiango chuckles and declares, "This is life," as he relishes this moment of peace and contentment. The small white creature barks eagerly, its eyes wide with anticipation. Xiango looks at it with mild exasperation and comments, "Honestly, you already ate 5, and you still want more." Despite his words, he can't help but smile at the creature's enthusiasm. With a playful tone, Xiango tosses another piece of meat to the creature, saying, "Here you go, you little punk." The creature catches it skillfully, clearly delighted with the extra treat. Xiango gently pats the small creature, encouraging it to eat and grow quickly. He envisions a future where they can perform combo plays together, or where the creature might even hunt solo. Noticing a change, Xiango remarks in surprise, "Huh." He observes that the creature has grown a bit bigger. Satisfied, he concludes, "Well, I guess you're full now." Xiango stands up, brushing off his clothes, and asks if they should get moving again. He appears ready to continue his journey with renewed energy. He then mentions the new feature unlocked at level 15, the auction house. A sense of curiosity and anticipation fills the air as he contemplates the possibilities this new feature might bring. Xiango examines the auction house interface, noting its similarity to the shop system from the game. He observed the options to list or retrieve items along with a transaction fee of 10%. Surprised by this increase, he recalls that the fee was only 5% in the game. This unexpected change leaves him pondering the implications for his future transactions. Xiango expresses his frustration, exclaiming that it's a blatant ripoff as he navigates the auction house interface. He points at the retrieve item option, clearly displeased with the increased transaction fee. Suddenly, something catches his attention, and he reacts with surprise, uttering a soft "huh" as his eyes widen, indicating that something unexpected has occurred. Xiango notices an item already listed in the auction house, an old ebony club, with a minimum bid of 10 points and a buy now price of 100 points. With 20 minutes remaining, he realizes that someone has already listed an item and reminds himself to stay calm. Taking a deep breath, he tries to steady his nerves as he processes this new development. Xiango considers the possibility that anyone with at least a semi-endgame tier combat trait could easily be at a higher level than him, despite his non-combat status. He turns his attention to the auction house, where the old ebony club is listed as the first auction item. The options to buy or bid are clearly displayed, and Xiango's hand hovers over the command button as he contemplates his next move. Xiango examines the comments on the auction house interface, noting the messages, "No one yet," and wondering if he leveled too fast. He also spots a to-do list item. Today's task is to defeat a keeper excess. Curiously, Xiango muses over the phrasing, and as a realization dawns on him, he wears a confident expression and states, "I think I know who it is." In the world of survival life, anonymity was highly valued. Players could customize not only their gender, but also their voices, enabling them to maintain their privacy and transform their in-game personas. Aside from the global chat where IDs were visible, Xiango reflects on the anonymity within the game. He notices a message in the chat from NewBeepsy1 asking, "Hi, anyone here?" Xiango considers the game's privacy features and realizes there is no way to obtain information about others unless they reveal it themselves. With a knowing smile, he begins to formulate a plan, understanding the importance of maintaining his own anonymity while navigating the game's social dynamics. Xiango reflects on the dynamics of the game, noting that as more veteran players join, they often stray from the developer's intended direction. He views this as a significant issue. He zeroes in on a particular player who frequently adds unnecessary embellishments to the end of their messages. This habit catches Xiango's attention, marking the player as an attention seeker among their peers. Xiango's thoughts dwell on this behavior, recognizing it as a deliberate attempt to attract attention within the game's social environment. Xiango taps the microphone icon, ready to communicate. With a friendly demeanor, he greets everyone with a warm hi, his expression open and approachable. Xiango receives a message asking, "Who are you?" He replies, "I'm Rabbit Princess." Observing the message with a thoughtful expression, he notes the directness of the inquiry. Internally, he muses about the player's personality, wondering if it mirrors their real-life demeanor as they come in strong right away. With a friendly smile, Xiango responds, "I'm Gimbap Lover," introducing himself with ease. Xiango waits for a response, feeling a twinge of concern over the delay. He begins to wonder if the other player is suspicious of him. Suddenly, a loud, mischievous laugh erupts in the chat, catching Xiango off guard. The message continues with an accusatory tone. "I trusted you, Gimbap Lover Nim." The player expresses their frustration, asking, "Do you know how long I've been waiting?" Xiango looks up at the screen, taken aback by the intensity of the response. Xiango receives a message inquiring if he is with the president. He quickly replies, clarifying that he is acting alone. The other player expresses surprise, having assumed Xiango was involved due to the flyers distributed on Doomsday. Xiango admits he shared some information with the government, but he insists it was more like advice. Reflecting on the situation, Xiango considers that someone knowledgeable about Sora might be involved. He remains cautious about revealing his own traits, preferring to keep certain aspects hidden. Xiango reflects on the idea, agreeing that revealing one's trait is risky, unless you're a combat type. He feels understood, thinking that, as expected, the Rabbit Princess gets him. Meanwhile, another player, exuding confidence, suggests that it's perfectly fine for him to reveal his own trait, and asks if Xiango wants to hear it. Xiango is taken aback, questioning whether it's truly okay to share such information. Xiango listens as the other player confidently declares that they will be moving together regardless. He chuckles nervously and responds with, "Haha, well." The player then reveals their trait. "Anyway, my trait is Resurrection." They explain that as long as they have points, they can use it infinitely. Xiango is taken aback by this revelation, exclaiming, "What? Seriously?" The other player continues, revealing that their current level is 17. They explain that their traits now include physical resistance, elemental resistance, and various special resistances. Xiango listens intently, absorbing the impressive stats displayed on the screen: health and strength at 16, agility at 14, dexterity at 8, and perception at 9. With a mischievous tone, the player prompts Xiango to share his own traits. Xiango hesitates, feeling the weight of the request. He begins to respond, "Well, about that." Xiango hesitates, feeling the weight of the question. He admits, "I can't tell you right away." The other player reacts with surprise, exclaiming, "Huh, why?" Xiango reflects internally, revealing his struggle. "Actually, I have trust issues with people." Xiango reflects on his trust issues, admitting that he doesn't even share his abilities with those close to him in real life. He reassures Rabbit Princess, saying, "Of course, it's not that I don't trust you, Rabbit Princess Nim." He explains that he prefers to meet face-to-face for initial conversations. Rabbit Princess responds with understanding, acknowledging Xiango's feelings. "I understand. I get how you feel, at least to some extent." Xiango receives a request from someone known as Gimbap Lover Nim, asking him to search the auction house once more. He hesitates, confronted with the decision to register or not, ultimately deciding against it. Confused, he questions the urgency of the situation, wondering what it could mean. However, he is urged to hurry. As he processes this, Xiango's attention is drawn to something unexpected. He looks on in surprise, realizing, wait, this is... Xiango's attention is captured by a magical metal ring, its description emphasizing its worth. The ring provides a boost of +2 to both health and strength, sparkling with embedded magic. Xiango understands the importance of this item, particularly at this early stage, right after completing the tutorial. A player wearing a satisfied expression shares that they searched the entire neighborhood to obtain the ring. They offer it to Xiango for 10 points, clearly pleased with their discovery. Xiango is taken aback, exclaiming, "What? How could you give something as valuable?" His surprise is evident as he processes the generous offer. A message appears, urging him to simply accept it. The player explains their reasoning, saying, "I figured I should show this much sincerity for you to trust me." Xiango, still puzzled, internally questions, "Why though?" As he tries to understand the player's intentions, Xiango recalls meeting Rabbit Princess early in the game, where they formed a bond by facing challenges together. In one memory, they stand side by side, shaking hands against a glowing sunset. Another memory captures a dire moment when they are captured by a massive creature, yet they remain united. Their camaraderie shines through as they celebrate a victory, wielding their weapons triumphantly over a fallen foe. The strength of their bond is particularly evident among veterans, as they are shown running together, escaping danger with unwavering determination and trust. Xiango lies on the grass gazing at the sky alongside Rabbit Princess. The sun shines brightly, casting a warm glow over them. Xiango reflects on the unexpected goodwill he has received, feeling grateful despite his initial surprise. In his hand, the magic metal ring sparkles with a mystical aura. Nearby, the claws of the defeated creature and some cooked fish rest on a cloth. Xiango contemplates the value of the ring and the generosity shown to him, savoring this moment of camaraderie and trust. Xiango decides that the best way to reciprocate the generosity he has received is to demonstrate his own sincerity. He lists the owlbear claw and smoked trout for sale, hoping to offer something valuable in return. A player reacts with surprise and excitement upon seeing the listings, exclaiming, "Huh, what is this? This is freaking sexy." Their enthusiasm is clear as they consider purchasing the items. Xiango remembers that the player enjoys grilled fish as snacks and values animal claws as weapons. This thoughtful gesture reflects his understanding of their preferences, further strengthening the bond between them. A player exclaims in surprise, "Hoo-hoo! Monsters are already showing up in Busan." Their excitement is palpable as they eagerly interact with a glowing interface, their finger hovering over a purchase button. A message appears, clarifying, "No, it's related to my trait." This explanation seems to address the player's curiosity about the situation. The message continues, "You can think of it as a token of trust," suggesting that the interaction is part of a deeper relationship or understanding between the players. Overwhelmed by the revelation, the player responds with enthusiasm. "Excess, that's insane." Their reaction indicates a mix of awe and excitement at the unfolding events. Xiango speaks directly to Rabbit Princess, expressing that he appreciates her traveling all the way to Busan to meet him. While he acknowledges their casual conversations in the game, there's an underlying hint of something deeper he wishes to convey. Xiango advises Rabbit Princess that when they are together in real life, she should wear clothes and refrain from using excess as a catchphrase. He emphasizes his desire to avoid drawing attention. Rabbit Princess acknowledges his request and agrees to change her catchphrase to J-Yas when she is with him. She humorously adds that being naked is fine when she's alone. Xiango, slightly exasperated, points out that she still feels the need to add something extra and occasionally strip. Rabbit Princess enthusiastically exclaims J-Yas in agreement with her new catchphrase. After finishing his conversation with the gimbap lover, Xiango enjoys a proper meal for the first time in a while. He savors the flavors, fully appreciating the moment. As he eats, a sense of calm washes over him. Then, whether by coincidence or not, the typhoon subsides, leaving a peaceful atmosphere in its wake. Xiango's eyes widen as he gazes out the window. Bright sunlight streams in, filling the room with a warm glow. He sits in contemplation, pondering the moment, and wonders aloud, "What should I call this?" With a hint of amusement, he concludes, "A divine revelation?" The light brings a sense of clarity and inspiration, signaling a new beginning. Xiango ponders aloud, wondering if his best friend, the last man standing in the game, has finally become a god. His expression reveals a blend of curiosity and disbelief as he contemplates this possibility. Meanwhile, Sayakun makes a bold move, leaping down from a building. The impact of his jump is powerful, creating a dramatic scene as he lands with force. The onlookers, seemingly startled, react to his sudden and daring action. Sayakun lands with a powerful impact, forcefully pressing his hand down on the face of his opponent. The intensity of the moment is palpable as the opponent's eyes bulge and blood trickles from their mouth. The scene shifts to show Sayakun standing over his adversary, his grip unyielding. The force of his landing creates a shockwave, scattering debris around them. Onlookers, caught off guard, react to this sudden and fierce display of strength. Sakun, filled with determination, grips his opponent's leg firmly. His intention is clear as he prepares to execute a powerful move, reflecting on the warmth and camaraderie his friend has reintroduced into his life. A surge of gratitude and strength courses through him. With a fierce shout of giant swing, he launches his opponent into the air with incredible force. The sheer power of the swing sends the adversary flying, leaving onlookers in awe of Sakun's might. Sakun realizes there is a significant problem. As he processes this thought, a loud, maniacal laughter echoes through the air, reverberating across the cityscape, accompanied by the rapid patter of footsteps. The scene shifts to Sakun, who is caught in mid-action, his expression one of surprise. Clearly taken off guard by this unexpected development, he utters a confused "huh" as he tries to comprehend the situation. 3 days have passed since the type completely subsided. The sky is clear, and a paper airplane drifts lazily through the air. Below, people move about, their expressions a mix of relief and exhaustion. Meanwhile, the gym party members are gradually adapting to the apocalypse. The paper airplane continues its flight, gliding past a building with cracked walls, a testament to the recent chaos. Despite the damage, life appears to be slowly returning to a new normal. Having reached level 5, Yohayan now has the ability to send the dolls he crafted much farther. He stands by a window, releasing a paper airplane imbued with a faint glow, watching it glide away. The airplane carries a note informing him that the gym party has relocated to a second-floor taekwondo studio near his house. Yohayan sits inside, reading the note with a thoughtful expression while the paper airplane rests on the table beside him. Kyung-gun and Bora had become a couple, their happiness evident as they strolled together, surrounded by a backdrop of hearts and sparkles. Meanwhile, Hyunjin had reached level 10. Unlocking the shop, he stood in awe, gazing at the glowing interface before him, amazed by the new possibilities it offered. Whenever he received notes like these, he guided their growth by directing them to locations he had set up in advance, ensuring they could farm safely. He releases another paper airplane, watching it glide into the clear sky. This should be enough, he muses, feeling confident in his preparations. Yohayan stands in front of a glowing interface, his eyes wide with excitement as he exclaims, "Auction House!" The vibrant display reflects on his face, capturing his full attention. He thinks about the importance of maintaining communication to ensure he doesn't lose touch with key connections. However, the responses he receives are slow, leaving him to wonder what the other person might be up to. Meanwhile, chaos unfolds outside as a figure urgently pushes through the crowd, shouting, "Move aside! I have to go to Busan." The urgency in his voice matches the intensity of his actions. As he forcefully makes his way forward, Yohayan reflects on the leveling system, noting that, much like in the game, reality demands double the experience from level 15 onward. He has learned about the Hell Level Zone, where progress becomes significantly more challenging. Opening his status window, he sees his current level is 15 with 384 points. His stats indicate enhancements in health, strength, dexterity, and perception. His traits include exclusive access to dimensional gates, while his skills feature survival instinct, terrain detection level 2, and soundless movement. Considering the relationship between points and levels, he calculates that to reach level 16, he would need to defeat approximately 100 zombies. Yua reflects on his situation, recognizing that if he concentrated solely on hunting, achieving his goals would be within reach. His hand hovers over the glowing interface, a testament to his determination. He thinks to himself, considering the unique circumstances that distinguish him from others, Yohayan stands before a glowing interface, a smile playing on his lips. He appears both amused and confident, his eyes reflecting the vibrant light. Stretching with a relaxed expression, he remarks, "I've got way too many other things to deal with for that." His demeanor is casual yet determined, signaling his readiness to tackle whatever challenges lie ahead. 2 hours later, the scene shifts to a large, fortified door enveloped by lush greenery. A voice questions, is that really true?" Inside, someone holds a shimmering blue knife, examining it closely. They comment, "You're saying this mithril knife," trailing off as they ponder its significance. Yohayan gazes at the shimmering blue knife in his hand, astonished. "You guys actually made this yourselves?" he asks, disbelief evident in his voice. Below him, small animated figures cheer enthusiastically, their excitement palpable. He reflects on the situation, remembering how he had barged in and handed over the rare item they had agreed upon. The golden piece glistens on the table, a testament to their successful collaboration. Yohayan gazes at the small, beetle-like creatures, astonished by their abilities. He exclaims, "But you guys are beetles! How did you manage to create something like this?" The beetles respond with enthusiasm, their voices brimming with energy. Recognizing their potential, Yohayan nods in understanding. "All right, so I just need to give you a chance. Is that it?" The beetles tap their claws in agreement, eager to demonstrate their capabilities. Yohayan hands a coin to one of the beetle-like creatures, challenging it to create something with it if it truly made the mithril knife. The beetle responds enthusiastically with a BBU and eagerly takes the coin. It examines the coin closely, its small claws working diligently. As it begins to carve and shape the coin with precision, the beetle showcases its impressive crafting skills. Focused and determined, it continues its work, and the coin gradually transforms under its careful manipulation. The beetle triumphantly holds up a newly crafted knife, its surface gleaming in the light. It exclaims, "BBU, BBU," with pride, showcasing its handiwork. Yohayan watches in awe, his eyes widening at the sight. "Whoa," he breathes, clearly impressed by the beetle's craftsmanship. As he examines the knife closely, Yohayan remarks, "It actually works." His voice carries a mix of disbelief and admiration as he acknowledges the beetle's unexpected skill. Yohayan examines the finely sharpened knife, questioning the beetle about the rough and uneven finish of the mithril blade. His curiosity is piqued by the contrast in craftsmanship. The beetles, visibly upset, begin to tear up, and one of them lets out a sorrowful BBU hook, their emotions overwhelming them. Taken aback by their reaction, Yohayan stammers, "What? Are you crying right now?" His surprise is evident as he tries to comprehend the situation. Yohayan, wearing a reassuring smile, encourages the beetles to pull themselves together and express their ideas clearly. Acknowledging his role as the client in their contract, he promises to listen to them first. Motivated by his words, the beetles gather around a table, buzzing with determination as they begin to sketch out their plans and work together. Beetles explain that the goblins reside in a nearby cave, hidden deep within the forest. They describe the cave's entrance, shrouded in thick vines and guarded by traps. Yohayan listens intently, noting the urgency in their voices as they detail the goblins' numbers and their relentless raids. Determined to help, he vows to assist the beetles in reclaiming their territory and restoring peace to their community. The beetle points to a map, indicating the location of the goblin's nest with a swirl and several red circles, confirming Yohayan's inquiry about its whereabouts. With a determined expression, Yohayan assures the beetle, "Okay, I'll go wipe it out soon." The beetle responds with a surprised BBU as it processes his bold declaration. Yohayan, playfully, tells the beetle that it will need to do its part as well. The beetle responds enthusiastically, cheerfully exclaiming, "BBU, BBU!" Holding a pen, it appears eager to contribute. Yohayan acknowledges their shared understanding, suggesting that if the beetle brings him enough materials, he can even take care of burning the bodies for them. He then adds, with a hint of intrigue, that there's one more thing he has in mind. Yohayan asks the beetles if they can take on a crafting request right away, separate from the subjugation of the goblin nest. He assures them that the reward will be worthwhile. The beetles respond with enthusiasm, one of them exclaiming, "BURRRBBU," as they eagerly accept the task. Yohayan, smiling warmly, expresses his desire to maintain a good, friendly relationship with the beetles in the future. The beetles cheerfully agree, their spirits lifted by this positive interaction. Realizing unexpectedly that the beetles had leadership potential, Yohayan continued farming as usual with Dingo by his side. Together, they worked diligently, maintaining their routine. Meanwhile, the streets were filled with regular zombies, their groans echoing through the air. These zombies had grown stronger than those encountered in the early game, presenting a new challenge. Yohayan charges forward with determination, gripping a spiked weapon tightly. His swift movement creates a blur as he closes in on his target. He swings the weapon with force, aiming at a nearby zombie. The creature lets out a groan as it senses the impending attack. Yohayan swings his spiked weapon with precision, delivering a powerful blow that sends a shockwave through the air as the zombie collapses to the ground, defeated. As he catches his breath, another zombie lunges at him from behind. Its eyes glow ominously as it reaches out with clawed hands, aiming for Yohayan's back. Reacting swiftly, he ducks just in time, narrowly avoiding the creature's grasp. The zombie's momentum carries it forward, leaving it vulnerable to Yohayan's counterattack. Yohayan swiftly counters, his spiked weapon slicing through the air in a blue arc. He strikes the zombie's head with precision, purple blood splattering as it falls lifelessly to the ground. Another zombie charges at him, its eyes glowing with a menacing light. Yohayan stays focused, his expression determined as he readies himself for the next attack. Yo-Ian moves with practiced ease, dispatching zombies almost instinctively. His focus remains sharp as he continues his journey. With a swift motion, he strikes down another zombie, the blue energy from his weapon cutting through with precision. Determined, Yo-Ian heads toward his destination, Eden Villa, prepared for whatever challenges await him there. Yo-Ian stands in awe, his eyes wide with amazement as he takes in the sight before him. Wow! He breathes, clearly impressed by what he sees. He gazes up at the impressive structure of Eden Villa, noting its grandeur. Look at how fancy this place is, he remarks, his voice filled with admiration. Beside him, Dingo stands alert, sharing in this moment of discovery. Yo-Ian reflects on the situation, recognizing that without the chaos, he likely would never have visited such a place. He walks alongside Dingo, absorbing the surroundings. As they progress, Yo-Ian contemplates a lingering question. Is Suyin still alive? This thought weighs heavily on him as they continue their journey. Yo-Ian holds a card from Calypso Hospital, reflecting on the survival of Hyungjin Young and Bora, both non-awakeners. He considers the implications of their survival amidst the chaos. Looking up at the towering structure of Eden Villa, he contemplates the confirmation that those who have had contact with awakeners are immune to zombie spores. This realization adds a layer of hope to his thoughts. Standing before the impressive building, Yo-Ian feels a mix of determination and curiosity, while Dingo remains by his side, ready for whatever comes next. Yo-Ian reassures himself, confident that Suyin, who once shook his hand, hasn't turned into a zombie. However, his thoughts quickly shift to a more pressing concern, the location of Eden Villa. Standing in a dimly lit room filled with scattered furniture, he contemplates the challenges that lie ahead. Yo-Ian stands in the dimly lit room, contemplating the proximity of Eden Villa to the golf course and Kwon Kyung-jun's bunker. He considers the strategic advantage of this location, noting its closeness to the government-built time shelter. This realization adds another layer of significance to his surroundings. Turning to Dingo, Yo-Ian instructs, "Get up here, Dingo." The loyal companion responds with a bark, eager to follow Yo-Ian's lead. Yo-Ian stands at the edge of a shaft, a rope dangling into the darkness below. He observes that this location is ideal for survivors to gather given its strategic advantages. As he begins his descent, he contemplates the potential for conflict in such a place. While the setup is perfect for gathering, it also creates an environment where disputes could erupt at any moment. With Dingo securely on his back, Yo-Ian carefully climbs down the rope, fully aware of the risks and prepared to confront whatever challenges lie ahead. Yo-Ian grips the edge of the shaft, exhaling deeply as he steadies himself. He recognizes the difficulty of the climb, aware that an average person would be completely exhausted by now. Dingo remains perched on his shoulder, eyes wide and alert. With determination, Yo-Ian pulls himself up, prepared to confront whatever challenges lie ahead. Yo-Ian observes the rope installation and recognizes its significance, concluding that Suyin was likely responsible for setting it up. As he walks down the hallway, he spots Unit 302 and questions whether it's the right one. The corridor is littered with debris, a testament to the chaos that once unfolded there. Yo-Ian knocks on the door, frustration clear on his face. He mutters to himself, "Damn it, seriously." Standing outside, he addresses whoever might be inside. "I told you I'd come to the meeting spot on time, didn't I?" His voice carries a mix of annoyance and urgency. Dingo remains perched on his shoulder, watching the situation with keen eyes. A voice from behind the door warns Yo-Ian, "I told you several times not to come all the way here. There's a murderer nearby." The urgency in the voice is unmistakable, prompting Yo-Ian to respond with a surprised, "Ha!" The door opens slightly, revealing a familiar face. "Xiao?" the person asks, recognizing Yo-Ian. He replies with a nervous laugh, "Aha, it's good to see you, Suyin." Dingo, perched on his shoulder, lets out a cheerful bark, adding to the warmth of the reunion. Suyin peers through the slightly open door and asks Yo-Ian what brings him all the way there. Yo-Ian explains that he came to collect the medicine money, emphasizing the give-and-take nature of their arrangement. Suyin appears taken aback. She recalls that he mentioned it before, but still seems surprised by his presence. With a slight smile, she teases Yo-Ian, pointing out that he's not exactly normal either. Her lighthearted comment adds a touch of humor to their interaction, easing the tension of the moment. Yo-Ian, looking concerned, asks Suyin what she means by mentioning a murderer. Suyin, still partially hidden behind the door, urges him to come inside first. As Yo-Ian steps into the room, Suyin greets him with a smile, signaling that their conversation will be a long one. As soon as Dingo and our MC settled onto the couch, Suyin started to share everything she knew, venting her frustrations in the process. She spoke quickly and precisely, barely allowing him a chance to respond. In summary, she stated that around the time of the shelter, 3 different parties had divided the area and were coexisting peacefully. Soo-yeon continued, explaining that a larger group known as Party C, which consists of at least 10 members, had emerged. This group, with a formidable presence, suddenly proposed opening the time shelter. Their plan involved dividing all the stored supplies among the various parties. When the other 2 groups rejected Party C's proposal, tensions escalated rapidly. In a sudden and violent turn of events, a member of Party C stabbed an opposing group member, blood splattering from the wound. A murderer emerged, his presence shrouded in a sinister aura. Blood smeared his face, and he clutched a knife, still dripping from the recent attack. His expression reflected a twisted satisfaction. The leader of Party C, Kwon Kyung-jun, was easily identifiable by his numbers. His demeanor exuded confidence, and he appeared unfazed by the chaos surrounding him. Shango assessed the situation and concluded that the killer was likely one of Kwon Kyung-jun's subordinates, manipulated by his mind control ability. This realization was unsettling, revealing the depth of Kwon's influence over his followers. Despite possessing such a powerful ability, Kwon chose to make an offer to the other groups rather than force compliance. This decision indicated that his mind control trait likely had at least one significant limitation, preventing him from using it indiscriminately. However, regarding Soo-yeon, RMC understood that they needed to proceed quietly. He couldn't share any of his thoughts with her, knowing he couldn't risk pulling her into the chaos. He asked if the killer had appeared after the other teams rejected the offer. She responded, acknowledging that she couldn't confirm it, but it was clearly connected. Soo-yeon explained that both her team and their own group had lost members to murder, while the opposing team had not lost anyone. This discrepancy highlighted the imbalance and tension between the groups. She questioned the logic behind the team's actions, wondering why they would attempt to open the time shelter early when it was destined to open eventually. This raised suspicions about the team's true intentions and motives. Shango contemplated the situation, recognizing that there was not enough information to draw any firm conclusions. He then turned his attention to Soo-yeon, inquiring if her trait was related to healing. Soo-yeon confirmed this, demonstrating her ability as a glowing green aura emanated from her hand. She explained that her healing trait was limited, allowing her to barely heal wounds and not much more. RMC acknowledged the challenges of supporting the awakened face in hunting. Soo-yeon agreed, emphasizing that although they earn points by providing assistance, they do not actually level up. As he contemplated this, he began to make assumptions, his hands moving thoughtfully. Shango realized that the team's leader wasn't a combat type. Instead, he likely possessed a different class of traits. This trait required materials for wide-area weapons to level up quickly. RMC asked the girl how it sounded. Her expression revealed intrigue as she processed the information. She responded by acknowledging that the theory fit perfectly, noting that the followers growing stronger didn't necessarily mean their leader was as well. RMC confirmed her observation, agreeing with the simple, precisely. Shango acknowledged that leading a group nearly the size of a clan must come with significant burdens. He found the explanation credible, as it aligned perfectly with the current situation. Soo-yeon noted that the trait in question also possessed a divine nature. Shango recalled something and asked Soo-yeon if she would be meeting her teammates soon. Soo-yeon realized she did have plans and confirmed this with a slight smile. RMC asked Soo-yeon if she was going farming. She simply replied, no, then leaned back slightly with a playful expression on her face. She mentioned that she thought someone was about to confess to her. RMC responded with a surprised, what? Soo-yeon admitted with a hint of embarrassment that her group was full of idiots. She explained that this was the reason she had been short-tempered when the man knocked earlier. She elaborated on the type of people in her group, describing them as individuals who prioritize only one of their 3 needs. With a determined expression, she clarified that she was specifically referring to those driven by lust. RMC acknowledged the issue, admitting that it was a bit of a problem. She reassured him with a smile, saying, oh, it's fine. Then, with a gentle expression, they added that deep down, they're not bad people. Soo-yeon redirected the conversation, inquiring about Song-ho's next steps. With focus and determination, Song-ho shared his plan to scout the time shelter. Soo-yeon expressed concern, asking if it was dangerous with the team present. Song-ho reassured her, explaining that he would observe from a hidden spot, ensuring his safety. He reasoned that, due to the zombie waves, the entire team wouldn't be assembled. Song-ho handed Soo-yeon a glowing yellow stone, presenting it as a housewarming gift. He explained that it served well as a candle substitute, and advised her to split it in half if it was too bright. Observing the stone, Soo-yeon noted that since Song-ho had luminescent stones, he must have already unlocked the shop. Song-ho reassured Soo-yeon, confirming her thoughts with a confident, that's right. He smiled warmly and added, so don't worry. with determination. Song-ho promised that if things went well, he would repay the medical debt, even with interest. His expression was both hopeful and sincere as he spoke. The scene shifted to a bright, clear day outside a large, imposing building. The entrance was silent and still, as if anticipating an event. A voice echoed the question, and a man in a purple suit, seated confidently, asked about the progress of the purification. His inquiry lingered in the air, directed at the individuals standing around him. One of the men in black suits responded, informing him that around 3 p.m., a killer had taken out another member of the team. The man in the black suit continued his report, explaining that survivors were seen moving stored supplies. He assured everyone that the cleanup in the area should be complete soon. The leader, wearing a focused expression, inquired about the status of the team. He received a report indicating that there had been no unusual movement so far. He issued a cold directive suggesting they should eliminate one more member from the team. The man in black agreed, recognizing that it would be the most effective approach. The leader inquired about the current locations of the individuals they were tracking. The man explained that they were unable to track all of them since they were moving separately. The man in sunglasses reported that they had spotted a female member leaving her house and heading toward Eden Plaza. He confirmed his understanding with a simple, "Got it." The man in the purple suit, wearing an intense expression and glowing eyes, instructed that the killer be sent after her. Seated with authority, Stilm inquired whether they had located a specific individual. His question was directed at the man standing before him. The man in the black suit replied, acknowledging that they had not yet confirmed the individual's identity. Suddenly, the man in the black suit, clearly anxious, apologized profusely, bowing his head in a gesture of remorse. The leader clenched his fist tightly, frustration clear on his face. His thoughts echoed a single exasperated phrase, "Damn it." With a determined look, he pondered the whereabouts of Xianggo. His internal monologue was clear. He's definitely in Busan, but where? His gaze was intense, focused on solving this pressing mystery. A sense of urgency filled the air as a determined voice declared that the bastard must be found quickly. The scene unfolded in a desolate area where a man in a purple suit stood, his attention fixed on a glowing blue screen. Around him, chaos erupted as men in black suits fought fiercely against monstrous creatures. The creatures, with their glowing red eyes, were being swiftly dispatched by the men, who wielded knives with deadly precision. The man in the purple suit, visibly frustrated, questioned aloud, "Why the hell aren't I getting any points or EXP when my linked subordinates make kills?" His expression was one of exasperation, with sweat beading on his forehead. He continued to lament internally, thinking, "Ever since I realized my trait has a flaw, things have only gotten worse." His frustration was palpable as he grappled with the limitations of his abilities. Deep in thought, he pressed a finger to his lips, his internal monologue filled with urgency. "If I don't fix this soon." His mind raced as he recalled a particular individual known as the Unknown Bastard. This person had possessed paralysis poison even before the apocalypse. Anxiety etched on his face as he contemplated the possibility that this unknown individual might eventually overpower him. His thoughts were filled with dread. He might end up devoured someday. He continued to worry about his current predicament. If he failed to reach level 15 by the scheduled date, he feared the consequences of missing the auction summit. He was anxious that other regional leaders would look down on him, a prospect that filled him with unease. Overwhelmed with frustration, he thought to himself, "Damn it all." His expression was tense, reflecting his inner turmoil. A subordinate approached him, addressing him respectfully as boss. He proceeded to deliver a report. As ordered, they had captured a zombie. The subordinate informed him, gesturing toward a group of restrained zombies. The creatures growled menacingly, their presence heightening the tense atmosphere. The man in the purple suit observed the scene, his mind racing with thoughts and strategies. The man in the purple suit acknowledged his subordinate's efforts with a simple, "Good work." He accepted a flaming bottle handed to him, his expression calm yet focused. As he held the bottle, he suddenly let it go, watching it fall to the ground. The bottle tumbled, flames flickering as it struck the surface. The restrained zombies, bound tightly with ropes, stood in a line, their eyes glowing ominously. Meanwhile, the flaming bottle on the ground ignited with intensity, spreading fire rapidly. As the flames engulfed the area, the zombies emitted a collective guttural scream. The fire blazed fiercely, consuming everything in its path and creating a scene of chaos and destruction. The man in the purple suit stood amidst the raging flames. A notification appeared before him, indicating he had gained 40 points and leveled up to 9. Despite the chaos surrounding him, his expression remained composed as he reflected on his progress. Just 6 more levels to go. He addressed his subordinates with authority. "Listen up, everyone." His voice carried over the crackling fire, commanding attention as he prepared to give further instructions. "For now, you have 3 tasks." He held up 3 fingers, emphasizing the importance of his instructions. "There are 3, he reiterated, ensuring his subordinates understood the gravity of the situation. He then outlined the first task, to locate the time shelter's lock mechanism. The scene shifted to reveal a large, imposing structure, its doors sealed tightly, hinting at the challenges that lay ahead. He continued with his instructions, emphasizing the second task. "Second, keep capturing zombies like this." The scene showed several restrained zombies lying on the ground, their bodies motionless yet ominous. He then moved on to the third task, his expression intense and determined. "And third," he began, his eyes glowing with fierce determination, "track down the unknown." His resolve was evident as he focused on the mission ahead. The leader demanded confirmation from his subordinates, and they understood. In unison, they responded with conviction. "Yes, sir." Their voices echoed with determination as they stood ready to execute his orders. The scene shifted to our main character crouched in the lush greenery, with the Yangabi by his side. He looked up with a confident smile and addressed Kwang Kyung-jun, saying, "You're fired up." His expression shifted slightly as he offered a word of caution. "Don't be too impatient." His tone was calm but carried a hint of warning as he adjusted his scarf with a gloved hand. His face, partially obscured by a scarf, spoke with certainty. Su-yun would protect him, and he would eventually come to you on his own. His words carried a promise, hinting at a future encounter that felt inevitable. The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined cityscape where 2 figures stand alone. A man calls out urgently, "Su-yun." He drops to one knee, holding a single red rose in his hands. His expression is earnest and determined as he looks up at her, pleading, "Please go out with me." Su-yun crosses her arms, looking skeptical. "Is this really the best time?" she questions, her voice tinged with disbelief. The man, still on one knee, seems taken aback. "What do you—" he begins. But Su-yun interrupts, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. "You want to do this while there's a killer on the loose." The man, striving to maintain his composure, responds with a slight smile before explaining his reasoning. "On the way here, I used my clairvoyance." His confidence appears to derive from this ability, as he hopes it will reassure her. Su-yun looks at him with a serious expression, trusting in his instincts. "Have you already forgotten?" she asks, reminding him of a grim event. Their teammate died while farming. The man acknowledges her concern. "That's true," he admits, but quickly adds, "When I checked, the killer was in Party's area." He tries to reassure her, his voice filled with conviction. "This time, you can really trust me." Su-yun runs a hand through her hair, frustration evident on her face. "This is exactly why I hate this," she mutters, clearly exasperated by the situation. The man, still holding the rose, looks up at her with determination. "If you just accept my confession, I'll be a better boyfriend," he insists, trying to persuade her. Su-yun, hands on her hips, questions his certainty. "How can you be so sure when nothing's been confirmed?" she asks, her skepticism evident. He remains persistent, but Su-yun cuts him off, her patience wearing thin. "Stop it already," she demands, her voice firm. Su-yun turns away, asserting, "That's enough," clearly frustrated. "I don't see any value in listening to more of this." The man, still holding the rose, looks surprised and protests. "I'm not done talking yet." Desperate, he pleads, "Just calm down and give me one last chance." Suddenly, a red glow emanates from his chest, causing him to clutch it in shock. "What is this?" he exclaims, panic rising in his voice. Su-yun wonders, "What now?" The man clutches his chest, bewildered. "My heart suddenly feels strange," he admits, glancing down at Su-yun with concern. Alarmed, Su-yun looks up at him sharply. "Didn't you read the manual I shared?" she asks urgently. "That's the signal that a killer is nearby." Her expression shifts to frustration as she processes the situation. "So your information was wrong again," she accuses, her voice laced with anger. The man, taken aback, struggles to comprehend. "That can't be," he mutters, disbelief evident in his tone. Su-yun walks away, contemplating their dire situation. No matter how they move, they can't escape a killer with life-tracking skills. She considers their options, thinking that if they scatter and leave the plaza without triggering a deathmatch, the man calls out to her, urgency in his voice. "Wait," he exclaims, trying to stop her. Determined to help, he focuses his energy. "Let me try tracking the location," he says, activating his clairvoyance. A glowing symbol appears above his head as he concentrates, hoping to pinpoint the threat. The sky is painted with ominous hues as a figure emerges, surrounded by a red glow. He walks with a menacing presence, a knife clutched in his hand. The realization hits hard. The killer is already right in front of us. The tension in the air is palpable as the figure approaches, his eyes glowing with sinister intent. Soo-yun looks at the man with a mix of frustration and resignation. Seriously, nothing good ever happens when I'm with you, she says, her voice tinged with exasperation. The man, clearly distressed, quickly responds, I'm sorry, his voice filled with regret. Soo-yun takes a moment, her expression softening slightly. At least we confirmed one thing for sure, she says, her eyes reflecting a newfound determination. The killer is wearing the same outfit as C-Team. Soo-yun realizes this, her eyes narrowing as she processes the information. The figure with the red glow steps forward, a menacing grin spreading across his face. Death Field, he declares, his voice echoing with chilling confidence. The knife in his hand gleams ominously, reflecting the sinister red light that surrounds him. A massive red dome suddenly envelops the area, surrounding the figures within its ominous glow. The structure hums with energy, casting a foreboding light over the desolate cityscape. The man and Soo-yun stand within the dome, gazing around in shock. The red grid pattern of the dome stretches across the sky, forming an inescapable barrier. What the man mutters, his voice trailing off as he struggles to comprehend the situation. The dome looms ominously above them, signaling a new and dangerous development. What do we do? The man asks, panic evident in his voice. Soo-yun responds decisively, we need to run and hide. Her determination is clear as she assesses the situation. Can we make it? He questions, doubt creeping in. That guy looks fast, Soo-yun counters urgently. Are you serious right now? Don't you know killers can't run once a deathmatch starts? Her words serve as a stark reminder of the rules they must navigate. The man questions the effectiveness of hiding, uncertainty in his voice. But will hiding even work? Soo-yun instructs him firmly to be quiet and prepare his asterisk anti-iron death flashlight, just as the manual says. Her focus is unwavering as she prepares for the next step, her mind racing with possibilities. If things go as she hopes, she thinks, considering the potential outcomes, the secret savior might come here. Her words blend hope and anticipation as they confront the looming threat. The figure with the red glow lunges forward, his knife poised to strike. His eyes burn with fierce intensity as he closes in on Soo-yun. Undeterred by the imminent danger, Soo-yun shouts with determination, urging everyone to hold on. As the knife swings toward her, Soo-yun narrowly evades the attack, twisting her body to avoid the deadly blade. The red light trails behind the weapon, emphasizing the danger she faces. Soo-yun grips the anti-iron death flashlight tightly, her gaze fixed on the approaching threat. Beside her, the man with glowing red eyes readies himself for the confrontation. Suddenly, the anti-iron death flashlight bursts into a brilliant light, casting a powerful glow that illuminates the entire area. The intense brightness pierces the red dome, casting sharp shadows and momentarily blinding the figure approaching. He screams in agony, clutching his eyes as the blinding light overwhelms him. His voice echoes through the air, filled with both pain and surprise. Soo-yun watches the scene unfold, a mix of relief and disbelief on her face. She grips the flashlight tightly, realizing just how effective it is. This actually works, she exclaims, her voice filled with astonishment. Soo-yun recalls the manual's instructions, remembering that it advised to shine a strong light. Suddenly, a powerful punch strikes her. She is sent sprawling backward, clutching the flashlight tightly in an effort to maintain her grip as she falls. Soo-yun crashes to the ground, the force of the impact sending debris flying around her. She fights to keep a hold on the flashlight as she skids across the rough surface. As she comes to a halt, Soo-yun lifts her head, blood trickling from her mouth. Her eyes shine with defiance despite the pain. In her mind, her thoughts echo, realizing how foolish this all is. Soo-yun reflects on her mistake, realizing she got too close while celebrating and failed to consider the figure's thrashing movements. The man, his eyes glowing red, stands menacingly with a knife in hand, casting a shadow over her. As she lies on the ground, Soo-yun reaches out, her voice trembling with desperation. Han-sang, help me, she pleads, her face marked by blood and determination. Han-sang sprints forward, urgency in his steps. As she watches him run, her mind races with thoughts. I'm glad I didn't accept that confession. Soo-yun lies on the ground, struggling to rise. Her eyes meet his, filled with a mix of pain and determination. Life is so fleeting. The man looms over Soo-yun, his knife raised high, eyes glowing with a menacing intensity. As she lies on the ground, a wave of despair washes over her. Thoughts echo in her mind. To think I'd die like this. Soo-yun, struggling to push herself up, hears a voice in her head questioning her actions. Why are your eyes closed? Her eyes widen slightly, and a flicker of realization crosses her face. Siang charges forward with determination, swiftly stopping the attack just in time. The impact is fierce, sending shockwaves through the air as Soo-yun watches from the ground, her eyes wide with surprise. The figure stumbles backward, his face a blend of shock and anger. Siango stays focused, his body ready for another strike. Xiangu delivers a powerful kick to the figure, the impact sending a burst of energy through the air. The Kyler is lifted off his feet, his body arching backward from the force of the blow. Su-yun watches in shock, her eyes wide as she absorbs the scene before her. Su-yun looks up, her eyes meeting Xiangu's as he extends his hand toward her. Her expression reveals a blend of surprise and relief. Xiangu stands firm, his voice steady and reassuring. "Now's not the time to die," he says, his words filled with urgency and encouragement. Our main character speaks to Su-yun, acknowledging her insight. "You were right, Su-yun," he confirms. He explains that the team's leader possesses a psychic trait, which allowed him to brainwash his subordinate into becoming a killer. Su-yun listens, grasping how this ability enabled them to operate so seamlessly despite their numbers. Xiangu then focuses on Su-yun's condition, asking if her wounds are okay. Su-yun glances down at her side, where a green glow radiates from her hand as she heals herself. She replies gratefully, "Yes, thanks to you, they're almost healed." Xiang clarifies to Su-yun that, technically, it's not thanks to him, it's thanks to her group acting as bait. His words are underscored by the sight of Han Sang lying on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Su-yun gazes at the scene, her expression somber. She speaks softly, asking if that person has died. Xiang responds urgently, affirming that they have, but insists there's no time to dwell on it. He explains to Su-yun that killing a killer with powerful regeneration and durability is currently impossible. His expression is serious as he conveys the weight of the situation. Su-yun looks at him, her eyes wide with concern. "So you're saying there's no solution?" she asks, her voice tinged with desperation. The MC responds calmly, "Normally, that would be true." He then begins explaining the structure of a death match, noting that it is designed for participants to inevitably encounter the killer. He continues by describing the aftermath of a death. Even if someone perishes and the death field disappears, the situation remains dire. Zombies, drawn like magnets, create impenetrable walls that completely block any escape. Xiangu reveals to Su-yun that there is one flaw in the situation. He then asks her if she understands why he brought her to this specific location. He explains that the reason is the presence of a sky bridge that connects the buildings. Xiangu continues his explanation, recalling the moment when the deathmatch was first deployed. He notes that when the thud echoes once more, this moment marks a critical turning point in the event. He explains how the killer's excitement peaks during this time. The scene shifts to reveal the killer surveying the area, with bloodstains visible on the ground. In the background, the sky bridge connecting the buildings looms, emphasizing the strategic significance of their location. Red light blazes from both eyes of the killer, his expression filled with intensity and determination. The scene shifts as the death field starts to shrink. A gap opens, presenting an opportunity to break through the barrier. Our MC raises a finger, underscoring the gravity of the moment. "You only get one chance," he states firmly. He continues, explaining the plan to Su-yun. "I'll give you a signal, so cross the bridge and escape through the barrier." Su-yun listens intently, then expresses her concern. "Okay, I understand. But will you be all right dealing with the killer?" Xiangu hears the worry in her voice for his safety. He acknowledges the situation with resolve, stating, "I have no choice." He explains that killers are assigned a randomly selected special skill, introducing unpredictable variables. To manage these challenges, someone must stay behind to hold them back. He elaborates further, noting that even if they manage to trigger the bug, their plans will be rendered useless if they fail to escape. The gravity of the situation is evident as Xiangu and Su-yun stand on the rooftop, contemplating their next move. After sending Su-yun to the third floor, our MC takes his position on the first floor, prepared to confront the killer. The heartbeat grows louder and louder as he stands in the dimly lit hallway, his fist clenched tightly. With a swift motion, Xiangu steps forward, his voice echoing through the corridor. "Come on!" he shouts, prepared to face whatever comes his way. He crouches low, his eyes scanning the dimly lit corridor, sensing a presence nearby. Confusion flickers across his face as he tries to pinpoint the source. "I definitely sense someone," he thinks, "but why?" He trails off, tightening his grip on the shield. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shakes violently. Debris flies through the air as the walls crumble around him. Xiangu reacts swiftly, leaping to the side with agility and narrowly avoiding the falling rubble. Our MC braces himself as debris continues to fall around him, his eyes narrowing with realization. He understands the gravity of the situation. The killer's special ability has been unleashed. The scene reveals the killer, who emerges with a menacing aura. His ability, wall-facing, becomes clear. This power allows him to move through solid structures effortlessly, making him a formidable opponent. Standing confidently with a sinister smile, the killer is ready to confront Xiangu. The killer swings the knife downward with force. Xiangu swiftly dodges the attack, sidestepping with agility. The attacker follows up with a powerful kick aimed at our MC, but the protagonist swiftly ducks to avoid the blow. They stay focused, their eyes locked straight ahead. Shango readies his shield and delivers a powerful punch to the attacker's face. The killer recoils, smoke curling from their mouth. He stays silent, appearing momentarily stunned. The killer turned his head, fixing his gaze directly on the protagonist. Hero, Cyango, reflects on his past experiences in the game, coming to the realization that this level of damage is insignificant. As the killer approaches him, the MC suspects that the attacker is under mind control. As he dodges a strike from the killer, he observes that the attacker's movements are straightforward and devoid of self-awareness. The killer swings a weapon with great force, but our MC deflects the attack with his shield. As the killer raises his knife, our MC contemplates the situation and acknowledges the main issue. They note that the attacker grows stronger, realizing this will continue until the attacker's excitement reaches its peak. Shango pauses for a moment, contemplating whether he should simply kill him. He brushes it aside and moves forward toward the killer. While dodging the attack, he reflects on how to increase his chances of indirectly killing Quan Junjun. He needs to stick to the plan completely. Then he steps back, creating distance. The killer stands poised, a red aura enveloping them. Our MC evaluates the attacker's state, observing that stage 2 excitement is imminent. Suddenly, the killer vanishes. In an instant, he charges forward with aggression. Our MC watches in surprise at the speed. He realizes that the attacker's movements have not only become faster, but also stronger. The force of the blow sends our MC flying backward. He didn't expect the killer to have an agility buff skill. He then decides to take action until the duration ends and activate slot 1. Our MC charges forward with his shield raised, prepared to attack, as a blue item materializes between them. A bright explosion of light erupts, flooding the area with intense illumination. The protagonist concludes that buying time is the best strategy. He then ran up a spiral staircase, moving quickly. Su-Yan shouts, "Sai Young, go!" from above. She warns that the barrier is shrinking and zombies are constructing walls as they close in. Sai Young-go responds, "Not yet." He instructs her to keep watching outside until he gives the signal. Sai Young-go declares that he will confront the attacker on the second floor. Su-Yeon responds with a confident, "Okay." Sai Young-go observes a figure surrounded by a red aura, noting that the dark aura has vanished. Instead, the figure's level of excitement is nearly at its peak. Sai Young-go grips his weapon tightly, signaling that he is preparing for action. As the killer attacks, our MC thinks, just a few more seconds. The killer charges forward with intensity, swinging his weapon down with great force. Our MC blocks the attack with his shield, and the clash generates a burst of energy between them. The protagonist lands on the ground, contemplating just a little more. He gritted his teeth, thinking just a little longer. A glowing red heart emerges, pulsing with intensity. The killer grips his head, unleashing a powerful burst of energy. The energy surges around him, creating a dramatic effect. Sai Young observes as he reaches a stage 3 excitement state. He then shouts, "Su-Yeon, now!" Su-Yeon exhales and says, then she shouts, "I'm going," as she runs forward. She quickly ascends a staircase while a crowd of people below looks up at her. A red grid barrier encloses the area, intensifying the atmosphere. Su-Yeon charges ahead with determination as zombies lunge toward her, growling menacingly. She moves swiftly, evading their grasp as Su-Yeon dodges the outstretched hands of the zombies. She leaps into the air, narrowly evading their grasp. Su-Yeon thinks to herself, done. As she lands safely, she reflects, I really escaped the death fish. Su-Yeon glances back at the red grid barrier, thinking that if they delay any longer, Si Young-go will. She then shouts to Sai Young, go that the zombies are completely blocking the entrance, urging him to hurry and get out. Si Young-go responds with determination, saying, got it. He rushes forward with urgency as the ground cracks beneath his feet. Debris flies into the air as he keeps moving. A powerful force erupts as a hand bursts forth from the ground. Sai Young-go shields himself from the impact, while RMC thinks to himself that this is insane. He can phase right up through the ceiling as well. He then addresses Mr. Killer, suggesting that they stop fighting. RMC stands amidst the smoke, marked by red crosshairs. The killer charges forward, grinning as he slashes at the figure in front of him. But he wasn't there. Only smoke remained. The killer looked around in surprise. RMC declared, you won't find me. Sai Young-go points a gun and suggests, if you just stay lying there, I save bullets. You won't get hurt. Sounds good, right? Pointing the gun, he suggested taking a few minutes to sleep. When you wake up, the world will look different. A crowd of zombies struggles, reaching out desperately. Suddenly, a door appeared as Go declared, "Open gate." He jumps from it and declares, "Close gate." The portal shuts, leaving behind a swirling energy. He leaps forward through the crowd, running towards Su-yeon, who asks how he managed to break through the zombie wall. She asks, "I don't understand what's happening." He grabs her hand and replies, "You can understand later. Let's retreat for now." Once the death field completely vanishes, the zombies will begin targeting them for real. The killer isn't dead yet either. Su-yeon suggests returning home, but Si-young firmly disagrees. He insists that they are heading to the time shelter. She questions why they are there, and he explains that it's to pit the killer against C-Party. Su-yeon raises her questions, but the killer is under the control of the C-Party's leader. Si-young concludes that this is likely no longer the case. The protagonist runs, remembering that the video stated all negative effects on the killer vanish once a deathmatch concludes. Yan believes this implies that the brainwashing is also lifted. She realizes Si-young's plan from the beginning. He acknowledges, "You catch on quick." He declares to kill the killer, protect the shelter, and give C-Team hell. Su-yeon looks at him, her eyes wide with concern. "So you're saying there's no solution?" she asks, her voice tinged with desperation. The MC responds calmly, "Normally, that would be true." He then begins explaining the structure of a deathmatch, noting that it is designed for participants to inevitably encounter the killer. He continues by describing the aftermath of a death. Even if someone perishes and the death field disappears, the situation remains dire. Zombies, drawn like magnets, create impenetrable walls that completely block any escape. Xiango reveals to Su-yeon that there is one flaw in the situation. He then asks her if she understands why he brought her to this specific location. He explains that the reason is the presence of a sky bridge that connects the buildings. Si-young continues his explanation, recalling the moment when the deathmatch was first deployed. He notes that when the thud echoes once more, this moment marks a critical turning point in the event. He explains how the killer's excitement peaks during this time. The scene shifts to reveal the killer surveying the area, with bloodstains visible on the ground. In the background, the sky bridge connecting the buildings looms, emphasizing the strategic significance of their location. Red light blazes from both eyes of the killer, his expression filled with intensity and determination. The scene shifts as the death field starts to shrink. A gap opens, presenting an opportunity to break through the barrier. Our MC raises a finger, underscoring the gravity of the moment. "You only get one chance," he states firmly. He continues, explaining the plan to Su-yeon. "I'll give you a signal, so cross the bridge and escape through the barrier." Su-yeon listens intently, then expresses her concern. "Okay, I understand. But will you be all right dealing with the killer?" Si-young hears the worry in her voice for his safety. He acknowledges the situation with resolve, stating, "I have no choice." He explains that killers are assigned a randomly selected special skill, introducing unpredictable variables. To manage these challenges, someone must stay behind to hold them back. He elaborates further, noting that even if they manage to trigger the bug, their plans will be rendered useless if they fail to escape. The gravity of the situation is evident as Si-young and Su-yeon stand on the rooftop, contemplating their next move. After sending Su-yeon to the third floor, our MC takes his position on the first floor, prepared to confront the killer. The heartbeat grows louder and louder as he stands in the dimly lit hallway, his fist clenched tightly. With a swift motion, Si-young steps forward, his voice echoing through the corridor. "Come on!" he shouts, prepared to face whatever comes his way. He crouches low, his eyes scanning the dimly lit corridor, sensing a presence nearby. Confusion flickers across his face as he tries to pinpoint the source. "I definitely sense someone," he thinks, but why? He trails off, tightening his grip on the shield. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shakes violently. Debris flies through the air as the walls crumble around him. Xiango reacts swiftly, leaping to the side with agility and narrowly avoiding the falling rubble. Our MC braces himself as debris continues to fall around him, his eyes narrowing with realization. He understands the gravity of the situation. The killer's special ability has been unleashed. The scene reveals the killer, who emerges with a menacing aura. His ability, wall-facing, becomes clear. This power allows him to move through solid structures effortlessly, making him a formidable opponent. Standing confidently with a sinister smile, the killer is ready to confront Si-young. The killer swings the knife downward with force. Si-young swiftly dodges the attack, sidestepping with agility. The attacker follows up with a powerful kick aimed at our MC, but the protagonist swiftly ducks to avoid the blow. They stay focused, their eyes locked straight ahead. Xiango readies his shield and delivers a powerful punch to the attacker's face. The killer recoils, smoke curling from their mouth. He stays silent, appearing momentarily stunned. The killer turned his head, fixing his gaze directly on the protagonist. Hero, Cyango, reflects on his past experiences in the game, coming to the realization that this level of damage is insignificant. As the killer approaches him, the MC suspects that the attacker is under mind control. As he dodges a strike from the killer, he observes that the attacker's movements are straightforward and devoid of self-awareness. The killer swings a weapon with great force, but our MC deflects the attack with his shield. As the killer raises his knife, our MC contemplates the situation and acknowledges the main issue. They note that the attacker grows stronger, realizing this will continue until the attacker's excitement reaches its peak. Shango pauses for a moment, contemplating whether he should simply kill him. He brushes it aside and moves forward toward the killer. While dodging the attack, he reflects on how to increase his chances of indirectly killing Quan Junjun. He needs to stick to the plan completely. Then he steps back, creating distance. The killer stands poised, a red aura enveloping them. Our MC evaluates the attacker's state, observing that stage 2 excitement is imminent. Suddenly, the killer vanishes. In an instant, he charges forward with aggression. Our MC watches in surprise at the speed. He realizes that the attacker's movements have not only become faster, but also stronger. The force of the blow sends our MC flying backward. He didn't expect the killer to have an agility buff skill. He then decides to take action until the duration ends and activate slot 1. Our MC charges forward with his shield raised, prepared to attack, as a blue item materializes between them. A bright explosion of light erupts, flooding the area with intense illumination. The protagonist concludes that buying time is the best strategy. He then ran up a spiral staircase, moving quickly. Su-Yan shouts, "Sai Young, go!" from above. She warns that the barrier is shrinking and zombies are constructing walls as they close in. Sai Young-go responds, "Not yet." He instructs her to keep watching outside until he gives the signal. Sai Young-go declares that he will confront the attacker on the second floor. Su-Yon responds with a confident, "Okay." Sai Young-go observes a figure surrounded by a red aura, noting that the dark aura has vanished. Instead, the figure's level of excitement is nearly at its peak. Sai Young-go grips his weapon tightly, signaling that he is preparing for action. As the killer attacks, our MC thinks, just a few more seconds. The killer charges forward with intensity, swinging his weapon down with great force. Our MC blocks the attack with his shield, and the clash generates a burst of energy between them. The protagonist lands on the ground, contemplating just a little more. He gritted his teeth, thinking just a little longer. A glowing red heart emerges, pulsing with intensity. The killer grips his head, unleashing a powerful burst of energy. The energy surges around him, creating a dramatic effect. Sai Young observes as he reaches a stage 3 excitement state. He then shouts, "Su-Yon, now!" Su-Yan exhales and says, then she shouts, "I'm going," as she runs forward. She quickly ascends a staircase while a crowd of people below looks up at her. A red grid barrier encloses the area, intensifying the atmosphere. Su-Yan charges ahead with determination as zombies lunge toward her, growling menacingly. She moves swiftly, evading their grasp as Su-Yan dodges the outstretched hands of the zombies. She leaps into the air, narrowly evading their grasp. Su-Yan thinks to herself, done. As she lands safely, she reflects, I really escaped the death fish. Su-Yan glances back at the red grid barrier, thinking that if they delay any longer, Si Young-go will. She then shouts to Sai Young, go that the zombies are completely blocking the entrance, urging him to hurry and get out. Si Young-go responds with determination, saying, got it. He rushes forward with urgency as the ground cracks beneath his feet. Debris flies into the air as he keeps moving. A powerful force erupts as a hand bursts forth from the ground. Sai Young-go shields himself from the impact, while RMC thinks to himself that this is insane. He can phase right up through the ceiling as well. He then addresses Mr. Killer, suggesting that they stop fighting. RMC stands amidst the smoke, marked by red crosshairs. The killer charges forward, grinning as he slashes at the figure in front of him. But he wasn't there. Only smoke remained. The killer looked around in surprise. RMC declared, you won't find me. Sai Young-go points a gun and suggests, if you just stay lying there, I save bullets. You won't get hurt. Sounds good, right? Pointing the gun, he suggested taking a few minutes to sleep. When you wake up, the world will look different. A crowd of zombies struggles, reaching out desperately. Suddenly, a door appeared as Si Young-go declared, open gate. He jumps from it and declares, close gate. The portal shuts, leaving behind a swirling energy. He leaps forward through the crowd, running towards Su-Yon, who asks how he managed to break through the zombie wall. She asks, I don't understand what's happening. He grabs her hand and replies, you can understand later. Let's retreat for now. Once the death field completely vanishes, the zombies will begin targeting them for real. The killer isn't dead yet either. Su-yeon suggests returning home, but Si-young firmly disagrees. He insists that they are heading to the time shelter. She questions why they are there, and he explains that it's to pit the killer against Sea Party. Su-yeon raises her questions, but the killer is under the control of the Sea Party's leader. Si-young-gol concludes that this is likely no longer the case. The protagonist runs, remembering that the video stated all negative effects on the killer vanish once a deathmatch concludes. Yan believes this implies that the brainwashing is also lifted. She realizes Si-yeon's plan from the beginning. He acknowledges, "You catch on quick." He declares to kill the killer, protect the shelter, and give C-Team hell.